The Midnight Summons. By Mark E. Cooper. 1. Vale Company After Hours. Vale Company did not sleep cleanly. It settled by degrees, like a shop that had learned to rest only after every tray had been counted, every lamp banked, every drawer locked, and every unfinished order left where morning hands could find it without swearing. The front windows were shuttered against the dark street, but low amber light still showed through the cracks around the workroom door, touching the brass nameplate outside with enough glow to make the engraved letters visible from the pavement. Vale Company. Practical apparatus, repairs, fine mechanisms, crystal fittings. Ned had read those words too often in the first month, half proud and half suspicious, as though the sign might admit a mistake if watched long enough. Inside, the shop smelled of warm brass, old oil, lamp glass, paper, beeswax, cooling solder, and the faint mineral bite of stored crystal. Labeled trays lined the side benches in strict rows because Maddie had threatened to nail Ned's hands to the counter if he improved her filing system after supper again. 3 customer orders waited beneath pinned cards, a carriage ward latch that stuck in rain, 6 nursery-safe glow buttons for a Kensington household, and a cracked inspection gauge from a small boiler works that could not afford a Crown mechanic but could afford Ned if he kept the price honest. Behind the locked inner door, patent drawers held folded drawings, stamped copies, Livia's terrifying clauses, and early plates marked with Ned's maker's stamp. A half-assembled course runner stood beneath a covered lamp on the rear bench, no bigger than a terrier and mostly legs at this stage. It had a spring body, small crystal guide bead, brass hip joints, and 1 foot Tom had filed flatter after announcing that no self-respecting dock rat would trip over its own toes twice. Slip had painted a rude little face on a scrap washer and hidden it in the parts tray. Ned had found it, laughed despite himself, and left it there. Above the shop, in the narrow room he used as bedroom, office overflow, and last refuge from customers, Ned slept badly in his shirt sleeves with one hand still near the notebook open beside his pillow. The last line on the page read, "Runner balance fails when turning under load, test wider rear foot." Beneath that, in Maddie's sharper hand, someone had added, "Test after breakfast, not at 1 in the morning, you idiot." Ned stirred at the sound of the shop bell below, not the daytime bell, bright and ordinary above the front door. This was the back bell, the one Tom had rigged to the private yard gate, low, cautious, and wrong for the hour. Ned opened his eyes into darkness, already reaching for his robe before he was fully awake. By the time Ned reached the stair, the bell had sounded again, low through the wall and floorboards, not frantic, but patient in a way that made patience feel threatening. He shoved one arm into his robe, missed the sleeve, swore under his breath, then found it on the second attempt while his bare feet met the cold boards. Downstairs, a floor latch clicked, followed by the scrape of Tom's boots crossing the back passage. "Who knocks at this hour?" Tom called, his voice rough with sleep and suspicion. "Shop's closed. If it's a boiler gauge, it can leak respectfully till morning." Ned took the stairs too quickly and had to catch the rail halfway down. The workroom below had changed shape in the thin night light. Benches that seemed orderly by day now looked crowded with half-built creatures, brass limbs, clamps, glass jars, and folded drawings. Maddie appeared from the office doorway in a shawl over her nightdress, one hand holding a small lamp and the other already reaching for the accounts drawer, as if even danger ought to be checked against paper. "Don't open blind," Maddie said sharply. "Ask proper." Tom had reached the back door but not unbolted it. He glanced over his shoulder as Ned came down. "Heard you, Maddie. I'm not new. You were new yesterday when you let Slip talk you into buying 12 cracked carriage bells because he said they had character," Maddie said. "They did have character," a muffled voice said from somewhere beneath the front counter, followed by a thump and Slip's offended groan. "Mostly tragic character, but still." Ned blinked at the counter. "Why are you under there?" "Inventory," Slip said, emerging with dust in his hair and a screwdriver behind one ear. "Also possibly a nap with paperwork nearby, which is practically work." The bell sounded a third time. Tom's humor vanished. Ned felt the old dock part of himself wake fully beneath the robe and sleep-rumpled shirt. Too late, too measured, too sure of being answered. He crossed to the workbench, took his wand focus from the leather tray, and nodded once. Tom slid the viewing plate aside. A woman stood beyond the yard gate in a dark cloak with white visible beneath it and gold-catching lamplight at the throat. Even through iron bars and night glass, Justicier Voss looked as if the street had become official around her. Tom's hand tightened on the bolt. "Mr. Vale," he said, very carefully, "it's white and gold." Ned's stomach dropped before his mind caught up. "Open it." Maddie stepped nearer, lamp held high. "Ned." "I know," Ned said, though he didn't know anything except that the Crown had found his private door. "Open it, Tom." The bolts came back one by one. Cold night air entered first, carrying wet stone, horse smoke, and distant gaslight. Then Voss stepped into Vale Company as if midnight were ordinary business hours and every locked door in London had only been waiting for her patience. Her gaze moved across the benches, the labeled trays, Slip's dust, Tom's half-buttoned shirt, Maddie's lamp, and finally Ned's bare feet and crooked robe. "Mr. Vale," Voss said, "you are awake." Ned looked down at himself, then back at her. "I'm vertical. That's not the same thing." Voss did not smile. She stepped far enough inside for Tom to shut the yard door behind her, but no farther than the edge of the workroom tiles, as if even her boots had been trained not to disturb evidence without permission. The shop's bank lamps put gold along the white of her collar and the symbols at her cuffs. Ned had seen her in offices, corridors, docks, and formal rooms. Seeing her among his benches, with Slip still dusty from under the counter and Maddie holding a lamp in her nightdress, felt indecent in a way he could not immediately name. "Do you know Lord James Malvern?" Voss asked. Ned rubbed one hand over his face and tried to make his mind work past sleep. "No, should I?" "Answer plainly, Mr. Vale." "No," Ned said, and felt the old clean pull of Justicier truth take the word and strip the irritation from it. His shoulders tightened. "I don't know Lord James Malvern." Maddie's eyes moved from Ned to Voss. She had seen Justicier questioning before, but never at the back door after midnight. "Is Lord Malvern a customer?" "That is one of my questions," Voss said, without looking away from Ned. "Has Lord Malvern ever commissioned work from Vale Company?" "No," Ned said. "Has Lady Elizabeth Malvern?" "No." "Edward Malvern?" Ned blinked. "No." "Any member of the Malvern household, directly or through a servant, secretary, agent, club associate, tradesman, or intermediary?" Slip's eyebrows climbed higher with every title. Tom went very still beside the door. Ned looked past Voss toward the shop shelves, trying to remember invoices, names, clipped notes, cards left by people who preferred not to say exactly who they served. He knew most of them because Maddie made him learn them before touching the work. He knew the fussy ones, the late payers, and the noble households that used servants as cushions between themselves and the bill. "No," Ned said more slowly. "Not that I know. If someone used another name and didn't say Malvern, I couldn't swear beyond the books." Voss gave the smallest nod. "Have you ever quarreled with Lord Malvern?" Ned stared at her. "I just said I don't know him." "Answer the question." "No." "Has he ever refused you payment, blocked a patent, threatened your shop, interfered with your contracts, damaged your reputation, or caused you private grievance?" Maddie set the lamp down on the counter with care that was almost violent. "Justicier, what is this?" Ned felt the shape of it then. Not a visit, not a warning, a net made of ordinary questions, each one dropped gently enough to look polite until the knots tightened. He looked at Voss's calm face, then at the white and gold at her throat. "You're not asking whether I can help," Ned said. His voice came out rougher than he intended. "You're checking whether I'm involved." Voss watched him. Ned straightened inside the crooked robe, bare feet cold on his own shop floor. "Are you interrogating me?" "Yes," Voss said. The word did not strike like accusation. That was almost worse. It settled into Vale Company with the calm weight of a stamp on official paper, and every person in the shop seemed to adjust around it. Tom's hand moved closer to the door bolt, not to open it, but to know where it was. Slip stopped brushing dust from his sleeve. Maddie's mouth went thin, and Ned felt, absurdly, that he should have found socks before becoming a matter of Crown attention. "At my own back door?" Ned asked. "At your own back door," Voss said, "before I bring Crown authority farther into your life than it already stands." Maddie stepped between the counter and Ned without quite stepping in front of him. "He answered you. He doesn't know this lord, and neither does the shop." "I believe him," Voss said. Ned heard the difference at once. She did not mean she trusted him because she liked him, or because he had earned goodwill, or because old history softened the hour. She meant the truth had answered cleanly and left no useful hook behind. He should have been relieved. Instead, irritation kept him straight when sleep and bare feet would have made him look younger than he was. "If you believe me, why keep asking?" Ned said. "Because belief is not a record," Voss said. "And because Lord James Malvern is dead." No one spoke for several seconds. Beyond the shuttered windows, a cab wheel hissed over wet stone and went away. Inside, the little covered lamp above the course runner ticked as the shade warmed. Slip swallowed. Dead as in old man in bed dead, or dead as in white and gold at midnight dead? Voss turned her head slightly. The latter. Tom muttered something under his breath that Ned chose not to hear clearly. Maddie did hear it and did not correct him, which said more than the words would have. Ned's irritation thinned, replaced by a colder, sharper thing that had learned years ago that the Crown did not arrive at night because matters were tidy. "What happened?" Ned asked. "That is what I need you to help determine," Voss said. She reached inside her cloak and withdrew a folded document sealed in red wax and gold thread. The paper was heavy, cream-colored, and marked at the top with the Crown Service crest. She held it out, but did not release it until Ned took the lower edge properly. The seal felt cold against his thumb. "What's this?" Voss let go of the document. "Your warrant, Mr. Vale. Welcome aboard." 2. Justicier Technical Assistant. The warrant did not unfold like ordinary paper. It resisted Ned's sleepy fingers for half a second, then opened with a soft crackle as the red seal released into a neat line of gold light and faded without breaking. That offended him at once. A seal ought to tear or remain shut. Paper that decided when it was ready to be read felt too much like every other Crown thing that called itself helpful while choosing the terms. Maddie snatched her shawl tighter around her shoulders and leaned close enough for the lamp to shine over the page. "Hold it flat. If Her Majesty's ink has dragged us out of bed, I want to see the teeth." "It's addressed to me," Ned said, though he held it flatter. "It entered my shop," Maddie said. "That gives me an interest." Voss did not correct her. Ned noticed that and disliked how carefully he noticed it. He looked down instead, forcing his eyes past the crest, the formal invocation of Crown authority, and the first long sentence that seemed determined to prove ink could march. Halfway down the page, the words steadied into something sharp enough to cut through sleep. Edmund Vale, oath-sworn magical professional, licensed inventor, maker and recognized crystal tuner, is hereby warranted under Justicier authority as Justicier Technical Assistant for the Malvern investigation. Slip gave a low whistle from behind Ned's shoulder. "That sounds grand. Does grand pay?" Maddie's elbow found Slip's ribs without looking. "Don't be stupid. Grand bills first and pays when chased." Tom had come closer too, though he kept one eye on the back door as if Lord Malvern's murderer might follow the paperwork in. "Can they just do that? Name him assistant and take him?" Ned read the line again. Justicier Technical Assistant, not consultant, not invited specialist, not Mr. Vale of Vale Company, whose time could be priced, refused, or scheduled after existing orders. The warrant had reached through his signboard, his locked door, his bed, and his name, then written him into service as if the oath he had sworn at graduation had been waiting under the floorboards for the right knock. "Travel expenses," Maddie said, stabbing one finger at a lower clause. "Meals if required, materials consumed under instruction, damage to personal tools under lawful service, medical treatment. Nothing here about lost shop time. Nothing about delayed orders. Nothing about wages if Tom and Slip spend tomorrow doing your work because white and gold carried you off at midnight." Voss's face remained calm. "Reasonable expenses will be honored." Maddie looked up. "Reasonable to whom?" Ned tightened his fingers on the warrant until the paper flexed. The murder mattered. A dead lord mattered. The Crown mattered. But so did the 3 pinned orders, the rent book, Tom's wages, Slip's appetite disguised as business development, and Maddie's furious arithmetic keeping Vale Company from becoming a pretty sign over an empty till. He looked at Voss. "Am I allowed to put on socks before I'm swallowed by the Empire?" "Yes," Voss said, "but bring your tools." Ned found socks beneath the chair where he had dropped them and a clean shirt folded on top of a stack of rejected gear sketches. He pulled both on with more haste than grace while Voss remained below, her voice carrying through the stairwell in even answers that somehow made Maddie angrier by refusing to rise. The floorboards were cold through the socks anyway. He shoved his arms into a waistcoat, buckled his tool belt with fingers that still felt half asleep, then opened the wall cabinet where his better instruments lived. "What sort of death needs a maker before dawn?" Maddie asked from below. "A politically inconvenient one," Voss said. Ned paused with one hand on the small brass listening fork. He waited for more, but Voss had never been a woman who poured out words to make silence easier. He took the fork, a fine probe roll, 2 wrapped crystal testers, his compact measuring cord, and the narrow wand focus he trusted for delicate work. The heavier workshop focus stayed in its rack. He looked at it for one breath, then left it there. If Voss had wanted force, she would not have come alone to the back door. By the time he returned to the workroom, Maddie had the warrant on the counter with a clean sheet beside it and was copying clause numbers by lamplight. Slip had found boots from somewhere and was standing near the front shelves with the solemn expression of a man trying very hard not to look thrilled by murder. Tom had put on his jacket and was checking the yard through the viewing plate again. Ned set his tool case on the counter. "Who found him?" "His valet raised the alarm after Lord Malvern failed to answer," Voss said. "Failed to answer what?" "A morning call that should have been unnecessary. Lord Malvern was expected to leave early for a committee sitting." Maddie looked up. "Parliament?" "Yes." Ned shut the tool case, then snapped the latch because the first attempt didn't catch. "So he matters because he's a lord." "He matters because he is dead," Voss said. "He matters more because he was a lord, a committee obstruction, and a repeated opponent of the Strategic Apparatus Export Amendment Bill." Slip mouthed the title silently, failed halfway through, and gave up. Ned did not. Apparatus meant parts. Export meant parts leaving Britain. Amendment meant someone had found a polite way to change a rule. Did someone kill him for a vote? "I don't know," Voss said. The clean truth of it made the room colder. Ned looked at her properly then, past the uniform and midnight authority. "You don't know?" "I have questioned the wife, the heir, the valet, the attending doctor, and 2 servants," Voss said. "No one admits killing him. No one admits arranging his death. No one has knowingly protected a murderer." Every answer held. Tom frowned. "Then maybe no one murdered him." Voss's eyes moved to him. "Lord Malvern is dead in a locked study with no wound, no weapon, no poison trace yet found, no obvious curse residue, and no truthful witness who explains the event. Natural death remains possible. So does a very clever murder." Ned felt the warrant in the room like a second bell still ringing. "And you want me because something in that study was made?" "I want you," Voss said, "because if an object lied, you may notice how." Ned carried the tool case himself, though Tom reached for it twice before Maddie slapped his hand away and told him not to help the Crown steal the master of the shop neatly. Voss waited by the yard door while Ned checked the latch on the inner patent room, touched the edge of the order board, and looked once at the half-built course runner under its covered lamp. It was foolish to feel guilty toward a machine with no finished legs, but the little thing sat there waiting for morning hands that would not be his. Maddie followed him to the threshold with the copied clause sheet folded in one fist. "You bring back receipts for anything they make you use. Cabs, food, broken tools, oil, crystal dust, everything." "I'm going to a murder, Maddie," Ned said. "And I'm going to a shop that opens at 8 whether Parliament has corpses or not," Maddie said. "Don't let white and gold make you forget arithmetic." Voss inclined her head by a fraction. "Miss Maddie is correct to keep account." Maddie looked at her. "I know." Slip opened his mouth, hesitated, and then pressed a wrapped heel of bread into Ned's free hand. "For the road. Murder probably ruins breakfast." Tom pulled the yard door open and peered out before Voss could step through. "Street's clear." "It was clear when I arrived," Voss said. "Then it can be clear twice," Tom said. Ned went out into the narrow yard with the warrant folded inside his coat and the bread warm from Slip's hand. The night had thinned toward morning, but London still belonged to gas lamps, whetstone, coal carts, and the private noises of people who worked before respectable hours admitted they existed. A black cab waited at the alley mouth, its horse steaming faintly under a dark rug and its driver sitting too straight to be ordinary hire. Ned looked back once. Maddie stood framed by the yard door with the lamp behind her, Tom beside her shoulder and Slip already half lost in the shop's shadows. Vale Company looked small from outside. Not weak, just small enough that the Crown could cover it with one midnight visit if no one kept account. Voss stepped beside him. Mr. Vale. Ned turned from the door and walked toward the cab. The warrant seemed to press through his coat with every step, heavier than paper had any right to be. This was not Avalon, not a practical, not Harrow waiting with a correction, not Pike threatening him over unlabeled screws. No master would end the exercise if he misunderstood the room. No friend would pull him aside afterward and complain over supper. He had sworn the oath as an adult, and the oath had finally found the shop he had built to survive it. Voss opened the cab door. Once we arrive, you will speak only when I permit it unless danger is immediate. Ned climbed in with his tool case on his knees. That sounds like school. Voss settled opposite him as the door closed. No, Mr. Vale, school was mercy. The cab moved before Ned had finished deciding whether to answer that. Iron-rimmed wheels found the wet stones with a steady clatter, and the horse took the turn out of the alley as if it knew Crown business did not wait for men to arrange their feelings. Ned held the tool case on his knees with one hand and slips bread in the other, neither eating nor putting it away. Through the small window, London passed in lamp-lit slices. Shuttered shops, early carts, men in caps sweeping doorsteps, a constable turning his head as the black cab went by. Voss sat opposite him, gloved hands resting on the head of her cane. You are thinking too loudly. I'm thinking in my own head, Ned said. Yes. He looked at her. Can you hear that too? No, Voss said, but your face is less disciplined than your tools. That was unfair enough to be useful, so Ned looked out of the window instead. The streets widened as they left his part of London. Brick gave way to pale stone, narrow yards to railed gardens, practical lamps to expensive ones, each flame protected behind glass worked with brass crowns and little ward marks. At this hour the houses looked less asleep than guarded. The cab slowed before a tall iron gate. 2 constables stood outside it with capes damp at the shoulders. Beyond them, Malvern House rose behind black railings, broad-fronted, severe, and too bright in selected windows. Light burned in the entrance hall, the upper landing, and one curtained room to the east where shadows moved with careful restraint. A footman opened the cab door before Ned could reach for the latch, then stopped when he saw Voss. Justicier, the footman said, and the word seemed to pull his spine straighter while draining color from his face. Mr. Vale is under my warrant, Voss said as she stepped down. He enters with me. The footman's eyes flicked to Ned's tool case, his young face, and the wrapped bread still in his hand. For half a second, Ned saw the question before training buried it. Why him? Inside, Malvern House smelled of beeswax, extinguished candles, flowers, cold tea, and fear dressed for company. A maid stood by the stair with red eyes and folded hands. A gray-haired man in black held a tray no one had touched. Near the drawing-room door, a young gentleman in shirt-sleeves spoke in a hard whisper to a police inspector, while an older woman sat rigidly in a chair beneath a portrait, her grief held so tightly it looked like anger. Ned followed Voss across the marble floor, his boots sounding louder than they should. Conversation stopped as white and gold entered, then started again more quietly, worse for trying to hide. The police inspector approached at once. Justicier Voss, you've returned quickly. I said I would, Voss replied. Has the study remained sealed? Yes, no one has crossed the line. Lady Malvern has objected twice, Lord Edward 3 times, and Dr. Hale insists the matter is becoming grotesque. Good, Voss said. Ned glanced at her. Good? Objections tell me where pressure lives, she said, then turned toward the eastern corridor. Come, Mr. Vale, let us see what the room refuses to explain. 3. The Malvern Study. The eastern corridor narrowed as if Malvern House had decided grief should pass single file. Voss walked ahead without hurry, her white and gold coat catching each wall lamp in clean flashes, while Ned followed with his tool case held close enough that the handle pressed a line into his palm. Behind them, the entrance hall noise thinned into murmurs, then into the soft friction of servants pretending not to listen from doorways. A constable stood outside the study with his cap under one arm and his back too straight. Across the door and frame, an imperial seal hung in pale gold thread, its charm laid over wax, ribbon, and air so finely that Ned could feel the warning before he saw its edges. It was not loud magic. It was official magic, Which was worse? It did not threaten. It simply assumed obedience. The constable stepped aside. No one has crossed it, Justicier. I know, Voss said, then lifted 2 fingers and touched the seal at the center. Gold thread loosened from the air, drew itself back through the wax, and settled into her glove like a tame spark. Mr. Vale, observe before touching. Say nothing unless I ask or unless something is immediately dangerous. Ned swallowed the reply that wanted to be rude and followed her in. Lord Malvern's study was warm, expensive, and unpleasantly alive for a room belonging to a dead man. The fire had been banked low, leaving a red eye of coal beneath a brass guard. Heavy curtains shut out the paling morning, and the lamps had been trimmed to a careful yellow that made the leather chairs shine at the arms where hands had rested for years. Books rose from floor to ceiling on 3 walls, not decorative books arranged by color, but used volumes with papers tucked between pages, slips marking chapters, and small ladders waiting on polished rails. The desk dominated the room. It was broad, dark, scarred beneath its polish, and crowded with the habits of work: a green blotter, correspondence trays, parliamentary papers tied in blue tape, a brass letter scale, folded committee notes, sealing wax, a small clock, 2 paper knives, a capped ink bottle, ordinary writing instruments, and a decanter set on a side tray with 1 glass turned mouth down beside it. Maps lay pinned beneath glass on a standing frame near the window. A walking stick leaned against the chair. 1 cushion sat slightly compressed, as if anger or exhaustion had weight enough to remain. Ned stopped just inside the door and let the room come to him by use rather than grandeur. This was not a display room. Someone had worked here late, argued with paper here, drunk alone or pretended not to, and trusted the room's ordinary objects enough to stop seeing them. Voss watched him take that in. Begin with what belongs. Ned looked first at the chair, because chairs told the truth of use more often than desks did. The leather was polished along one arm, duller along the other, with the cushion pressed toward the right as if Lord Malvern had sat slightly crooked when tired. The foot rug had a shallow drag mark beneath the desk. No struggle, not unless noblemen fought by rearranging dust with excellent manners. He glanced at Voss, then at the doorway where the constable waited. Voss followed his look without turning. Bring Finch first. The constable vanished. A minute later, a thin man in black entered with his hands held too still before him. Abel Finch had the look of a servant who knew every creak in the house and had spent the last hours being told that knowledge might condemn him. He stopped just inside the study and bowed to Voss, not to the room. You are Abel Finch, valet to Lord Malvern? Voss asked. Yes, Justicier, Finch said, his voice dry. You entered this room this morning? I opened the door after his lordship failed to answer. I did not cross more than 3 steps. I saw him in the chair. I called for help. Did you kill Lord Malvern? No, Finch said, and the word held under the pressure Ned felt gather in the room. Did you poison him, curse him, strike him, shoot him, stab him, or knowingly admit anyone who meant him harm? No, Justicier. Voss watched him for 1 breath longer. Wait outside. Finch left with relief held so tightly it looked painful. Next came the gray-haired man Ned had seen in the hall, Mr. Price, the private secretary. His collar was correct, but 1 cuff had been buttoned wrong. Ned noticed because men like Price probably buttoned fear before they buttoned linen. You heard no cry? Voss asked. No, Price said. I was in the small records room until near midnight. His lordship dismissed me at 11. He intended to continue reading committee papers. Did anyone enter after you left? Not to my knowledge. Did you arrange his death? Price flinched. No. Did you see any weapon, vial, charm residue, or sign of violence when you entered later? No. Only Lord Malvern dead in his chair. Dr. Hale came last, offended already, carrying a leather medical case as if it proved he belonged. This is excessive, Justicier. A man is dead, Voss said. Excess has already entered the house. Did you certify heart failure? I did. Did you see poison? No. A wound? No. A clear curse mark? No. Did you lie in your certificate? Dr. Hale's mouth tightened. No. Ned stood by the desk, tool case still closed, and listened to truthful answers shut doors instead of opening them. No killer. No poison. No weapon. No curse anyone admitted seeing. The study remained warm, orderly, and full of ordinary things, all of them sitting quietly in their proper places as if death had arrived without touching the room at all. When Dr. Hale was sent out, the study seemed to grow larger around the silence he left behind. Ned waited until Voss nodded before setting his tool case on the low side table. He opened it carefully, not because he wanted ceremony, but because every click sounded too loud in a room where a dead man had apparently made no noise at all. "Start with the room," Voss said. Ned took the compact measuring cord, then stopped himself before touching the desk. "Permission to inspect surfaces, fittings, and floor?" "Granted. No disturbance beyond necessary handling. Tell me before you lift anything weighted or sealed." That was not school, but the old lesson still lived in his fingers. "Say the task. Name the limit. Make the adult own the permission." Ned crouched beside the chair first and ran his eyes along the legs without touching them. Dust gathered naturally at the rear feet. The front right caster had bitten deeper into the rug than the others, but the mark matched the slant of the cushion and the drag beneath the desk. "He sat crooked often," Ned said. "Not just last night." "Why?" "Chair tells on him. The wear's old. No sudden shove here." Voss said nothing, which meant continue. He moved to the window catches next. Brass, old, polished by servants, not forced. The latch seated properly, and the paint at the frame had not cracked. He used his little mirror to look along the lower sill, then checked the curtain hooks, cord cleat, and the narrow gap behind the heavy drapery where dust lay thick and undisturbed except for one servant's old wipe mark that had missed the corner for months. "Windows proud of itself," Ned muttered. Voss's eyebrows shifted. "Translate." "No one came through it unless they were made of clean air and manners." The wainscoting took longer. Ned followed seams with the mirror, tapped lightly with the back of his probe, and listened for hollow places that should not be hollow. One panel near the fireplace sounded different, but when he knelt and looked closer, he found an old heat warp from years of winter fires. The polish cracked along a line no murderer would have chosen for secrecy. The lamp stems were steady. The clockwork mantelpiece ticked too loudly but evenly. The desk drawers stuck in the ordinary way of expensive furniture swollen by damp and age, not the careful way of hidden springs. He found dirt, but only the living sort. A torn paper corner under the map stand. Ash spilled beside the grate. A faint ring beneath the decanter where a glass had stood too long. Desk fittings worn by habit. A scratch on the brass letter scale that had already dulled at the edges. Ned straightened slowly, frustration tightening between his shoulders. Everything belongs too well. Voss watched the room, not him. "That troubles you?" "Yes," Ned said. "A room with a dead man in it should have the decency to be less tidy." Voss looked at the desk for a long moment, then at the doorway where the constable waited beyond the threshold. "Bring me the household key ledger and the names of everyone with routine access to this room." The constable nodded and left. Ned closed his tool case one latch at a time, though his fingers wanted to keep working. The study had not answered him, and that sat badly under his ribs. He had found old wear, servant polish, ordinary neglect, paper habits, furniture pride, and a dead man's shape left in leather and rug. He had not found a hidden blade, a spring trap, a drilled tube, a disturbed panel, a false latch, or any piece of machinery vain enough to confess. "You expected a trick," Voss said. "I expected something," Ned said. "A room doesn't get to have a corpse and no cause. Rooms often have less shame than people." "That sounds like something justiciers say when they're trying not to swear." "It is." Ned glanced at her and almost smiled despite the hour, the house, and the dead lord whose absence pressed from the chair. Then his eyes went back to the desk without settling on any one thing. The blotter had marks of hard writing. The tied parliamentary papers sat square. The clock ticked. The ink bottle remained capped. A gold-edged tray held small desk things arranged with servant neatness and owner habit. Everything belonged. That was the trouble. A wrong object would have been easier. A right object could hide forever if no one remembered to doubt it. The constable returned with a narrow ledger. Voss accepted it, opened it on the side table, and ran one gloved finger down the entries. Finch, Price, housekeeper, Lady Malvern, Lord Edward, 2 maids for cleaning under supervision. No locksmith entry this week. No tradesman admitted here since the lamp repair 10 days ago. Lamp's not new, Ned said. Repair was ordinary. The stem's been handled, but not opened fresh. I know, Voss said. Ned looked at her. Then why bring me? Because truth has told me who did not kill him. It has not told me how he died. She closed the ledger. And because when a room refuses to explain itself, I prefer a man who listens to objects before he trusts arrangements. That should have pleased him. Instead, it made the warrant in his pocket feel heavier. Voss stepped to the door and lifted her hand. Stand clear. Ned picked up his toolcase and moved into the corridor. Voss drew a fresh strip of imperial ribbon from inside her coat, pressed it across the study door, then touched wax to the center without flame. Gold light ran from frame to frame, thin and exact, sealing wood, lock, and air in one quiet command. The study sat behind the seal, warm, orderly, preserved, and still refusing. Ned looked at the door until the gold thread stopped moving. Somewhere inside, among objects that belonged too well, the answer had remained behind. 4. The man no one killed. Lady Elizabeth Malvern received them in the front drawing room as if grief had been invited to sit properly and mind its posture. She had not changed from the black gown Ned had seen beneath the portrait, but up close the dress looked less like mourning than armor made of silk, jet beads, and stubborn breeding. Her hair was pinned without a strand loose. Her hands rested together in her lap. Only the widening pressure of one thumb against the other betrayed that stillness had a cost. Ned stopped beside the door because Voss did, and because every inch farther into the room felt like trespass. The drawing room smelled of cut flowers, cold tea, wax polish, and perfume sharp enough to fight the house's fear. A maid stood near the sideboard with reddened eyes. Lord Edward, still in shirt-sleeves under a hastily buttoned waistcoat, hovered near the hearth until Lady Elizabeth turned her head by a fraction. "Edward," she said. The young man's jaw tightened. "Mother." "I said Edward." He looked from her to Voss, then left the room with the stiff walk of a man dismissed from his own inheritance. Ned watched him go and decided Lady Elizabeth did not need a wand to make people move. Voss waited until the door closed. "Lady Malvern." "Justicier Voss," Lady Elizabeth said. Her voice was low, controlled, and edged where politeness had been sharpened too often. "You have sealed my husband's study again." "I have." "You have questioned my servants before breakfast, set constables at my doors, spoken of my husband's death as if it were a puzzle box, and now bring a tradesman with tools into my drawing room." Her gaze touched Ned, not quite insult, not quite curiosity, but old habit deciding where a young man with a case belonged. "Is this what Crown mercy looks like when applied to a widow?" Ned felt the words hit before Voss answered. Tradesman was not wrong. That was the problem. It could be true and still be used like a glove laid down on a dirty bench. Voss remained standing. "Crown mercy has not yet been requested. Crown inquiry has begun." "My husband is dead," Lady Elizabeth said, and the first crack opened beneath the polish. "He is not evidence first. He is not scandal first. He is not a committee obstruction first. He is dead." "Yes," Voss said, "and until I know why, I will treat every comfortable explanation as premature." Lady Elizabeth rose slowly, not because she needed height, but because sitting had become surrender. "Then ask your questions, Justicier. But do not pretend that stripping dignity from a dead man is the same thing as serving truth." Voss inclined her head by the smallest measure, accepting the rebuke without yielding to it. "Then I will begin plainly. Did you kill Lord James Malvern?" Lady Elizabeth's chin lifted. "No." The answer moved through the room with that clean justicier pressure Ned had never learned to like. It did not make Lady Elizabeth smaller. If anything, it seemed to harden the shape of her, as if truth had given her one solid stone to stand upon. "Did you arrange for another person to kill him?" Voss asked. "No." "Did you knowingly admit anyone into this house for the purpose of harming him?" "No." "Did you conceal a murderer after learning Lord Malvern was dead?" "No," Lady Elizabeth said, and this time anger came with the word. "If you intend to ask whether I crept through my own house with poison, pistol, knife, curse, or paid assassin, ask it and be done." "I intend to ask what serves the case," Voss said. "Did you love your husband?" The room changed. Ned felt it before he understood it, the way he sometimes felt pressure shift in a boiler line before the gauge confessed. The maid near the sideboard looked down at once. Lady Elizabeth's hands closed once, then opened, each finger returning to its proper place. "That is an indecent question." "Yes," Voss said. Lady Elizabeth stared at her. You admit it? I do. Ned watched the widow's face and wished suddenly that he were back in the study with objects. Objects did not forgive, but they also did not bleed pride when touched. Lady Elizabeth looked not guilty, not frightened, but wounded in a place habit had taught her to protect. I performed my duties as his wife, Lady Elizabeth said. That is not an answer. It is the answer women of my station are often permitted to have, Lady Elizabeth said. Voss did not move. Did you love him? Lady Elizabeth looked toward the cold tea service, the untouched cups, and the maid who was trying very hard to be furniture. Once, perhaps, before disappointment became routine. Did you hate him? No, Lady Elizabeth said, and the truth held, though her voice thinned around it. Hatred is warmer than what remained. Ned kept his eyes on the carpet because looking at her felt like theft. The room smelled too strongly of flowers now, as if someone had tried to cover grief before knowing what shape it would take. Voss asked, "Were you angry with him last night?" Lady Elizabeth's mouth tightened. I was often angry with James. For what reason? For making privacy necessary, Lady Elizabeth said. For making endurance respectable. For making me defend his dignity this morning when he did not always defend mine. Lady Elizabeth's last words stayed in the drawing room like smoke that had refused the chimney. Ned looked at the cold tea, the flowers, the maid's lowered face, and the widow's hands folded too neatly before her, and understood that Voss had not merely asked whether a woman had killed her husband. She had opened a cupboard where every polite sorrow in the house had been stored until the shelves bent under the weight. Voss's voice remained even. Did Lord Malvern strike you? Lady Elizabeth's eyes flashed. No. Did he threaten you? No. Did he threaten your son? No, Lady Elizabeth said, then paused in a way that made Ned look up. Not as a violent man threatens. James did not need violence when inheritance, silence, and disappointment were sufficient tools. Ned thought of levers that moved without noise because someone had greased them too well. He had always trusted obvious force more than quiet pressure. Quiet pressure let people insist nothing had happened because no one had shouted. Voss asked, did Lord Malvern intend to alter his will? I do not know. The truth held. Voss waited. Lady Elizabeth's mouth tightened. He spoke of consequences. James often spoke of consequences when Edward displeased him. That is not the same as action. Did Edward displease him recently? Lady Elizabeth looked toward the closed door through which her son had gone. Edward displeased him by being Edward. That was an old argument, not a murder. Ned heard the defense beneath the bitterness and disliked himself for having expected simplicity. A cold wife could still protect a foolish son. A humiliated widow could still defend the dead. Truth did not clean people. It only showed where the dirt ended and the wound began. Voss said, you resent my questions. Yes. You resent that I am making private matters part of the record. Yes. You resent Lord Malvern for requiring that defense even after death. Lady Elizabeth breathed in once, shallow and controlled. Yes. The maid near the sideboard made a tiny sound and covered it with a cough. Lady Elizabeth did not look at her. That, Ned thought, was its own mercy. Voss stepped half a pace closer. Do you know who killed your husband? No. Do you suspect anyone? Lady Elizabeth closed her eyes for one brief second. In this house? No. In London? Half the man who smiled at him in public and cursed him in private, perhaps. James cultivated usefulness more carefully than affection. Ned looked at her then, really looked, and saw not a murderer cleared by truth, but a woman trapped between anger and duty, forced to guard a man whose absence had not freed her from him. Voss's gift had not made Lady Elizabeth simple. It had only proved she was innocent of one thing while leaving everything painful still standing. Voss let the silence remain until Lady Elizabeth's breathing had settled back into something she could command. Then she turned slightly, not toward Ned, not toward the maid, but toward the room itself, as if asking the furniture to remember what its owners preferred forgotten. Who cursed him in private? Lady Elizabeth's expression closed at once. That is not a small list. Begin with the names that would embarrass this house. The widow's fingers tightened around one another. You are relentless. Yes. You mistake relentlessness for virtue. No, Voss said. I mistake it for usefulness. Ned had the uncomfortable sense that both women were correct, which made the room feel even smaller. Lady Elizabeth looked past Voss to the flowers on the side table, white roses arranged too densely in a silver bowl. One bloom had browned at the edge. Someone had placed it facing inward, hiding decay from guests who were too polite to look closely. Clubs, Lady Elizabeth said at last. Cards. Debts, though James would deny that word if one of his enemies used it. Political men who wanted his vote. Apparatus men who wanted his silence. Reformers who called him obstructionist. Family who wanted him more agreeable. Women who wanted him kinder, or richer, or less bored after he had finished being charming. The maid's face went scarlet. Voss's eyes did not move. A mistress? Lady Elizabeth's head turned slowly. You ask that in front of him? Ned understood him meant Ned before the widow's gaze reached him. He wanted, instantly and uselessly, to become a floorboard. Voss did not grant him that mercy. Mr. Vale is warranted to this investigation, Voss said. He will hear dirt before the day is out. Better he learn early that polished rooms produce it too. Lady Elizabeth's mouth curved without humor. How democratic of murder. Her name, Voss said. For the first time, Lady Elizabeth looked truly tired. Not old, not weak, but tired in the bone-deep way of someone who had spent years holding doors shut from the inside. Clara Wetherby. She lives in rooms near Russell Square under arrangements James would have described as charitable if any man had been rude enough to ask. Ned did not write the name down. Voss did. Her pencil moved once across a small black notebook, neat and final. Did Clara Wetherby threaten him? Voss asked. I do not know. Did she write to him recently? Yes. Did you see the letters? No. Did you destroy any? Lady Elizabeth's eyes flashed. No. I am not a jealous girl tearing paper in a corridor. Voss closed the notebook. No. You are a widow defending a man who made defense expensive. Lady Elizabeth flinched as if the words had found flesh. Ned looked away, but not before seeing the anger return because anger stood better than grief. Voss stepped back then, giving the room air without giving Lady Elizabeth victory. You did not kill him, Voss said. You did not arrange his death. But this marriage is not clean, and the house is not quiet. I will return to both. Lady Elizabeth sat again, carefully, each movement chosen before it was made. Then perhaps, Justicier, you will eventually discover whether my husband died from an enemy's hatred or from the life he insisted on living. Voss turned toward the door. That is the question. Ned followed her out, carrying the name Clara Wetherby in his head like a small sharp tool wrapped in silk. The wife was not the answer, but the marriage had opened, and something inside it pointed outward. 5. The cost of being called. By the time the cab brought Ned back to Vale Company, morning had climbed into the street without asking whether the night had finished with him. The shutters were already open. A milk cart rattled past the front window, a knife grinder's bell rang at the corner, and the bakery 2 doors down had sent warm yeast and coal smoke into the damp air as if London had decided ordinary life was a useful insult. Ned stepped down with his toolcase in one hand and slips uneaten bread crushed flatter in the other. Voss had left him at the alley mouth with a promise that sounded too much like a warning. She would send again when the next questions had teeth. He had not slept, had not eaten, and had not solved anything except that Lady Malvern was not a murderer and Lord Malvern had been difficult enough in life to make death crowded. Inside, Vale Company had not paused for Crown business. That was the first thing that hurt. The bell over the front door snapped bright and cheerful above Ned's head, and 3 faces turned toward him at once. Mattie behind the counter with her sleeves rolled, Tom at the repair bench holding a carriage latch in one hand, and a narrow woman in a gray bonnet standing stiffly beside a parcel wrapped in brown paper. There he is, Mattie said, not warmly enough to hide relief. Alive, unstabbed, and late for his own shop. I was under warrant, Ned said. You're under rent as well, Mattie said, then pushed a mug toward him across the counter. Tea, drink before you fall over and become another item requiring paperwork. The gray-bonneted woman looked from Ned's rumpled coat to the tool case. Are you Mr. Vale? Ned put the bread down, took the tea, and tried to remember what sort of face a respectable proprietor wore after being dragged through murder before breakfast. Yes, ma'am. My nursery glow buttons were promised for collection this morning. My sister's children arrive tomorrow, and one of them screams at ordinary dark. Tom raised the carriage latch slightly, and Mr. Copley's cab ward sticks in rain, which it has noticed is a popular habit of London. Slip appeared from the back room carrying a tray of labeled parts and a face full of news. Also a boy came from the boiler works, and he says if the inspection gauge isn't ready by noon, their foreman will call in person and bring disappointment. Ned looked from customer to latch to parts tray, then toward the order board where Maddie had added 3 chalk marks, 2 underlines, and 1 angry little star. The Crown had borrowed him. The shop had kept breathing. That should have pleased him. Instead, exhaustion made every waiting order feel like a debt he had left behind on purpose. Maddie's voice softened only enough for him to hear it under the counter noise. Sit for 2 minutes, Ned. Then we work out what the Empire broke and what the shop still owes. Ned lasted less than 1 minute on the stool before Maddie dragged the warrant from the drawer where she had placed it beneath the day's takings ledger, which told him exactly how she ranked Crown authority against coins that had actually arrived. She spread the document flat beside the order book, weighted one corner with the nursery glow button box, and tapped the relevant clause with the end of her pencil. Here, she said, reasonable travel, meals if required, materials consumed under instruction, damage to personal tools under lawful service, medical treatment, professional supplies used in testing or evidence handling. The gray-bonneted customer leaned forward despite herself. Is that a Crown warrant? No, Maddie said without looking up. It's a private love letter from the tax office. Your buttons are cooling in tray 3. Ned nearly laughed into his tea and had to swallow carefully. The laugh would have come out wrong, too close to exhaustion. He set the mug down and pulled the glow button box closer. 6 little brass-backed discs sat inside, each one clouded around a soft nursery-safe crystal bead. He touched the first with his wand focus, and it warmed into a mild honey-colored glow. The customer's shoulders eased. Oh, that is gentler than the last set. Because children wake if the light flares blue, Ned said. This one comes up slow. And is the Crown paying for you to finish my order late? Maddie asked. Ned looked at her. It isn't late yet. It is late adjacent, Maddie said. That is where money starts smelling trouble. Tom brought the carriage latch to the counter and set it down beside the warrant, though not on top of it. He had learned that much. If they take you again today, who signs finished work? I can sign simple repairs, Maddie said. Tom can finish mechanical fitting if it doesn't need final tuning. Slip can run messages, collect parts, and not buy bells. Slip, halfway to the back shelf, stopped. That feels personal. It is, Maddie said. Ned turned the second glow button and let the charm rise slowly. The Crown won't care about nursery buttons. No, Maddie said, and her pencil struck the warrant clause hard enough to leave a dot. That's why we have to. The Crown names grand things and calls the rest inconvenience. Rent is inconvenience. Wages are inconvenience. Customers who do not care that Lord something died mysteriously are inconvenience. If Voss wants your hands, the shop needs terms before your hands vanish twice a week. Ned looked at the warrant, then at the order board. Write them. Maddie's eyes lifted. What? Write the terms, Ned said. Lost shop time, delayed orders, staff covering my work, emergency rescheduling, and anything I use because Voss tells me to. We'll send it as a memorandum. Maddie smiled then, sharp and proud. Now you sound like a proper business. The gray-bonneted woman left with her glow buttons wrapped in tissue and a look on her face that suggested she would tell 3 neighbors about the Crown warrant before luncheon, whether she meant to or not. Ned watched the door close behind her and felt the shop's bell ring too brightly for a morning built on no sleep and one dead lord. Maddie was already writing the memorandum in a hand sharp enough to invoice Parliament by itself. Tom took the carriage latch back to the bench, turned it over twice, and set it down harder than necessary. You shouldn't go alone next time. Ned looked up from testing the third glow button. With Voss? With anyone who comes at midnight and says murder before breakfast, Tom said. White and gold or not. Especially white and gold. You walk into houses where lords die in locked rooms. Someone's going to decide the useful man with tools is also the convenient man to blame. Maddie did not look up from her memorandum. That is unpleasantly sensible. It's not the blaming I'm worried about, Slip said from the front window. Everyone looked at him. Slip held the curtain aside by 2 fingers, watching the street with the satisfied unease of a boy who had grown up learning that gossip arrived before official carts. Mrs. Packer from the bakery says the newspaper boy says a lord died without blood, without poison, and with the door locked. Mr. Holloway from the tobacconist says it was a curse from a foreign embassy. The milkman says his cousin's friend drove past Malvern House and saw 3 black cabs, 2 constables, and a doctor looking like he'd swallowed a frog. Ned set the glow button down. How have they already got that much? They haven't got it, Slip said. They're making it and passing it along warm. Tom's jaw tightened. Rumors bring people. Customers bring money, Maddie said. Not those people, Tom said. Curious ones. Nervous ones. Men who ask what Ned saw because they want a story. Men who ask what Ned knows because they want more than a story. Ned looked toward the front window. A boy slowed outside, pretended to inspect the brass plate, then hurried on when Slip tapped the glass with one fingernail. The street was ordinary, but ordinary had developed ears. Maddie folded the first memorandum sheet with firm precision. Then we do not feed gossip. We sell orders, keep accounts, and answer nothing about Lord Malvern. Slip brightened. Can I answer wrong things? For defense? No, Ned, Maddie, and Tom said together. For a moment, tired laughter loosened the room. Then the order bell rang again, and Ned felt the murder settle behind the shop's daily noise like a moving part hidden inside a harmless casing. The order bell belonged to Mr. Copley's boy, who arrived breathless, damp-haired, and carrying the impatience of a cabman who had already lost one fare to a sticky ward latch. Ned let Tom handle the counter while he took the latch apart on the bench, more grateful than he wanted to admit for screws, springs, and brass that misbehaved honestly. The catch had swollen with damp, the ward strip had warped at the lower edge, and the release pin was gummed with old oil. Ordinary faults. Sensible faults. Faults that did not require a widow to explain why love had gone cold. Tom watched over his shoulder. Can I file the ward strip back? Half a whisper only, Ned said. Too much and it won't catch in dry weather. Tom reached for the fine file. I know half a whisper. You know 3/4 in confidence. That was one time. That was one hinge, one cupboard door, and 47 minutes of Maddie explaining consequences, Ned said. Maddie called from the counter. It was an educational cupboard. Slip leaned against the front shelves with his arms folded. It screamed when opened. Very educational. Ned smiled despite himself, then set the latch aside for Tom to finish. He should have moved to the boiler gauge next. Instead, his eyes drifted to the rear bench, where the half-built course runner waited beneath its covered lamp with one brass leg cocked awkwardly and the rude washer face still hidden in the tray beside it. He crossed to it before deciding to, lifted the lampshade, and looked down at the little spring body, crystal guide bead, hip joints, balance pins, and unfinished feet. It was harmless. It had been designed to run marked paths across a training floor, carry small flags, turn corners, and teach students to read movement under pressure without needing a full brassfield table. A toy with useful bones. A little machine with no anger in it. Ned touched the guide bead with the back of one knuckle and saw Lord Malvern's orderly study instead. A room that answered nothing. Objects that belonged too well. A man dead in a chair while every person told the truth around him. Tom's voice softened behind him. Ned? A moving thing doesn't have to hate you, Ned said. Tom came closer but did not touch the runner. No, usually it just trips and makes Slip swear. Ned looked at the unfinished legs, and the thought arrived cold enough to steady him. But if someone built it without conscience, it wouldn't need hate. Only instructions. 6. The Secretary's Minutes. The second summons did not come at midnight. Ned almost resented that. Midnight had the decency to announce itself as trouble. Late afternoon arrived wearing ordinary noise. Customers at the counter, rain tapping the front glass, Tom arguing with a stubborn spring, Slip sweeping the same corner badly enough to call it strategic, and Maddie reading the completed Crown memorandum aloud as if the paper deserved to be afraid of her. Ned was at the rear bench with the course runner's left hip joint held in tweezers when the shop bell rang. He did not look up until the room changed around the sound. Tom stopped filing. Slip's broom paused mid-sweep. Maddie folded the memorandum once, very neatly, before anyone had spoken. Justicier Voss stood in the doorway with rain darkening the shoulders of her cloak and white visible beneath it like a decision already made. Mr. Vale. Ned set the hip joint down in its tray. I was hoping you'd found a murderer and only came to return the warrant. No, Voss said. Bring your tools. Maddie lifted the folded memorandum. And this goes with him. Voss looked at the paper. What is it? Terms, Maddie said. Shop disruption, delayed orders, staff coverage, emergency rescheduling, materials, toolware, and any future habit the Crown develops of borrowing Mr. Vale when customers still expect him to exist. For one breath, Voss's expression did not change. Then she held out her hand. I will attach it to the service file. Maddie gave her the memorandum with a satisfaction sharp enough to cut string. Ned closed his tool case, checked his narrow wand focus, and ignored the way Tom drifted closer to the door as if he might follow through sheer stubbornness. The cab took them back to Malvern House, where the lamps were already lit against the rain and the servants moved with less shock and more caution. This time Voss did not take Ned to the study. She led him into a narrow records room lined with shelves, docket boxes, tied correspondence, and one desk too small for the amount of paper it had been forced to endure. Lionel Price stood beside that desk with both hands folded around a notebook. His collar was corrected now, his cuffs immaculate, and his face arranged into careful professional concern. Only his thumb betrayed him, rubbing once against the notebook's spine before going still. Voss stopped opposite him. Mr. Price, we will discuss Lord Malvern's final working hours. Price bowed. Of course, Justicier. I will assist in any proper way. Ned heard the word proper land like a latch closing. Price was ready to answer. He was also ready not to volunteer a single hinge more than the question forced open. Voss did not sit. Neither did Ned, though Price's gaze flicked once to the spare chair and away again, as if courtesy had become another dangerous document. The records room had no grief in it. It smelled of dust, ink, gum arabic, old twine, and paper kept under discipline. Ned understood at once why Price looked more comfortable here than in the study. Some men hid behind walls. Price hid behind minutes, schedules, and properly dated copies. State your position, Voss said. Private secretary to Lord Malvern, Price said. Correspondence, appointment books, committee papers, household memoranda where they touched his lordship's work, and such copies as were required for parliamentary business. Did you kill Lord Malvern? No. Did you arrange his death? No. Did you knowingly provide any person with means to kill him? Price's fingers tightened around the notebook. No. The answer held. Ned felt the truth settle, clean and narrow, and disliked the narrowness more than any lie. Voss's eyes did not leave Price's face. Did you provide any person with information regarding Lord Malvern's movements, habits, private working hours, visitors, committee schedule, or household routine? Price went pale in a quieter way than panic. It was the pallor of a man who had found the clause he hoped no one would read aloud. I may have spoken generally. Answer precisely. Yes, Price said. Ned looked at him then, and Price looked back for less than a second before retreating into Voss's uniform. To whom? Voss asked. A Mr. Gedge, Price said. He represented himself as acting for commercial men interested in the Strategic Apparatus Export Amendment Bill. He asked when Lord Malvern reviewed papers, which sittings he meant to attend, and whether his lordship received deputations privately. Why answer? Voss asked. Price's mouth worked. It was not secret material. Committee times are known. Gentlemen call. Secretaries are asked such things every day by lobbyists, petitioners, correspondents, journalists, and fools with pamphlets. Were you paid? Price closed his eyes for one breath. Yes. Ned heard the word land harder than the denial of murder had. How much? Voss asked. £5, Price said. For harmless information? Yes, Price said, then looked at Ned as if tools might judge him less harshly than white and gold. It was harmless. I told him when Lord Malvern worked late. I did not know that could matter. Ned thought of the study, the chair worn crooked, the desk arranged by habit, and the room that had needed no intruder if someone had known exactly how the dead man used it. Habits are parts, he said before he could stop himself. Price stared at him. Voss's gaze shifted to Ned for one brief, approving instant. Yes, Mr. Vale, they are. Price's face tightened as if the word parts had made his offense mechanical enough to touch. I am a secretary, Mr. Vale. I did not hand anyone a weapon. No, Ned said, still seeing the study in pieces. You handed over measurements. Price drew himself up. That is an ugly way to put ordinary conversation. It's how making works, Ned said. If I need to build a latch for a cabinet, I don't need the cabinet in my shop if someone tells me the wood thickness, hinge type, lock make, and how often the owner opens it. If I need to make something fit a habit, I need the habit. Voss let the answer stand. Price looked at her for rescue and found none. Ned walked to the little desk without touching the papers and looked at the notebook clutched in Price's hands. He worked late here? In the study, Price said. Not here. Same chair? What? Same chair every night? Same desk side? Same lamp? Same time he dismissed you? Same drink after papers? Price's mouth opened, then closed. His fingers tightened until the notebook's cover bowed. His lordship preferred routine. Most gentlemen do. Routine is shape, Ned said. If someone knows it well enough, they don't need to break a door. They make the thing arrive where the man already puts his hand. The records room seemed to shrink around that. Rain ticked against the narrow window. Somewhere beyond the wall, a servant shut a drawer too quickly. Price stared at the shelves as if one of his own filed copies might defend him. I didn't know, he said. Voss's voice was calm. That is not yet the question that matters. Did Mr. Gedge ask about the desk itself? No, Price said, then swallowed. He asked whether his lordship wrote by hand or dictated. Whether he used the telephone speaking tube installed for committee urgency. Whether he received sealed packets personally. Whether servants cleared the desk each morning or I did. Ned felt cold settle into his tired hands. Those aren't political questions. No, Voss said. Price flinched. He said commercial men valued efficiency. He said Malvern's obstruction wasted money because he would not understand modern apparatus. And you believed him? Voss asked. Price's face folded inward by one small, humiliating degree. I believed £5 was not a murder. The admission did not cleanse Price. It only made the stain smaller and harder to dismiss. Ned had seen enough workshop mistakes to know the difference between malice and negligence, and enough damage to know both could break the same bone. Price stood in his tidy records room with the shelves at his back, a man surrounded by copies, schedules, and facts arranged so carefully that none of them had warned him what shape they made together. Voss held out one gloved hand. The notebook, Mr. Price. Price looked down as if surprised to find it still in his grip. It contains private working notes. It contains material relevant to a murder inquiry. It may contain unrelated parliamentary business. It will be reviewed under seal, Voss said. You may object formally after surrendering it. For a moment, Ned thought Price would refuse. Not bravely, not foolishly, but by retreating into procedure as a snail retreated into its shell. Then Price's shoulders lowered by half an inch. He placed the notebook in Voss's hand with the care of a man giving up more than paper. Did you record Mr. Gedge's address? Voss asked. No. He sent notes through a club porter twice, then met me near the west entrance of the Commons. Which club? The Argent, Price said. Voss opened the notebook and turned pages without appearing to read them. Did Lord Malvern know you had spoken to him? No. Would he have approved? Price's mouth twisted. No. Because the information was sensitive? Because James Malvern disapproved of everyone else's judgment as a matter of principle, Price said, then visibly regretted the truth when it landed. But yes, because he would have considered the details improper to sell. Ned looked at the appointment books stacked beside the desk. Did Gedge ask about objects? Price blinked. Objects? Things Lord Malvern carried. Pens, seal, watch, cane, spectacles. Things sent for repair. Things servants touched but didn't think about. No, Price said, too quickly, then stopped. The truth had not broken, but memory had shifted under him. He asked whether Lord Malvern was particular about his writing desk. I thought he meant whether deputations should send printed briefs or handwritten letters. He asked if his lordship used his own pen or whatever lay to hand. Voss's fingers stilled on the notebook. And? His own, Price whispered. Always. Gold fountain pen. Left side of the blotter unless he was writing, then right hand, cap placed above the paper. I said it because it was absurdly ordinary. Ned felt the study door in his mind, sealed and waiting. Ordinary is where planning hides. Voss closed the notebook. Mr. Price, you are not cleared of wrongdoing. You are cleared, for now, of murder. Remain available. Price nodded once, colorless and smaller in his correct collar. As they left the records room, Ned understood the first real shape of the case. No one had forced the study. Someone had measured it through other people's carelessness, one harmless answer at a time. 7. The valet's hands. Abel Finch did not wait in the records room. Men like Price belonged among paper, but Finch belonged to corridors, wardrobes, shaving stands, boot cupboards, and all the narrow places where a gentleman's life was kept moving without being seen. Voss found him in a small service passage behind the eastern stair, standing beside a row of coat hooks with his hands clasped before him and his eyes fixed on the wall opposite, as if attention itself could be made loyal. Ned followed Voss into the passage and felt the house change around them. The carpets ended here, the floorboards were scrubbed but plain, the lamps smaller, the walls marked where trays, elbows, and years of quiet labor had rubbed paint thin. A folded linen cloth sat on a shelf beside a blacking brush and a tray of collar studs. Someone had left a cup of tea on the windowsill, untouched and already cooling. Finch bowed. "Justicier." "Mr. Finch," Voss said. "We will speak here." His eyes flicked once toward the main hall, where family voices moved behind closed doors. "As you wish." "You were Lord Malvern's valet for how long?" 17 years, Finch said. Ned heard pride under the grief, and fear under both. Finch's hands were clean, square, and careful, with a small nick near one thumb and polished dark under the nail beds from work no gentleman wanted remembered. They were not soft hands. They were hands that knew another man's buttons, razors, boots, medicines, cufflinks, temper, and mornings. Voss said, "Did you kill Lord Malvern?" "No." "Did you arrange his death?" "No." "Did you knowingly place any object in his study meant to harm him?" Finch's face tightened, but the answer came clean. "No." "Did you remove any object from the study after finding him dead?" "No." Ned watched Finch's fingers shift against one another. Not a lie, not peace either. Voss's gaze lowered to those hands. "You fear being thought disloyal." Finch swallowed. "I served his lordship." "That was not my question." The valet's mouth compressed. "Yes, I fear that." "More than being thought foolish?" Voss asked. Finch looked at her then, properly, and the first open pain crossed his narrow face. "A foolish servant may be corrected. A disloyal one has no place in any decent house." Ned thought of Price's selling habit for £5 and wondered how many ways a house could teach people that silence was virtue before silence became danger. Voss let Finch's answer sit between the coat hooks and the cooling tea until the valet seemed to hear what he had said. Ned watched the man's hands work once against each other, thumb brushing the nick near his nail, then stilling as if even nervousness required permission in a servant's passage. "Did you fail in service to Lord Malvern last night?" Voss asked. Finch's head came up. "No." The answer held, but only just. Ned felt the narrowness of it, the way a clean line could run beside a crack without admitting the crack existed. Voss's eyes did not change. "Did you fail to report anything you should have reported?" she asked. Finch's mouth tightened. "I reported finding his lordship dead." "That was not my question." "No," Finch said, then shut his eyes briefly. "No, Justicier, I did not report something." Ned saw the shame arrive before the words did. It reddened Finch's neck above the collar and made his careful hands look suddenly too visible. "What did you not report?" Voss asked. Finch looked down the service passage, not toward escape, but toward habit. "His lordship's dressing case. It was not in its usual place when I entered his room this morning." "His bedroom?" Voss asked. "Yes, the small case for evening things. Cufflinks, studs, watch chain, spare spectacles, seal ring if he had removed it, personal pen when not at the desk, and whatever else his lordship chose to leave in my charge." Ned's attention sharpened at pen, but Finch was already shaking his head. "Not the gold pen," Finch said quickly. "That remained in the study if he worked late. Always. I mean the lesser things, Justicier. The case was on the chair by the wardrobe, not on the dressing table. I thought one of the maids had shifted it while dusting, or his lordship had been careless when changing." "Did you move it?" Voss asked. Finch's jaw clenched. "Yes." "Before or after finding Lord Malvern dead?" "Before," Finch said. "I went first to his room to prepare his morning things. I saw the case out of place, corrected it, and then went to wake him when he did not ring." "Why not mention it?" Finch's voice roughened. "Because moving a dressing case sounds like nothing when a man is dead." Because Lady Malvern was in the hall. Because Lord Edward was shouting. Because if I said I had touched his lordship's things before calling alarm, every constable in London would decide I had pocketed something. Ned looked at Finch's hands again and understood. They knew everything, touched everything, arranged everything, and could be blamed for any of it the moment trust cracked. Voss said, "Was anything missing?" "No," Finch said, then swallowed. "Not that I could tell. But I did not check properly. I put the case where it belonged because that is what my hands knew to do." Voss looked at Ned. "You have a question." Ned did, though he disliked that she had seen it before he had properly built it. He shifted his tool case to his other hand and looked at Finch's fingers, not his face. "Can you show us?" Finch frowned. "Show you what, Mr. Vale?" "What your hands did." The valet's first reaction was offense. It crossed his face too quickly to be polished away, not because Ned had insulted him, but because a lifetime of proper service had just been reduced to motion. Then he looked at Voss, who gave no rescue and no refusal. Finch led them to Lord Malvern's dressing room. It was smaller than the study but no less exact. Wardrobe doors, boot stands, shaving mirror, scent bottles, brushes, folded linen, a chair near the wardrobe, and the dressing table beneath a pair of lamps. The room held the clean, faintly sour smell of starch, soap, leather, and a dead man's mourning that had not happened. Finch stopped at the doorway. The case was there. He pointed to the chair, then crossed the room with careful steps and lifted a small leather dressing case from the table. "I found it closed. Not open, not rifled. Closed, but wrong." "Wrong how?" Voss asked. Finch placed it on the chair. "Here, the case is in the way of the waistcoat." His lordship disliked reaching round things. He would have complained. Ned watched the valet's hands arrange the room back into yesterday. Finch did not think while he moved, not in the way Ned thought at a bench. His hands went to spaces, angles, handles, lids, and habits as if Lord Malvern still stood behind him impatiently waiting to be obeyed. "You know where everything should be because you put it there," Ned said. "Yes." "And because he complained when it wasn't." Finch's mouth tightened. His lordship valued order. "That's not what I asked." A faint, unwilling bitterness touched Finch's eyes. "Yes," he complained. Ned stepped closer to the dressing table without touching it. "So if something was almost right, a stranger might miss it, but you wouldn't." "I should not," Finch said. Voss's voice came quiet. "Should not?" Finch looked down at his hands. "I noticed the case and corrected it. I did not ask why it was wrong. That was my failure. I made the room proper before understanding what improper meant." Ned felt the words settle. Finch had not hidden a clue because he thought like a criminal. He had nearly erased one because he thought like a valet. Voss did not soften, but she did something worse. She let Finch stand inside his own admission without rescuing him from it. The dressing room's lamps shone on polished brushes, folded linen, boot trees, collar boxes, and the little leather case sitting on the chair where Finch had placed it for them, wrong by the exact distance of a servant's trained discomfort. "Open it," Voss said. Finch obeyed. His fingers released the clasps with care so familiar that Ned could almost hear years of mornings in the motion. Inside lay small fitted compartments. Cufflinks, studs, a watch chain, a spare spectacle case, a little silver box for tablets, a seal ring space now empty because Lord Malvern had worn the ring, and a narrow slot where a lesser writing pencil sat clipped in place. "No sign of theft?" Voss asked. "No, Justicier," Finch said. "Nothing of value missing." Ned leaned nearer, keeping his hands behind his back. "Value to whom?" Finch looked at him. "A thief takes silver," Ned said. "A planner takes fit, shape, access, a chance to see what belongs where." The valet's eyes moved from the case to the dressing table, then to the chair. "Someone could have opened it." "Could someone have copied it?" Ned asked. "The case?" "Contents, spacing, habits, what Lord Malvern kept on him and what he left behind." Finch swallowed. "I suppose, but that would require time alone." Voss's eyes sharpened. "Who had time alone with this room?" "Servants," Finch said. "Maids under routine. Myself. The housekeeper if needed. Lady Malvern, though she seldom entered. Lord Edward if he chose, though he had no reason. A visitor would not be left here." "Unless he was not treated as a visitor," Ned said. Finch turned toward him. "Tradesmen are accompanied." "Always?" Yes, Finch said, then stopped. His face changed by degrees, professional certainty giving way to memory. Except if known to the household. A tailor's man, a jeweler, the clockman, repairmen who had been cleared before. They would not be left in his lordship's bedroom, but they might wait in the passage. A door left unlatched would be noticed by me, but perhaps not by everyone. Voss closed the case herself this time, carefully enough that Finch winced at someone else completing his motion. You did not kill him. You did not knowingly aid the killer. But your knowledge of Lord Malvern's personal habits was a map, and more people may have walked near it than you believed. Finch bowed his head. Yes, Justicier. Ned looked at the valet's hands once more. Loyal hands. Careful hands. Hands that had put the room right because disorder had always been the enemy. The killer had not needed Finch to betray Lord Malvern. The killer had only needed a house where service made habits invisible. 8. Dr. Hale's certificate. Dr. Septimus Hale did not receive them in a service passage. He had claimed the morning room as if medical authority required better upholstery than grief, and he stood beside the mantel with one hand resting on his leather case and the other tucked inside his waistcoat. The room was smaller than the drawing room, brighter than the study, and too full of polished comfort for Ned's liking. Rain tapped at the windows. A silver coffee pot sat untouched on a side table, giving off a bitter smell beneath the sharper odor of lavender water, damp wool, and the faint medicinal bite that clung to Hale's cuffs. Hale turned as they entered. He was a handsome older man in the preserved way of gentlemen who had never carried coal, with silver hair arranged carefully back from his brow and a face trained to express concern without admitting alarm. His eyes touched Voss, then Ned's tool case, and Ned watched him decide which part of the room had become most inconvenient. Justicier, Hale said, if this is to become another interrogation, I must protest the effect on the household. Lady Malvern is exhausted, Lord Edward is near collapse, and the servants are being made hysterical by repetition. Voss stopped opposite him. You certified Lord Malvern's death as heart failure. I gave a preliminary certificate consistent with the signs available, Hale said, smooth as cream poured over a crack. A man of his age, habits, temper, and workload may die suddenly without requiring an assassin to make the event more fashionable. Ned heard the insult tucked inside the polish and looked at the doctor's case instead of his face. The brass corners were worn, the latch well kept, the handle darkened by years of use. Hale was not a fool. That made his convenience more dangerous, not less. Voss said, did you examine the body fully? I examined him sufficiently to determine life had ended. That was not my question. Hale's jaw tightened. No. I did not strip a peer of the realm in his own study while his wife stood in the hall and his son demanded dignity. Voss's expression did not move. Then your certificate comforted the house before it served the facts. Hale's hand closed on the medical case. My certificate prevented panic. Ned thought of Vale Company, where a sticky latch became dangerous if a man filed away the complaint because customers disliked delay. In Malvern House, heart failure had done what polite people wanted a diagnosis to do. It had closed the door, lowered the voice, and let everyone pretend the room had explained itself. Voss allowed Hale's last word to hang, polished and self-satisfied, before she moved a chair aside with the end of her cane. It scraped softly over the carpet, a small domestic sound that made Hale's mouth tighten as if the furniture had been cross-examined without consent. Panic is not a medical condition, Voss said. In houses such as this, Hale replied, panic becomes everyone's condition very quickly. Did you see poison? No. Did you test for poison? Hale's eyes narrowed. Not in the full laboratory sense, no. There was no smell, no discoloration of the lips, no frothing, no convulsion marks, no vomit, no burned throat, no glass, vial, powder, residue, or cup that suggested immediate poisoning. Ned listened carefully. Hale answered like a man building a respectable fence one rail at a time. No did not mean impossible. It meant not visible within the work Hale had chosen to perform. Voss asked, did you see a wound? No. Projectile? No. Knife mark, puncture, scratch, bruise, swelling, blood, broken skin? No clear sign of any such injury, Hale said. His collar was tight, his waistcoat undisturbed, his hands on the chair arms, his expression strained but not grotesque. He looked, Justicier, like a man whose heart had failed while working late. Did you search for curse residue? Hale's face cooled. I am a physician, not a cursebreaker. That is not an answer. I performed a standard medical charm for hostile magical disturbance. It did not answer. Standard, Voss said. Yes, standard, reasonable, appropriate to a noble household where an old man had died and no one had reported spellfire, impact, blood, poison, or intrusion. Ned looked down at his own hands, then at Hale's case. Standard had a taste he disliked. Standard meant enough until it wasn't. Standard meant the usual question asked of an unusual room. Voss stepped closer. Could a curse kill and leave little trace? Hale's silence was too long. Doctor, Voss said. Yes, Hale said at last. Certain narrow curse work may spend itself in the act. Rarely, expensively, usually with clearer delivery signs than we have seen. So heart failure may be true and incomplete. Hale's jaw worked once. Yes. Ned felt the room shift. Not open, not enough, but shift all the same. Hale had not lied. He had named the death by the shape he preferred, and the shape had comforted everyone who needed the house to stop asking why. Ned did not mean to step into the center of the room. His feet did it because the thought had already moved there, and his hands followed, one touching the edge of his tool case as if brass and leather could make a question less impertinent. Hale noticed. So did Voss. The doctor's expression sharpened before Ned had spoken. You have an objection? Hale asked. A question, Ned said. Medical? Practical. Hale's smile was thin. Those are not always the same thing. No, Ned said. That's why I'm asking. Voss gave him one small nod. Permission, not rescue. Ned looked at the coffee pot, the folded napkins, Hale's polished case, and the rain tapping at the glass. If a curse entered through a large spell, you'd expect residue. Spell pressure, burn, disturbance, something on the room. Yes, Hale said. But if it entered through a tiny delivery point? Hale's fingers stilled on the case handle. Define tiny. Ned lifted one hand and pinched the air, not quite touching finger to thumb. Needle small, splinter small, something that only needed to carry the work into the body, not keep working after. This is speculation. Yes, Ned said. Most questions are before they find something. Hale looked at Voss. Is this necessary? Answer him, Voss said. The doctor drew a slow breath through his nose. A sufficiently refined curse needle could, in theory, deliver a heart-stopping effect and leave little external damage. But it would still require contact, precision, expertise, and an instrument capable of carrying the curse without discharging early. Ned felt the little course runner in his mind, all unfinished legs and innocent instructions. Would the mark look like a wound? Perhaps, perhaps not. A pinprick hidden beneath collar pressure, cuff marks, an insect bite, shaving nick, or ordinary skin blemish might be overlooked during a preliminary examination. Did you look for that? Hale's silence answered before he did. Not to the standard you are implying. Ned nodded once, though the admission gave him no satisfaction. Could it spend itself so the room stayed clean? A curse bound tightly enough to its delivery might leave less in the room than poison leaves in a glass, Hale said, and disliked his own sentence as soon as it existed. But such work is rare. Rare isn't impossible, Ned said. No, Hale said. Rare is expensive. Voss's eyes shifted, cold and alert. Ned heard Price's £5, Finch's corrected dressing case, and Lady Malvern's bitter list of apparatus men and political enemies clicking together without yet forming an answer. Expensive meant someone had wanted Lord Malvern dead enough to buy more than anger. Hale's expensive settled in the morning room like another odor beneath lavender water. Ned watched the doctor's face and saw the calculation there, not guilt exactly, but professional discomfort rearranging itself into defense. Hale had spent years being summoned by houses like Malvern House to quiet fevers, certify decline, soothe wives, warn sons, and turn unpleasant bodies into acceptable explanations. He had not come here intending to hide murder. That almost made the danger worse. Voss said, Did you kill Lord Malvern? Hale's eyes flashed. No. Did you arrange his death? No. Did you knowingly conceal evidence that he was murdered? No, Hale said, and the truth held with offended force. Did you prefer natural death because it spared this household scandal? The doctor's anger faltered. That is not a medical question. It is my question. Hale looked toward the silver coffee pot, the untouched cups, the respectable little room that had lent him its comfort. Yes, he said at last. I preferred natural death because it was possible, because it was decent, and because tearing apart a dead peer's final hour before his wife could sit down seemed monstrous. Convenient, Voss said. Humane, Hale replied. Ned looked down at the carpet. He could hear Mattie in his head saying the two were cousins that often borrowed each other's coats. Voss drew a folded form from inside her coat and set it on the mantel beside Hale's medical case. You will amend the certificate to preliminary pending Justicier review. You will preserve your notes. You will provide a full account of every charm used, every sign observed, and every sign not examined because dignity stood in the way. Hale's color rose. You overstep. No, Voss said. You underlooked. The word struck harder than a shout would have. Hale picked up the form, read the crest, and folded it again with fingers that were not quite steady. You will frighten them all. Yes, Voss said. Fear is late, but it may still be useful. Ned closed his tool case, though he had not used a single instrument. The useful thing here had been a question placed where politeness had made a blind spot. Hale was not the killer. He had not poisoned, cursed, or arranged. He had simply given the house the answer it wanted before the room had earned it. At the door, Hale spoke behind them, quieter now. If there was a curse needle, find it. Otherwise you will have ruined a dead man's dignity for an idea. Voss did not turn. If there was a curse needle, Doctor, dignity was ruined before I arrived. 9. Lady Elizabeth's fury. Lady Elizabeth was no longer in the drawing room when Voss returned for her. That, Ned thought, should have been a warning. A servant led them instead to a smaller parlor at the back of the house, where the curtains had been drawn against the rain and the lamps burned low enough to make the wallpaper look bruised. Lady Elizabeth stood beside a writing table with one hand resting on a closed drawer, her black skirts arranged with military precision and her face emptied of everything except endurance. Voss entered first. Ned followed with his tool case in hand, wishing for the honest discomfort of Hale's medical arrogance over the colder thing waiting here. The widow had heard something. Perhaps not all of it, perhaps only servant-carried fragments, but enough. Houses under inquiry passed fear through walls faster than speaking tubes carried orders. You have been busy, Justicier, Lady Elizabeth said. Yes. My physician has been ordered to amend a certificate. My servants whisper. My son is being watched as if grief were a criminal tendency. And now I am told there are questions about clubs, cards, debts, and women. Her fingers pressed once against the drawer front. How industrious truth becomes when a man is dead and cannot be embarrassed. Voss stopped several paces away. Your husband's embarrassment may explain who had access to him. My husband's embarrassment is not a public square. No, Voss said. It is now a murder inquiry. Lady Elizabeth's head turned toward Ned, and for a moment he was no longer a warranted assistant, maker, or tuner. He was a young tradesman standing in a noblewoman's private ruin, carrying tools while polite blood came through the floorboards. And must he hear this as well? Yes, Voss said. Ned kept his eyes on the table's brass drawer pull. It had been polished recently but unevenly, more attention on the top edge than beneath. He hated noticing that. He hated that objects gave him somewhere to look while people were being opened. Voss said, was Lord Malvern in debt? Lady Elizabeth laughed once, without warmth. Men like James are never in debt. They are temporarily illiquid, politically constrained, awaiting settlement, or offended by vulgar arithmetic. That is not an answer. Yes, Lady Elizabeth said. There were debts. Cards? Among other things. At the Argent Club? The widow's hand closed on the drawer pull. If I answer, will you next ask how often he visited Clara Wetherby, how much he spent on her rooms, and whether I counted the bills like a shopkeeper measuring ribbon? Voss's voice stayed quiet. Yes. The fury that crossed Lady Elizabeth's face was not sudden. It had been there all along, banked like the study fire, and now someone had opened the grate. Lady Elizabeth's fingers left the drawer pull one by one, as if she had decided not to tear the brass from the wood only because it belonged to the house and the house had already endured enough. Then yes, Justicier. James had debts at the Argent. He had debts elsewhere, though the word was never spoken where servants might hear it. He lost at cards, recovered through influence, lost again, and called the whole cycle temporary pressure. Did those debts endanger the estate? Voss asked. No, Lady Elizabeth said too quickly. The truth pressure tightened. Ned felt it catch, not break, and saw Lady Elizabeth feel it too. Her chin lifted, pride trying to stand in front of arithmetic. Voss waited. Not immediately, Lady Elizabeth said. Not ruinously. Not if certain payments arrived, certain notes were delayed, certain friends remembered that discretion has value. Ned thought of Maddie's order book and the way debt changed shape depending on whether the man owing wore a cap or a title. A poor man was behind. A lord was temporarily illiquid. The machine was the same. Only the polish differed. And Clara Weatherby? Voss asked. Lady Elizabeth's mouth hardened around the name. She was not the first. Was she the last? I am not privy to the full catalogue of my husband's boredom. Did he support her? Yes. Generously? Lady Elizabeth laughed again, and this time it nearly broke. Men are generous when spending dignity that belongs to their wives. Ned looked down at the rug. A blue thread had been pulled loose near the table leg, carefully tucked beneath the pattern rather than cut away. The whole room seemed built from things tucked under patterns. Voss said, Did Clara threaten to expose him? I do not know. Did you? Lady Elizabeth's eyes snapped up. No. Did you threaten divorce, separation, public scandal, or removal from the household? No. Women in my position do not threaten scandal unless they wish to become its chief entertainment. You endured it. I survived it, Lady Elizabeth said. Do not make endurance sound passive. It is labor. It is calculation. It is waking every morning in a house where everyone knows enough to pity you and too little to speak. The maid by the door went white around the mouth. Ned saw Lady Elizabeth notice, and something like regret moved under the anger without softening it. Voss asked, Did Lord Malvern's political isolation worsen recently? Yes, Lady Elizabeth said. Men who once tolerated him began calling him obstructionist to his face. Letters arrived. Invitations stopped. Apparatus men who had smiled over dinner began sending secretaries instead. James pretended not to care. Did he care? Lady Elizabeth looked toward the rain-dark window. Yes, he cared more than he admitted, and less than they hoped. Voss did not press at once. That restraint did more damage than haste would have, because it gave Lady Elizabeth time to hear her own answer and find, beneath fury, the shape of a man she had not wanted to defend. Ned saw it happen in the set of her shoulders. She had been braced against insult. Now she was braced against memory. You believe these pressures may have followed him into the study, Lady Elizabeth said. I believe pressure follows men who pretend it has not entered the room, Voss replied. Lady Elizabeth's mouth tightened. Then you will find no shortage. James made himself difficult to love, difficult to advise, and increasingly difficult to invite. He drank more than was wise, lost more than was tolerable, and had a gift for making loyal men feel like clerks and clerks feel like furniture. Voss watched her. Yet you defend him. I defend his death from becoming entertainment. That is not all. No, Lady Elizabeth said, and the word cost her. It is not all. Ned kept still beside the writing table. The brass drawer pull under Lady Elizabeth's hand had warmed from her grip, and the uneven polish caught lamplight in a thin crescent. He had the strange, unwelcome thought that every room in the house carried two histories, the one servants cleaned and the one no one could polish out. Lady Elizabeth looked at Voss with anger sharpened by exhaustion. James was vain. He was unfaithful. He was cruel in the careless way of men who do not need to be deliberately cruel because the world has already agreed to move around them. He could humiliate a man at dinner and think the matter ended because he had forgotten it by dessert. He could make me hate the sound of his carriage returning and still expect me to stand beside him at supper. Was he corrupt? Voss asked. Lady Elizabeth's eyes flashed. No. The truth held hard enough that Ned felt it. Voss said, Was he bribed? No. Blackmailed? Threatened, perhaps. Pressured, certainly. Blackmailed, no. James had too much pride to pay for silence when he could answer with contempt. And the bill? Lady Elizabeth drew herself straighter. He said it was rotten in its seams. Not publicly. Not to me as one explains politics to a woman over breakfast. To himself, mostly, while pacing. He said men were trying to sell danger in crates labeled trade. Ned looked up then. Lady Elizabeth saw it and laughed without humor. Yes, Mr. Vale, even a bad husband may sometimes be right about machinery. The laugh did not last. Lady Elizabeth's mouth closed around it as if humor had been a mistake she could not afford, and the room settled back into rain, lamplight, and the quiet scrape of Voss's pencil opening her notebook. Ned kept still, because he understood now that Lady Elizabeth was not softening toward them. She was choosing which wounds to uncover because some other danger had become worse than shame. Voss said, "Did Lord Malvern name the men shaping the bill?" Not clearly. James enjoyed contempt more than explanation. Lady Elizabeth looked toward the closed drawer beneath her hand. He called one of them a shopkeeper in a gentleman's coat. Another he called a patriot for profit. I cannot tell you which names belong to which insults. But there were names. Yes. Written? Lady Elizabeth's fingers rested on the drawer pull again. This time she opened it. The motion was small, but Ned felt the room tighten around it as if the drawer were a chest full of knives. Inside lay folded household papers, 2 sealed notes, and a packet tied in black ribbon. She lifted the packet, held it for one breath, then offered it to Voss without stepping closer. "These are not all political," Lady Elizabeth said. "Some are bills. Some are letters I should not have read. Some are from Clara Weatherby. If you mean to make them evidence, then at least have the courage to admit what that makes me." Voss accepted the packet. "It makes you a witness. It makes me a wife reduced to cataloging her husband's humiliations." "Yes," Voss said. Lady Elizabeth looked at Ned, and the anger in her face had thinned into something more exhausted and more dangerous to witness. "You should understand this, Mr. Vale. Men who build things often admire what holds under pressure. They rarely ask whether it wanted to be a support beam." Ned swallowed. "No, my lady. No, you don't understand, or no, they don't ask." "Both, perhaps," Ned said, because lying politely seemed worse. For a moment, Lady Elizabeth seemed almost amused by him. Then she turned back to Voss. "Clara wrote 3 times in the last fortnight. Not like a jealous fool. Frightened, I think. James burned one letter himself and told me not to trouble my dignity with scraps. He kept the others." "Why?" Voss asked. "Because she mentioned threats. Because she heard men at the Argent saying James had become expensive to tolerate." Lady Elizabeth's voice hardened again. "Find Clara Weatherby if you must. Question her if you must. But do not mistake a kept woman's fear for cheap theater. James damaged women by making them useful to his vanity, and then expecting the world to despise them for being used." Voss closed the notebook. "You have been helpful." "No," Lady Elizabeth said. "I have been stripped. Be accurate, Justicier." Ned followed Voss out with the packet under seal between them. Behind him, Lady Elizabeth remained standing by the open drawer, not absolved, not gentle, and no longer merely furious. The hidden life had opened wider, and it had not made Lord Malvern smaller. It had made the circle around his death far more crowded. 10. Clara Weatherby's letters. Clara Weatherby lived in rooms that had been chosen to be respectable from a distance. Russell Square wore rain well, all iron railings, wet plane trees, polished door knockers, and windows curtained just heavily enough to promise discretion without admitting shame. The house itself stood between a solicitor's office and a widow who let rooms to office's sisters, which Ned suspected was not an accident. A man like Lord Malvern would have wanted concealment to look like propriety if anyone glanced too quickly. Voss gave her card to the landlady, a narrow woman with silver spectacles and a face that had made a profession of not asking questions until paid to remember answers. The woman read the card, looked once at Ned's toolcase, and decided at visible speed that white and gold outranked whatever private arrangement kept Miss Weatherby's rooms undisturbed. "She is at home," the landlady said. "She has had a difficult morning." "So has Lord Malvern," Voss replied. The landlady went pale enough to make Ned wish, briefly, that Voss believed in softer doors. Then they were taken upstairs through a hall that smelled of coal smoke, damp wool, furniture polish, and boiled tea. At the second-floor landing, a maid opened before the knock had finished, her eyes red and frightened. Clara Weatherby stood by the window in a blue morning dress too fine for ordinary poverty and too simple for the life Lady Elizabeth's anger had implied. She was younger than Ned expected, though not young enough for innocence to be a shelter. Her fair hair had been pinned carelessly, and one hand held a folded handkerchief crushed small enough to disappear. On the writing table behind her lay 3 opened letters, a chipped cup, and a vase of flowers beginning to droop. Miss Weatherby, Voss said. I am Justicier Voss. This is Mr. Vale, warranted technical assistant to my inquiry. Clara looked at Ned, then away. Technical? Yes. He is dead, then, Clara said. Voss's gaze sharpened. You had not been officially told. No. Clara's hand tightened around the handkerchief. But men do not send justiciers to kept women for matters of health. The room held its breath around the word. Ned looked at the letters on the table and felt, with a small uncomfortable certainty, that scandal had found another shape of fear. Voss did not soften the news. Lord Malvern was found dead in his study. Clara's eyes closed. The handkerchief in her hand twisted once, then stilled. She did not cry at once, which made the room feel more fragile, not less. Ned had expected a mistress to look like Scandal because houses like Malvern House had taught everyone to expect Scandal to dress brightly. Clara Weatherby looked like a woman who had spent the morning listening for a knock she feared and needed in equal measure. Was it his heart? She asked. That is under review, Voss said. Clara opened her eyes. Then Lady Malvern was right to hate me. I hoped it was his heart. The maid near the door made a little wounded sound, but Clara did not look away from Voss. Did you kill Lord Malvern? Voss asked. No. The answer held. Ned felt it pass clean through the room, leaving shame behind because truth had no manners. Did you arrange his death? No. Did you knowingly send any person, object, substance, charm, or message intended to harm him? No, Clara said, and this time her voice shook. I wrote because I was afraid for him, not because I wanted him dead. Afraid of whom? Clara looked toward the writing table. Men who laughed too quietly. Voss waited. Clara crossed the room, lifted one of the opened letters, then stopped with it held between both hands. James said I made shadows into theater. He said gentlemen threatened one another every day and called it politics. But the men at the Argent were not speaking like politicians. They were speaking as if his refusal had become an expense to be removed. You heard them yourself? Voss asked. Once, through a half-open supper-room door. Another time from Edwin, a porter there, though he did not mean to tell me. He thought he was warning me not to press James for money while matters were difficult. Ned watched her fingers on the letter. Fine paper, creased hard. You asked Lord Malvern for money? Clara's face flushed, but she answered him. Yes, rent does not become romantic because a lord pays it. Nor does fear wait politely while men decide whether a woman is respectable enough to be believed. Voss said, Did Lord Malvern owe you money? Yes. Were you angry? Yes, Clara said. He promised safety as easily as other men promise flowers. Then he grew frightened and called my fear inconvenient. Ned looked at the drooping flowers in the vase, their stems darkening in cloudy water. Lady Elizabeth had called Clara frightened. She had been right. Whatever else Clara Weatherby was, she was not theater. She was a witness with too much shame wrapped around useful fear. Voss held out her hand for the letter. Clara hesitated, not from defiance, but because paper could become permanent once it left a frightened woman's fingers. Then she gave it over and stepped back as if the distance might keep some part of her private. Voss unfolded the sheet and read without moving her lips. Ned watched Clara instead, because the room's objects had already told him their simpler truths. Paid rent, expensive restraint, flowers bought by someone who knew the right shop, and a writing table too neat except for the letters that had been opened, folded, opened again, and worried at by hands that could not sleep. Read the second paragraph, Clara said. Voss's eyes shifted down the page. You wrote that Lord Malvern was frightened by the bill. Yes. His wife said he called it rotten in its seams. Clara's mouth tightened at the mention of Lady Elizabeth, but she did not make the mistake of mocking her. He said worse to me, perhaps because I mattered less and could be spoken at more freely. What did he say? Voss asked. Clara looked at Ned. He said the men pushing it did not write like lawmakers. They wrote like men who knew exactly which screw held the casing shut. Ned felt that land under his ribs. Clara saw his face and went on, speaking faster now that someone in the room had understood the shape of her fear. He brought papers once, not the secret ones, he said, but copied clauses and notes. I did not understand most of them. Agricultural frames, civilian regulators, balance cages, crystal safe mounts, downgraded military fittings. He said each part sounded harmless if read alone. He said that was the trick. Voss folded the letter along its old crease. Did he name enemies? No. He named fools, cowards, and profiteers. James preferred categories when names made him angrier. Clara crossed to the writing table and lifted another sheet from beneath the cup. I kept this because he nearly burned it, then laughed and said no one would believe I could read it anyway. Ned's jaw tightened despite himself. Clara passed him the page rather than Voss. Can you? He took it carefully. The handwriting was hurried, slanted, and hard-bitten. Half the lines were political complaint, but between them sat fragments that made his maker's mind wake. A plow mech chassis with improved balance response, civilian cutter brackets refitted as hardpoints, field repair units that could serve broken armor as easily as farm tools, control housings that were harmless until paired with the right crystal regulation. Ned looked up. This isn't one danger. It's a box of almost dangers. Clara nodded, eyes bright with vindication and grief. That is what he said. They were not trying to pass a weapon. They were trying to pass everything a clever enemy would need to stop pretending it was not one. Ned handed the page to Voss because keeping it felt too much like holding a hot gear with bare fingers. This should have gone to someone technical. Clara's mouth twisted. James said technical men were either already bought, already ignored, or too honest to be invited into the right rooms. That is a wide insult, Voss said. He was a wide insulter, Clara replied. It did not mean he was always wrong. Voss placed both letters on the writing table and drew a thin sealing ribbon from her coat. These will be taken under seal. Clara's face tightened, but she nodded. Will Lady Malvern see them? Likely. The answer landed harder than Clara expected. Ned saw her fingers press into the handkerchief until the knuckles paled. Shame, fear, grief, and an old rivalry that had never been allowed to call itself that moved across her face in quick, human disorder. I did not write to wound her, Clara said. No, Voss said. You wrote because you were frightened. Yes. Did Lord Malvern tell you to keep away from the Argent? Clara looked toward the window and the rain-blurred square beyond. He told me to stop listening at doors. Then he gave me money for 2 months' rent in advance and said I should go to Brighton for a little while. Did you? No. I thought if I left, he would forget the danger because there would be no one left to be afraid aloud. Ned looked at the drooping flowers again. Someone had paid for beauty, but no one had changed the water. That felt too close to the whole room. Who at the Argent spoke of him? Voss asked. I heard the name Fisk, Clara said. Sir Roland Fisk, I think. Edwin said another man met him there, not a member, someone with a foreign accent or foreign manners. He did not know which and was afraid to sound ignorant. There was also talk of a broker, Gedge, who could get things where gentlemen did not wish to put their own hands. Voss wrote each name neatly. Did any of these men threaten you directly? No. Did they know you had heard them? Clara hesitated. The truth pressure gathered. One of them may have seen me by the passage. I told myself he had not. Ned heard the small lie people told themselves before danger became official. Voss sealed the letters with gold thread and slipped them into an evidence wallet. You did not kill Lord Malvern, Miss Weatherby. You did not arrange his death. You did, however, preserve fear when more respectable people were busy burying it. Clara's eyes filled then, sudden and silent. That sounds almost kind, Justicier. It is accurate, Voss said. Ned followed Voss out with the evidence wallet between them and the rain still silvering Russell Square. Behind him, Clara Weatherby remained in her respectable rooms, not innocent of anger, not guilty of murder, and no longer merely a scandal. She had given them proof that Lord Malvern's stubbornness had not been vanity. He had seen the machinery of danger being sold one harmless part at a time. 11. The heir's debts. Malvern House looked less like a grieving household when they returned and more like a fortress waiting for the wrong creditor. Rain had darkened the front steps, and the brass rails on either side shone under the portico lamps with the cold polish of things maintained because houses like this could not afford to look unsettled. Voss gave her card to the footman, but the man had already seen them through the glass and opened before she touched the bell. Ned noticed that his gloves were clean, his face was composed, and his eyes had the exhausted look of a servant who had spent the morning learning which truths were now unsafe to pretend were private. Mr. Edward Malvern is in the small library, the footman said. Lady Malvern asked that he be left undisturbed. Lady Malvern may ask me directly if she wishes to obstruct a Crown inquiry, Voss replied, and walked inside. Ned followed with Clara Wetherby's sealed letters still too present in his mind. He had expected the air to look grander, somehow, or colder. But Edward Malvern rose from a chair beside the library fire with a glass in one hand and a face that had been handsome before sleeplessness and fear began spending it carelessly. He was perhaps 30, dressed well enough for mourning to look expensive and poorly enough for haste to show at the cuffs. On the little table beside him lay an unopened letter, a crumpled racing paper, and a silver cigarette case that had been opened and shut so often its hinge had left a nervous crescent in the dust. Justicier Voss, Edward Said. I was told you had gone to chase my father's whore. Voss closed the door behind Ned. Miss Wetherby has been questioned. Edward's mouth tightened around something that wanted to be contempt and found worry instead. Then you know she had reason to hate him. I know many people had reason to hate Lord Malvern, Voss said. You among them, perhaps. The glass in Edward's hand clicked against his ring. Ned heard it, then looked properly at the ring itself. Heavy gold, family crest, newly polished around an old scratch. The man had dressed to be seen as heir and still could not stop looking like a debtor waiting for footsteps on the stair. My father and I quarreled, Edward Said. Sons quarrel with fathers. I imagine even justiciers permit that much humanity. About money? Voss asked. Edward smiled too quickly. About marriage, politics, discipline, the weather, the moral failings of the younger generation, and whether a man past 60 has earned the right to bore everyone near him. Ned looked at the racing paper again. It had been folded to hide a column of odds, but not well enough. A faint smear of ink marked Edward's thumb where he had pressed too hard against a number. There were 2 envelopes tucked beneath it, both sealed with club stamps, and one corner showed the red ink of a final notice. Voss did not look at the paper. That was how Ned knew she had already seen it. Did you ask Lord Malvern for money yesterday? Edward's expression changed by 1 polite inch, which was enough to make guilt enter the room and take a seat by the fire. I asked for assistance with a temporary pressure. Did he refuse? My father refused many things. It was among his talents. Did he threaten to cut you off? Edward's jaw hardened. He threatened to make me honest, which in his mouth meant poor enough to be obedient. Ned felt the room tilt around the ordinary ugliness of it: inheritance, debt, resentment, and a dead father whose money had become more useful after death than mercy had been in life. Edward Malvern looked guilty because he was guilty of wanting, guilty of owing, guilty of being relieved too soon by a death he had not yet properly mourned. Whether that made him a murderer was another matter, but Ned could already feel Voss preparing to pull the truth through him until the difference had nowhere left to hide. Voss stepped farther into the small library, and Edward's gaze followed her as if distance itself had become accusation. She did not sit. Ned had learned that Voss standing could make a room confess its furniture before people did. The fire burned too hot for the size of the chamber, drying the air until the papers on the table had begun to curl at the edges, and the racing sheet gave a faint brittle sound when Edward's sleeve brushed it. Did you kill Lord Malvern? Voss asked. Edward flinched as if she had thrown the question rather than spoken it. No. The answer passed clean. Ned felt it in the shift of the room, the way a hidden weight failed to drop. Edward heard it too, or at least saw that Voss had. His shoulders eased by the smallest amount, and that, somehow, made him look guiltier. Did you arrange his death? Voss asked. No, Edward Said, sharper now. I wished him less impossible. I did not wish him dead. Did you knowingly provide any person with a weapon, poison, curse, mechanism, key, household access, or instruction intended to kill him? Voss asked. Edward's hand tightened around the glass until Ned expected it to crack. No. Voss let the silence hold. Did you owe money at the time of Lord Malvern's death? Edward looked toward the covered windows. Most men owe something. That is not an answer, Voss said. Yes, Edward Said. The word came hard, stripped of polish. I owed money. To whom? Voss asked. Edward's mouth worked around refusal and found it had no place to live. Fisk. Others through Fisk. A man called Gedge held 2 notes, though he never received them from me directly. Ned remembered Clara's frightened voice in Russell Square. Sir Roland Fisk. Gedge, who could get things where gentlemen did not wish to put their own hands. The names had followed them back to Malvern House faster than the cab wheels. "How much?" Voss asked. Edward laughed once, without humor. Enough that my father called it a talent for drowning on dry land. "How much?" Voss asked. 12,000, possibly more with interest and penalties invented by men who consider arithmetic a hunting sport, Edward sighed. Ned could not help looking at the room differently after that. The polished case on the mantel, the little bronze horse by the clock, the silver-framed portrait turned half away from the fire. £12,000 made objects look less like heirlooms and more like things that could be weighed. Voss followed his glance, then returned to Edward. "Did you forge your father's name?" Edward closed his eyes. "Once." "Did you attempt to pledge family property or access against those debts?" Voss asked. "Yes," Edward sighed, and the word seemed to take skin from him. "Not the estate. I'm a fool, not a madman. Small things. A service of plate, a hunting piece, a promise that certain papers or rooms might be made available after my father's next absence." "Which rooms?" Voss asked. "The study," Edward whispered. Ned's attention sharpened so suddenly the fire seemed louder. Edward opened his eyes, and for the first time his fear looked less like shame and more like knowledge of a door he had unlocked without knowing what waited beyond it. "I never let anyone in," Edward sighed quickly. "I swear it. I boasted. I implied. I told Fisk I could get at anything in the house if I chose, because men who are afraid of debt like to sound powerful. I did not open the study to a murderer." "No," Voss said, "but you sold the idea that it might be opened." Edward sank back into the chair as if his legs had failed, glass still untouched in his hand. "My father said I would ruin the family by making embarrassment expensive. I thought he meant money." Ned looked at the racing sheet, the final notice, and the restless hinge mark in the dust. Edward Malvern had not killed his father. He had done something smaller, weaker, and perhaps nearly as useful to someone who had. The library door opened before Edward could gather himself enough to object, and Peregrine Roth entered with a footman behind him and rain still silvering the shoulders of his dark coat. He looked at the room, at Voss standing near the fire, at Edward collapsed in the chair, and at Ned beside the table with the racing sheet and club-stamped envelopes between them. His expression did not change much. That was Peregrine's gift and, sometimes, his most irritating cruelty. Edward stared at him. "What the devil is he doing here?" "Answering a crown request," Voss said. Peregrine removed his gloves finger by finger. With limited enthusiasm, if that assists the record. Ned glanced at Voss. "You sent for him?" "I sent for someone who understands old family debt, club pressure, and the way embarrassment is priced among men who pretend not to sell anything," Voss said. Peregrine's mouth curved slightly. "A flattering description, Justicier. I shall try not to deserve all of it." He stepped to the table but did not touch the papers until Voss nodded. Then he lifted one envelope by the corner, read the seal, and looked at Edward with a coolness Ned had seen once at Avalon when Peregrine found a trap too obvious to be interesting. "Fisk's hand is not on the note, I assume." Edward's face tightened. "No. Of course not," Peregrine said. "Fisk prefers not to be owed money on paper. He prefers to be owed apology, attendance, compliance, and useful introductions." He set the envelope down exactly where he had found it. "The written debt belongs to someone lower. The real debt sits higher and smiles at supper." Ned looked from the envelopes to Edward. "So the number isn't the whole danger?" "No," Peregrine said. "The number is the instrument used to play the man. £12,000 is ruinous if shouted in the right club and survivable if hidden by the right uncle. The question is who wanted him noisy, and when." Edward's hand shook around the glass. "You speak as if I'm not in the room." "You behaved as if your father's study could be currency," Peregrine replied. "That makes your comfort less central than it might have been." A flush rose high in Edward's face, but he did not deny it. Ned noticed that, and Voss did too. Peregrine turned one of the papers toward the light. "This isn't only gambling debt. This is theater. Final notices, club seals, threats dressed as courtesy. Someone wanted Mr. Malvern frightened enough to boast and ashamed enough to obey." Voss asked, "Can debt move faster than hatred?" "Much faster," Peregrine said. "Hatred often waits for courage. Embarrassment hires a cab." He looked at Ned then, and the old sharpness in him softened into something almost useful. "A man in Edward's position may not kill for inheritance. But he may sign, promise, brag, mislay, introduce, or look away to keep the right people from laughing at him before dinner. Ned looked back at the restless hinge mark in the dust beside the cigarette case. Small movements, small access, small cowardice. The case was full of people who had not murdered Lord Malvern and had still given the murderer shape, hour, habit, or door. Edward bowed his head. I only wanted time. Voss's voice stayed even. Then we shall go to the place where you spent it. Voss had Edward sit at the writing table, not the chair by the fire. The shift looked small, but Ned saw what it did to him. In the armchair, Edward had been the grieving heir under pressure, glass in hand and family ruin around him. At the table, with Voss placing a sheet of paper before him and Peregrine standing close enough to read, he became a man required to turn shame into names. Write every person connected to the debt, Voss said. Names first, then clubs, intermediaries, meeting places, and dates as far as you remember them. Edward stared at the blank sheet. You expect me to do that here? I expect you to do it before memory discovers dignity, Voss replied. Peregrine drew the inkstand nearer and turned the paper square. Begin with Fisk. Put Gedge beneath him, not beside him. Men like Gedge do not sit at the same table as men like Fisk unless someone has already decided the table is disposable. Edward picked up the pen with a hand that still shook. Ned watched the nib touch paper, hesitate, then drag out the first name. Sir Roland Fisk. Beneath it came two other names Ned did not know, then Silas Gedge, written smaller, as if size could lessen disgrace. Edward paused over the next line. Voss said, continue. Edwin Latch, Edward Said, and wrote it before Peregrine could speak. Club servant at the Argent. Not a gentleman. He carried notes once or twice. Nothing more. Nothing is often where useful work hides, Ned said before he could soften it. Edward looked up sharply, then seemed to decide he had no height left from which to look down. He brought messages from card rooms, fetched coats, found cabs, knew who had left by which door, and could make a man wait without appearing to delay him. If that is useful, then yes, he was useful. Peregrine nodded once. Latch would know who drank, who lost, who wrote letters after losing, who left angry, and who preferred the side stare. Voss's pencil moved in her own notebook. Did Latch ever carry messages concerning Lord Malvern? Edward's face went gray around the mouth. I complained about my father in rooms where Latch served. I may have said when father sat late. Committee nights, study nights, times he would not be disturbed. Men say things in clubs because servants are trained to hear without existing. Ned felt the line tighten from household habit to club gossip to someone else's hand. And Fisk heard. Everyone heard, Edward Said. That was the point of humiliating me. Voss took the sheet when he finished and let the wet ink shine under the lamp. Edward Malvern, you did not kill your father. You did not arrange his murder. You did, however, make his privacy negotiable among men who trade in weakness. Edward flinched, but the truth had already done worse to him. Will my mother be told? Yes, Voss said, but not before I decide which parts serve the inquiry and which merely punish the living. For the first time, Edward looked almost grateful, and that made him seem younger than 30. Ned followed Voss and Peregrine into the hall, where the house waited around them with its polished banisters, silent servants, and doors that had heard too much. Behind them, Edward remained at the writing table with the empty glass beside him and his debts finally made legible. Peregrine buttoned one glove. The Argent, then. Voss folded Edward's list and slipped it into her evidence wallet. The Argent, she said. We will see what gentlemen forget servants remember. 12. The Argent Club. The Argent Club did not announce itself like a place where men lost money and betrayed one another by inches. It stood behind a polished black door in St. James's, with no painted sign, no swinging lamp, and only a discreet silver plate beside the bell to suggest that anyone outside deserved to know what stood within. The street smelled of wet stone, horse smoke, and expensive restraint. Ned stood one pace behind Voss with Edward Malvern's list still fresh in his mind and felt, with immediate dislike, that the door had been built to know the difference between men who entered and men who delivered parcels. Peregrine paused beside him, rain drying into dark specks on his coat. Do try not to glare at the architecture, Vale. It will only feel validated. I'm not glaring, Ned said. You are looking at that door as if it charged interest. It probably does. Peregrine's mouth twitched, but Voss had already rung the bell. The door opened after a delay just long enough to be insulting if one knew the price of delays. A servant in dark livery looked first at Voss's white and gold authority, then at Peregrine's face, then at Ned's coat, toolcase, and boots. The last glance was not rude. It was worse than rude. It was trained enough to be invisible to anyone it favored. "Justicier Voss," Voss said, presenting her card. "I require Sir Roland Fisk, the duty steward, and access to the rooms used by Lord Malvern and Mr. Edward Malvern during recent evenings." The servant accepted the card without quite accepting the situation. "The club is private, Justicier. The dead remain public when murdered," Voss replied. That moved him. Not far, but enough. He stepped back, and the warmth inside the club reached Ned before the welcome did. The entrance hall was all dark wood, thick carpet, brass umbrella stands, old portraits, green-shaded lamps, and a hush so well paid for that ordinary noise seemed to apologize before entering. Somewhere deeper inside, men spoke in low voices over glass, paper, and fire, while a clock ticked with the calm of a machine that had never needed to hurry for wages. Ned crossed the threshold and felt his shoulders trying to make themselves smaller. It annoyed him enough that he straightened them. The club smelled of leather chairs, cigar smoke, polished wood, coal fire, old paper, expensive spirits, and power pretending to be leisure. It was not louder than the docks. It was not harsher than a workshop. Yet it made him more aware of his hands, his accent, the weight of his toolcase, and every place his life had taught him not to stand too near unless invited. Peregrine noticed, because of course he did. "They are only men in chairs," he murmured. "Some of them are very expensive chairs, but the men are not improved by upholstery." Ned looked toward the wide staircase where another servant had appeared, still and watchful beneath a portrait of some silver-haired lord with a hunting dog and no visible doubts. "Do they know that?" "Rarely." Voss handed Edward's list to the first servant. "Sir Roland Fisk, now." The servant bowed at last. "If you will wait in the morning room, Justicier, I shall inquire whether Sir Roland is present." "No," Voss said. "You will tell him I am here, and Mr. Vale will look at the rooms while he decides whether delay is wiser than truth." Sir Roland Fisk did not keep them waiting long enough to be brave. He arrived through the inner hall with two other gentlemen behind him, all three dressed for a morning that had not intended to include Justicier questioning. Fisk was broad, silver-haired, and red about the cheeks in the way of men who drank well, slept heavily, and expected servants to remove the evidence before noon. His waistcoat strained slightly over his stomach, his boots shone, and his eyes found Peregrine before they found Voss, as if old blood might explain why Crown authority had been let through the front door. "Roth," Fisk said, "this is an unpleasant surprise." "Most surprises involving murder are," Peregrine replied. Fisk's gaze cooled. "And you, Justicier, have entered a private club in a manner likely to distress its members." Voss looked past him into the room beyond, where three men had stopped pretending not to listen over newspapers and untouched brandy. "They will survive distress better than Lord Malvern survived his study." The color in Fisk's cheeks deepened. James Malvern was a difficult man, but that is a distasteful turn of phrase. "Did you kill him?" Voss asked. "No," Fisk said, and the answer held. "Did you arrange his death?" "No." "Did you knowingly provide a weapon, poison, curse, automaton, mechanism, household key, false message, or servant access intended to kill him?" Fisk's brows drew together at automaton, but his answer came clean. "No." Ned watched the other gentlemen relax too quickly. They had heard enough to believe the danger had passed from murder to manners. That told him more about them than they meant it to. A man could be innocent of killing and still terrified of what the next question might cost. Voss turned slightly. "Did Lord Malvern owe you money?" "No," Fisk said. "His son did." "Did you use that debt to pressure Edward Malvern?" Fisk's mouth tightened. "I pressed him to honor obligations incurred freely at cards and wagers." Peregrine made a small sound of dislike. "That means yes," but said from a chair with better cushions. One of the other gentlemen, a narrow man with a fox-colored mustache, gave a brittle laugh. Voss looked at him, and the laugh died before becoming useful. "Did you encourage Edward to speak of his father's habits?" Voss asked. Fisk adjusted one cuff. "Young men complain. Old men drink. Servants hear. Clubs endure all three." "That is not an answer," Voss said. "Yes," Fisk said, and the word left him unwillingly. I encouraged him. Malvern had become an obstruction to friends of trade, industry, and reform. His habits interested people who wished to understand his movements, his committee moods, and the source of his stubbornness. Ned felt the club alter around that admission. Not loudly. The room was too expensive for noise. But newspapers dipped, eyes shifted, and somewhere beyond the door a servant's foot paused on carpet. "Who asked you to understand him?" Voss asked. Fisk glanced toward the other gentleman and found no rescue there. Sir Percival Dane spoke often of the bill. Others agreed. No one spoke of murder. "No," Voss said. "You only made Lord Malvern easier to study." Fisk looked offended, which was not the same as innocent. "Malvern made himself impossible. We made conversation." Ned looked toward the card-room doors, the polished bell pulls, the writing desk set ready with paper and pens, and the servants trained to hear without existing. Conversation, in a place like this, could move through a room more quietly than any thief. The servant who had paused beyond the door did not move again until Voss turned her head. He was older than Ned had expected Edwin Latch to be, perhaps 40, narrow through the shoulders, with a face arranged by years of being useful without becoming memorable. His dark livery fitted perfectly, his hair was brushed flat, and his hands hung at his sides with the stillness of a man trained never to fidget where gentlemen might mistake him for human. "Your name," Voss said. The servant bowed. "Edwin Latch, Justicier, Senior Day Attendant." Fisk's mouth compressed. "Latch has duties." "So do I," Voss replied. "Stand there, Mr. Latch, where I can see your face. Did you kill Lord Malvern?" Latch went very pale, but his voice did not break. "No, Justicier." "Did you arrange his death?" "No." "Did you know any message, errand, object, or delay you handled would be used to harm him?" "No," Latch said, and the answer passed so cleanly that Ned saw Fisk's shoulders ease in irritation rather than relief. Voss looked toward Ned. "Mr. Vale." Ned stepped past the gentleman and into the writing alcove beside the cardroom. It was small, rich, and absurdly orderly. 2 desks stood beneath green lamps with blotters, sealing wax, little brass knives, club paper, message envelopes, pencils trimmed to identical lengths, and a row of house pens set into a velvet-lined tray. Beside the door hung numbered hooks for coats and walking sticks, each with a brass token. A servant could stand here, Ned thought, and be nobody while touching half the things a gentleman carried. "Who lays these out?" Ned asked. Latch's eyes flicked to Fisk, then back to Voss. "I do, or Mr. Bell in the evenings." "And if a member brings his own things?" Ned asked. "A writing case, papers, a favorite pen, a card box?" "We place them as requested, sir. We fetch, dry, clean, return, carry to the cloakroom, or send to the steward if repair is needed." Peregrine's gaze sharpened faintly, and members do not always remember what they ask you to carry after the 3rd brandy. "No, sir," Latch said. Fisk snapped. "This is insulting. Club servants are not thieves." "No one called him a thief," Ned said, looking at the velvet tray. "That's the point. He doesn't need to steal anything to know where everything goes." Voss asked, "Did Lord Malvern use this alcove?" "Yes," Latch said. "Not often for letters. Mostly notes after cards, or committee reminders when Sir Roland and others pressed him." "Did you handle his personal effects?" Latch swallowed. "Coat, hat, gloves, walking stick, message slips, once his writing case when he left it in the smoking room." "Did anyone ask about those effects?" Voss asked. Latch's composure thinned at last. "Gentlemen ask without asking, Justicier. They say a thing is handsome, old, costly, foreign, badly polished, often used. They ask whether a man always carries the same stick or keeps the same case. They laugh, and one answers because one is meant to be invisible, not rude." Ned looked back at the cardroom, where Fisk stood among polished chairs and listening men. The club had not opened Malvern House. It had done something quieter. It had taught strangers the shape of Lord Malvern's habits, one unnoticed service at a time. Voss had Latch walk them through the cardroom, the writing alcove, and the side passage to the cloakroom while Fisk followed with the offended stiffness of a man watching his furniture testify. Ned stayed close to the walls and looked where servants' hands would go. Bell pulls, message trays, side tables, coat hooks, ash stands, the narrow shelf where wet gloves were left to dry, and the little brass slot beside the steward's desk where private notes could be placed without crossing the main hall. "Show me where Lord Malvern's writing case was found," Voss said. Latch stopped by a side table near the smoking room door. "There, Justicier." He had been called into an argument over the bill and left it under his newspaper. I returned it to him when he asked. "Who was present?" Voss asked. Latch's eyes moved once toward Fisk. "Sir Roland, Mr. Edward Malvern, Lord Kettering for part of the evening. Sir Percival Dane came and went. 2 others whose names I can provide from the steward's book." Fisk said, "You are making ordinary club life sound like conspiracy." "No," Ned said, looking at the route from table to alcove to cloakroom. "Ordinary club life did that itself. A man leaves a case here, a servant carries it there, another man asks about it, and nobody thinks anything happened because nothing looks stolen." Peregrine glanced at him. "There are clubs that would charge extra for that observation." Voss turned to Latch. "Did anyone ask you to delay Lord Malvern, separate him from his belongings, or report when he attended?" Latch's hands tightened at his sides. "I was paid once to say when he came in, once to say whether he stayed past 11, and once to say whether he still carried the same gold pen. I did not know why it mattered." The word pen touched Ned's attention and slid away before he could catch why. A gentleman's pen mattered because gentlemen made objects into habits, and habits into maps for other people's use. He looked at the velvet tray in the alcove and found every ordinary writing instrument suddenly too neat. "Who paid you?" Voss asked. "A man outside the club. Silas Gedge," Latch said. "He said it was dead business and no concern of mine." Fisk's face had gone hard. "You brought a broker's name into this club?" Latch looked at him then, and years of invisibility cracked just enough for bitterness to show. "No, sir. Gentlemen brought him in first. I only opened the side door." Voss wrote the line down. "Did you switch, carry away, damage, or replace any object belonging to Lord Malvern?" "No," Latch said. "I carried what I was told to carry. I reported what I was paid to report. I never changed anything." The truth held, and that was worse than a confession would have been. Ned understood the club then as clearly as he understood a gear train under casing. Fisk had pressed Edward. Edward had boasted. Latch had noticed. Gedge had bought the notices. Dane and others had asked questions in rooms where questions sounded like politics. No one gear was the murderer, but each had turned. Outside, the rain had thinned to a silver mist over St. James's. Voss paused beneath the club portico, Edward's list and Latch's statement sealed in her evidence wallet. "We go to Gedge next." Ned looked back at the polished black door as it closed without a sound. "That place moves secrets like a machine." "Yes," Voss said, "and now we follow where it sends them." 13. The man below the club. They did not go directly to Silas Gedge, because men like Gedge did not live where justiciers knocked first. Voss sent one sealed instruction by courier from the corner post office and another by speaking tube from a crown desk in a magistrate's annex that smelled of wet wool, ink, and tired policemen. By the time she returned to the cab, Ned had the unpleasant feeling that London was being asked quiet questions ahead of them and would answer only if it thought no one respectable was listening. Peregrine remained on the pavement beneath his umbrella with the expression of a man regretting his own usefulness. "I assume this is where my presence becomes decorative." "Your name opens club doors," Voss said. "It may close underworld ones." "How tragic. I shall strive to endure not being taken to meet a broker who buys servants' fear by the ounce." Ned looked at him. "You sound disappointed." "I am disappointed that I understand the route," Peregrine said. "That is not the same as wishing to walk it." The cab took them east by degrees, away from polished doors and discreet plates, through streets where the soot sat thicker on brick and the rain had found more honest work making gutters shine. Ned watched the city change from cushioned secrecy to crowded trade. Costers under dripping awnings, coal carts grinding through muck, boys carrying bundles too large for their shoulders, women arguing over fish prices, and clerks stepping fast around puddles as if poverty might splash. The air smelled of horse, cabbage, smoke, damp rope, cheap tobacco, and river mud. At a narrow turning near a covered market, the cab slowed without being told. Slip stood under the striped awning of a pie stall, cap low, hands in pockets, looking as if he had been born waiting exactly there. He had bought a pie, or stolen one politely from opportunity, and was eating it with the solemn attention of a man keeping his strength up for intelligence. Ned opened the cab door before Voss told him to. Slip. Slip grinned around a mouthful, swallowed, and tipped his cap to Voss. Justicier, Mr. Vale. Fancy neighborhood you've brought your boots to. Voss stepped down. You found Gedge? I found where Gedge isn't, which is most of the trick with Gedge, Slip said. He does business behind Tallow Lane, upstairs over a shuttered brush shop. Front room's empty, back stairs watched, and no one says his name unless paid, frightened, or already leaving town. Peregrine looked at the pie. Do all your informants provide directions with pastry? Only the well-managed ones, Slip said. You're the club peacock, then. Ned winced. Peregrine merely inclined his head. And you are the street philosopher. Depends who's asking and whether philosophy pays. Slip jerked his chin toward the market's far end. Gedge knows someone official sniffing. Not white and gold official, maybe, but official enough. If we go in plain, he bolts by the back. If we go slow, he sells the story before we reach the stairs. Voss looked down the lane, where rainwater ran between cart ruts and a boy with a basket watched them too carefully. Then we do not go slow. Slip took them through the market instead of around it, which Ned understood after the first 30 yards. The main lane was watched by boys with baskets, women with shawls too still for shopping, and a knife grinder whose wheel had not turned once since they entered sight. Slip did not look at any of them directly. He bought another pie with a halfpenny. Voss produced without comment, argued loudly about the crust, then drifted sideways through a stall gap so narrow Peregrine looked personally betrayed by the concept of shoulders. This is undignified, Peregrine said, stepping over a cabbage leaf with care. Good, Slip replied. Dignity's got a loud tread. Voss moved behind Slip with the calm obedience of a woman who understood command sometimes meant following the person who knew the ground. Ned kept close, tool case tucked against his hip, while the smell of hot fat, fish scales, wet canvas, and horse muck pressed around him. A boy with a basket saw them vanish between stalls and started running. Slip whistled once. Tom came out of a side alley like a wall deciding to walk. He did not grab the boy hard. He simply caught the basket strap, lifted it from the boy's shoulder, and looked down at him with dockyard patience. Wrong errand, lad. The boy swallowed. Wasn't going nowhere. Course not, Tom said. That's why you were sprinting. Voss passed them without stopping. Hold him safely. Do not frighten him more than necessary. Tom's mouth twitched. That leaves room, Justicier. The back stair behind the shuttered brush shop smelled of old bristles, damp plaster, lamp oil, and cheap gin. Slip went first, light on the steps. Voss followed with one hand near her wand. Ned heard movement above them before anyone reached the landing, a scrape, a curse, and the hurried thump of someone discovering too late that quiet work required quieter furniture. Slip kicked the upper door open with more enthusiasm than grace. Morning, Mr. Gedge. Silas Gedge stood half through a rear window with one boot on a crate and both hands full of ledger pages. He was thin, neat, and unpleasantly tidy, with a narrow black mustache and a waistcoat too sober for the room around him. His office looked like a counting house built from other people's secrets: pigeonholes, string-tied packets, pawn tickets, address slips, club cards, and a locked iron box already dragged halfway from beneath the desk. Gedge froze at the sight of Voss. This is private property. So was Lord Malvern's study, Voss said. Come down from the window. He looked at the alley below, then at Slip, then at Ned's tool case, as if calculating whether boys counted as walls. Peregrine entered last, brushing plaster from his sleeve. I wouldn't. The drop is filthy, and the company below is worse. Gedge lowered himself slowly from the crate. I have done nothing that concerns murder. Voss stepped into the room. Did you kill Lord Malvern? No. Did you arrange his death? No. Did you know any information you sold would be used to kill him? No, Gedge said, and the truth came clean enough to make his fear more interesting. Voss held out her hand. Then put the papers on the desk and tell me what you sold. Gedge's fingers tightened once around the ledgers. Schedules, club habits, debt pressure, names of servants, study hours, personal objects he carried, nothing worth killing over. Ned looked at the papers as Gedge laid them down, each sheet suddenly heavier than it ought to be. That depends who's buying. Gedge looked at Ned as if the boy had committed an impropriety by understanding commerce. People buy what frightens them, Mr. Vale, or what they hope will frighten someone else. Voss took the top ledger page and set it flat beneath a cracked paperweight. Names. Gedge's eyes moved toward the window. Slip closed it with one hand and sat on the crate beneath it, still holding the last of his pie. The gesture should have looked foolish. Somehow it made the room smaller. A gentleman's agent using the name Sorn, Gedge said. Gabriel Sorn, if that is his true name, which I doubt because he pays too cleanly. He lifted one narrow shoulder. He asked for pressure points around Lord Malvern. Debts, habits, clubs, women, servants, objects. He did not ask for blood. Did he ask for the gold pen? Ned asked. Gedge's mouth paused. Not long, but long enough. He asked whether Malvern carried one. That wasn't the question, Voss said. Yes, Gedge said. He asked twice about the pen. Whether it was always with him, whether servants handled it, whether it had marks, maker's name, custom fittings. I told him to ask a goldsmith if he wanted jewelry gossip. Peregrine moved closer to the pigeonholes. And did he? I don't know, Gedge said. The answer held, but Ned watched his hands. Gedge's fingers stayed away from one drawer more carefully than from the rest. It was a small drawer, low on the left side of the desk, with a brass pull polished brighter than its neighbors. Ned pointed. What's in there? Gedge smiled thinly. Papers. Then open it, Ned said. Voss did not look away from Gedge. Open it. Gedge took a key from his waistcoat and unlocked the drawer with a click that sounded too loud in the cramped office. Inside lay 3 folded slips, a club card, and a rubbing done in soft black lead on thin paper. Ned leaned closer without touching. The rubbing showed a pen barrel, not the whole object, just a band, crest, tiny maker's mark, and a shallow scratch near the clip. Voss's voice cooled. You said you did not know whether he asked a goldsmith. I don't know whether he did, Gedge said quickly. That came to me. I passed it on. From whom? Voss asked. Gedge swallowed. Latch described it. I had a boy take the rubbing from the club tray when the pen was laid down. No theft, no damage, a rubbing only. Ned felt a nasty little admiration for the method, and hated it at once. No stolen object, no broken lock, no dramatic spycraft. Just paper, pressure, and a servant's moment turned into a maker's instruction. You sold enough to copy it, Ned said. Gedge's face tightened. I sold enough to identify it. To a man who asked twice, Ned said. That's not identification, that's appetite. Voss had Gedge sit behind his own desk while Ned laid the rubbing flat beneath the lamp. The paper wanted to curl, so Ned weighted one corner with the cracked paperweight and another with the blunt end of his measuring cord. Under the yellow light, the soft black lines became meaner and clearer. Crest band, maker's mark, scratch, clip angle, barrel width. It was not enough to build a pen from nothing, but it was enough to tell a skilled hand what to look for, copy, or commission. Who took the rubbing? Voss asked. Gedge rubbed one thumb against the side of his forefinger. A boy called Pip Lanner. Runs errands near the club kitchens. He thought it was a joke. Where is he? Voss asked. Gone south, if he listened. I told him to vanish when questions started. Slip slid off the crate, the last of his pie forgotten in his hand. Pip with the split ear? Gedge looked annoyed. You know every rat in London? Only the useful ones, Slip said. He won't have gone south. He hates water and owes his aunt 3 shillings in Lambeth. He'll be hiding near Bell Yard if he's scared. Voss nodded once to Tom, visible through the open doorway with the basket boy still held by the strap and looking much less eager to run anywhere. Find him safely. Bring him to the magistrate's annex, not here. Tom grunted. Safely first, frightening later. Safely only, Voss said. Tom looked disappointed but obedient, which made Slip grin despite the room. Voss turned back to Gedge. What else did Sorn buy? Gedge glanced at the pigeonholes. Committee timings. Malvern's arguments against the bill. Names of men pressing for amendment. Which club conversations made him angry. Which nights he worked late afterward. Whether his wife entered the study. Whether his valet handled his writing case. Whether his son could be made desperate enough to talk. Peregrine's face had gone very still. That is not gossip. That is a map. It was paid as gossip, Gedge said. Ned looked from the rubbing to the string-tied packets. No, Gossip is when men buy dirt because dirt is fun. This was parts, study hours, personal object, servant handling, political pressure. Someone was collecting pieces that fitted. Gedge's eyes flicked to Voss and then away. I sell pieces. I don't ask what machine they make. That may comfort you, Voss said. It does not protect you. He swallowed. Sorn met another man once. Foreign sort, clean boots, bad London vowels, gloves too new. I heard the name Ivan, or something close. I did not sell to him directly. Voss sealed the rubbing and ledger slips into an evidence wallet, each motion precise enough to make the shabby office feel briefly like a courtroom. You did not kill Lord Malvern. You did not know the final purpose. But you sold the shape of a target to men who knew how to use it. Gedge sat very still behind his desk, his neatness suddenly small among the packets. That is not murder. No, Voss said. It is the road murder used. 14. Lord Kettering's anger. By the time they reached Westminster, the smell of Gedge's office still seemed to cling to Ned's coat. That was impossible, probably, because the cab had crossed half the city through rain and carriage smoke, but Ned could still feel the cramped room, the rubbed pen mark, the packets of purchased habit, and Gedge's neat little voice saying that he sold pieces. The palace corridors offered the opposite sort of dirt: polished stone, guarded doors, brass lamps, green baize, red carpet, and clerks moving quickly enough to prove the Empire's business remained urgent even when murder had entered it by the side door. Lord Alistair Kettering received them in a committee room that looked as if it had been designed to make disagreement appear civilized. Heavy chairs stood around a long table. Water glasses waited on silver trays. A coal fire burned under a carved mantel, and the windows showed Westminster rain sliding down glass in disciplined streaks. Kettering stood at the far end with one hand resting on a folder tied in red tape, tall, thin, and silver at the temples, his face sharp with age, rank, and a temper that had never been asked to cue. Justicier Voss, he said, I was informed that you had dragged club servants and gutter brokers through this matter. I did not expect you to bring the smell of them into Parliament. Ned felt Peregrine go very still beside him. Voss only removed one glove, finger by finger. Lord Kettering, I require answers concerning Lord Malvern and the Strategic Apparatus Export Amendment Bill. You require, Kettering repeated, with cold amusement. How refreshing. Most people begin by remembering where they are. Voss placed her card on the table. I know where I am. Then you know that I am not a nervous valet to be cornered in a passage. No, Voss said. You are a powerful man who publicly loathed Lord Malvern for returning the bill yet again. That is why I am asking you directly. Kettering's mouth tightened. James Malvern was an obstructionist, a hypocrite, a private disgrace, and a parliamentary vandal with a talent for dressing cowardice as caution. Ned watched the old lord's fingers on the folder. They did not tremble. This was not Edward's shame or Gedge's calculation. Kettering's anger had posture, polish, and a chair waiting for it at every table in the building. Voss asked, Did you threaten him? Frequently, Kettering said. In committee, in corridor, in print when necessary, and across this very table last Thursday. I threatened to expose him as a brake on British prosperity and a traitor to industrial common sense. Did you threaten his life? Kettering's eyes sharpened. No. The answer held. Ned looked at the red-tied folder and thought of Malvern sending the bill back, not once but again and again, while men like Kettering grew angrier because a no spoken in the right chamber could jam more machinery than a broken gear. Voss's voice remained level. Then let us discuss what you did threaten. Kettering drew the red-tied folder closer with two fingers, not opening it, only claiming it. If you have come to accuse me of desiring Malvern's removal from the bill, you may save yourself the theater. I desired it loudly, repeatedly, and with witnesses. Removal by what means? Voss asked. Parliamentary means, Kettering said. Committee pressure, public embarrassment, financial scrutiny, and the proper use of every unpleasant fact a man has been foolish enough to leave in reach. Political ruin, then. Yes, Kettering said, and the truth rang through the room with a clean, hard edge. Political ruin, not murder. Peregrine stood near the wall with his hands folded over the head of his cane, his face courteous and unreadable. Ned watched him and wondered whether old families taught boys to become furniture when stronger men quarreled. Then Peregrine's eyes shifted to the red folder, and Ned realized he was not hiding. He was reading the room the way Ned read benches. Voss asked, "Did you arrange for Lord Malvern's private scandals to be collected?" Kettering's nostrils flared. "I arranged for truth to stop being sentimental." "That is not an answer." "Yes," Kettering said. "I wanted his debts, his mistress, his club associations, and his obstruction placed where even his allies would tire of pretending he was principled." Ned thought of Clara in Russell Square, Edward in the small library, Fisk in the club, and Gedges rubbing under yellow light. Kettering had wanted a man stripped in public. Other hands had used the stripping to measure him. "Did you employ Silas Gedge?" Voss asked. "No." "Gabriel Sorn?" "No." "Nikolai Ivan?" Kettering's expression flickered, not guilt, but recognition with caution behind it. "I have heard the name Ivan in export circles. I have not employed him." The answer held. Voss let the silence press until Kettering's fingers tightened against the folder. "Did Lord Malvern's death help you?" she asked. "No," Kettering said, and anger finally lost some of its polish. "It damaged everything. A living Malvern could be exposed, defeated, and made an example of. A dead Malvern becomes solemn. Men who cursed him over luncheon will praise his judgment over supper because no one wishes to be seen kicking a corpse with a title." Ned looked at the folder again. "So you wanted him humiliated while he could still answer?" Kettering turned his sharp gaze on him. "Yes, Mr. Vale, I wanted him alive enough to lose." Voss reached for the folder. "Then show us the weapon you intended to use." Kettering did not hand the folder over at once. He untied the red tape himself, because some men could surrender a thing only if allowed to perform ownership until the final inch. The knot came loose with a dry whisper, and he opened the cover to reveal copied letters, club notes, committee extracts, marked newspaper proofs, creditor summaries, and one-page listing Clara Wetherby's rooms in Russell Square with the rent noted in a margin too neat to be accidental. Ned felt his stomach turn. "You had her address." "I had many addresses," Kettering said. "I intended to prove hypocrisy, not harm a woman." Voss lifted the Russell Square sheet between two gloved fingers. "Did you give this address to anyone outside your political circle?" "No." "Did anyone copy it without your permission?" "I don't know," Kettering said, and the truth of ignorance landed badly. He heard it too, because his mouth compressed. "My clerks handled the folder. So did Dane, once, and possibly my secretary while preparing proofs." Peregrine stepped closer to the table. "You let Sir Percival Dane read the scandal file?" Kettering's eyes narrowed. "Dane supplied much of the trade material. I let him see enough to understand Malvern could be broken." "That is generous wording," Peregrine said. "You let an apparatus lobbyist see the private wounds of the man blocking his bill." Kettering's temper flashed. "Do not lecture me, boy." Peregrine's voice stayed mild. "I was not lecturing. I was translating." Ned looked through the exposed pages while Voss watched his hands. The file was ugly but orderly, built to make Lord Malvern look small in every way that mattered to public men. Debts, mistress, family quarrels, club pressure, harsh remarks about manufacturers, marginal notes turned private anger into public phrasing. The bill itself sat at the back, marked with slips in blue and red, and those pages drew Ned more strongly than the dirt. He touched one blue slip with a fingertip. "Who wrote these technical notes?" Kettering glanced at the page. "Dane's office, I believe. Some from manufacturing advisors. Why?" Ned read the line twice. "Civilian balance cage classification remains non-military when detached from armature and motive frame." Another note below it mentioned pilot assist regulators as agricultural support fittings. A third spoke of crystal safe mounts for export machinery as if mounts existed politely by themselves, never waiting for someone to bolt them to something worse. "Because these don't read like ordinary speeches," Ned said. "They read like someone teaching Parliament which parts not to notice together." Kettering went still. Voss's gaze sharpened. "Did Lord Malvern say that to you?" Kettering's anger faltered into something more complicated. "He said I had let tradesmen write law in the dark. I told him he was afraid of progress." "And were you wrong?" Ned asked. The old lord looked at him for a long, hard moment. "I intended to ruin a man for standing in the way. I am beginning to wonder whether I ever understood what he was standing in front of." Kettering looked older after that, though nothing in his posture surrendered. He took the bill pages from beneath Ned's hand, not roughly, and spread them across the committee table so the blue and red slips formed a little battlefield of ink, classifications, and polite danger. Do you imagine I was alone in wanting him out of the way? Voss's eyes did not leave his face. No, I want you to name the others. A bitter smile touched Kettering's mouth. Half the lords wanted him silent by Monday and useful by never. The manufacturers wanted him discredited. The export men wanted him tired. The reform men in the Commons wanted him made proof that old houses strangle new industry. Sir Percival Dane wanted him beaten in committee because every return of the bill cost his clients money. Names, Voss said. Kettering's temper sparked again. You want a list of every man in London who found James Malvern inconvenient? Yes, Voss said. Peregrine gave a tiny approving tilt of his head, as if appreciating the clean brutality of the answer. Ned watched Kettering open a side pocket in the folder and remove a smaller sheet covered in short, sharp handwriting. The old lord placed it on the table without releasing his fingers from the top edge. These are men I intended to approach once the scandal proofs were ready, Kettering said. Not murderers, allies, opponents, cowards, opportunists, and useful hypocrites. You will find the categories overlap. Voss slid the sheet free. Sir Percival Dane, Tobias Rookwood, Lord Apsley, Murden Works, Harcourt Export Syndicate. Ivan account queried, not confirmed. Her voice paused on the last line. You queried Ivan. I asked who he represented, Kettering said. No one answered plainly enough for my taste. Yet you continued supporting the bill. I supported British trade, he said, and for the first time the words sounded rehearsed to Ned, as if Kettering had said them so often they no longer helped him think. I supported industry. I supported men tired of watching useful apparatus trapped behind classifications written during older fears. Ned looked down at the clauses. Old fears are sometimes just memory with paperwork. Kettering's gaze cut to him, but the anger did not fully arrive. You speak like Malvern. That's unfortunate for both of us, Ned said. Voss folded the list and placed it in her evidence wallet. Lord Kettering, did you kill Lord Malvern, arrange his death, knowingly assist his killer, or knowingly provide information for assassination? No, Kettering said, each answer forced through pride rather than fear. No, no, no. The truth held all 4 times. Voss closed the wallet. You are not cleared of malice. You are cleared, for now, of murder. Kettering looked toward the rain-streaked windows. Malice is common here, Justicier. If it were murder, Parliament would sit empty. Ned followed Voss out with Peregrine beside him and the list of names now sealed away. Behind them, Kettering remained among his bill pages, no killer and no innocent, one powerful man among many who had wanted Lord Malvern gone from the chamber badly enough to make absence feel almost ordinary. 15. The Commons Man. The Commons side of Westminster did not smell cleaner than the Lords' corridors, only busier. Where Kettering's rooms had carried polish, red tape, and old anger wearing good cloth, the passages beyond the central lobby smelled of damp coats, ink, cheap tobacco, wet umbrellas, and men who had missed luncheon because speeches ran long. Clerks moved with files pressed to their chests. Messengers dodged between boots. Voices rose and fell behind committee doors, less smooth than the Lords' voices and no less certain that the empire would improve if only the right people stopped obstructing it. Ned walked beside Voss with Peregrine just behind them, still carrying Kettering's list in the sealed wallet and the unsettled feeling that every name they learned only proved how many roads led toward Lord Malvern's chair. Is Rookwood another man who wanted him ruined? Yes, Voss said, but not for the same reasons. That'll be a refreshing change, Peregrine murmured. Variety in motive is the soul of parliamentary murder. Voss gave him a look. Peregrine inclined his head. I withdraw the word soul. They found Tobias Rookwood not in a private room but in a crowded committee chamber where maps of industrial towns had been pinned to boards beside accident returns, factory reports, housing diagrams, and a line of names written in black ink under the heading Furnace Yard Collapse. He stood at the front with his sleeves rolled back, arguing with 2 older members while a clerk tried to gather papers from the table without becoming part of the quarrel. Rookwood was younger than Ned expected, broad-shouldered, dark-haired, and rougher at the edges than Westminster seemed to prefer. His coat was respectable but worn hard at the cuffs, and his voice carried the North in it without apology. 6 dead in Calderwick because a hoist failed under a patched chain, Rookwood said, stabbing one finger toward the report. 14 burned at Hemsley because the old regulator was cheaper than the licensed one. 32 widows from 3 towns in a winter, and still the Lords call every amendment haste. One of the older men snapped, "This is not the moment for a speech." "It is always the moment for the dead if the living are trying to adjourn them," Rookwood replied. Voss stepped into the room. "Mr. Rookwood." The chamber quieted in uneven pieces. Rookwood turned, saw the white and gold, then saw Ned and Peregrine behind her. His expression did not become afraid. It became ready. "If this concerns Lord Malvern," he said, "I've already told 2 officers I didn't weep for him." "I am not here to measure tears," Voss said. "I am here to ask what you did with anger." Rookwood's jaw set. "Then ask plainly." Voss let the committee room feel her silence before she used it. The older members shifted, not leaving, not invited to stay, and every man seemed to discover an urgent interest in the maps, reports, or inkstand nearest him. Rookwood did not retreat behind them. He came down from the front table, took his rolled speech from beside the accident returns, and stood before Voss with the stubborn directness of a man who had learned not to make apology sound like manners. "Did you kill Lord Malvern?" Voss asked. "No," Rookwood said. "Did you arrange his death?" "No." "Did you knowingly provide any person with a weapon, poison, curse, mechanism, access, false message, or private information intended to kill him?" "No," Rookwood said, and the answer held with clean force. His anger stayed in the room, but murder did not belong to it. One of the older members exhaled as if that should settle matters. Voss turned her head slightly, and the man remembered silence. "Did you hate Lord Malvern?" Voss asked. Rookwood's jaw worked once. "No." The answer caught. Ned felt it fail, not because Rookwood lied smoothly, but because truth refused to carry the shape he had chosen. Voss waited. Rookwood's face flushed dark. "Yes, I hated what he did. I hated the way he could sit in a red chair and send back a bill while men in towns he never visited buried husbands under hoist chains and boilerplates. I hated that he could call delay prudence when delay has a body count in places with soot on the windows." "Did you prepare a public attack against him?" Voss asked. "Yes," Rookwood said. He unrolled the speech on the nearest table, smoothing the edge with a broad thumb. "Names, accidents, votes delayed, clauses returned, factory widows, children sent to work because fathers did not come home. I meant to read it in the Commons and send it to every paper that still remembers workers have lungs." Peregrine glanced at the accident lists. "That is not a speech. That is a gallows built from statistics." Rookwood looked at him with open dislike. If numbers frighten gentlemen, perhaps they should meet the graves. Ned stepped closer to the table and saw the names written beneath each town. Not elegant names, not family names meant for crests. Plain names, many of them smudged where fingers had touched the ink. Rookwood's rage had not been tidy, but it had not been empty either. Voss asked, "Did you know others were gathering private dirt on Lord Malvern?" "I heard rumors," Rookwood said. "I wanted his public record broken, not his bed dragged into print." "And if scandal had helped your cause?" His mouth tightened. "I would have been tempted. That is not a confession to murder. It is a confession to being political." Ned looked from Rookwood's speech to the red-taped bill copy on the side table. The man before them had wanted Lord Malvern stopped because people were dying under bad machinery and old delays. He had not seen the other danger yet, or perhaps he had seen too much of one kind of harm to believe another could be worse. Rookwood mistook Ned's silence for judgment. His shoulders lifted, not quite a challenge, but near enough that one of the older members took a careful step back from the table. "You've got something to say, Mr. Vale. Men with tool cases usually do when workers are mentioned." Ned looked up from the accident names. "I was thinking you and Lord Malvern both hated the bill." That made Rookwood stare. "I beg your pardon?" "You hated what it wasn't doing fast enough," Ned said, touching the edge of the accident report without moving it. He hated what it might let someone do too easily. Peregrine's expression sharpened. Voss did not interrupt. Rookwood came closer to the table. "That bill opens restricted apparatus channels for civilian industry. It gets safer, cheaper fittings into factories that cannot wait for lords to stop arguing over classifications written for wars their sons did not fight." "Some of it does," Ned said. "Some?" Rookwood's voice hardened. "Tell the Calderwick widows some." Ned felt that strike because Rookwood meant it too. He could see the furnace yards in the reports even without knowing them. Tired men, patched chains, bad light, foreman with costs in one hand and lives in the other. I'm not saying you're wrong about them. Then what are you saying? Ned drew Kettering's copied technical note from the folder Voss had allowed him to carry and laid it beside Rookwood's accident sheet. He pointed to the first marked clause. This says civilian balance cages remain non-military when detached from armature and motive frame. That sounds like help for factories. But if agricultural mech frames can already be exported, and this bill loosens cages, mounts, regulators, and tool brackets, then someone can buy the frame under one rule and the better bones under another. Rookwood frowned down at the page despite himself. Agricultural mechs are plow engines, load haulers, field tools. So is a hammer until someone swings it at your head, Ned said. One of the older members made a disapproving noise. Rookwood ignored him. He took the page, read the clause properly, then reached for the accident report as if comparing injuries by hand might make them stop competing. Voss asked, "Did Lord Malvern ever explain this objection to you?" Rookwood's mouth tightened. He said the bill had teeth hidden in harmless gums. I thought it was another lordly phrase meant to make hunger wait politely. Peregrine glanced at Ned. That does sound unfortunately like something a peer would say while being right. Rookwood looked from the names of dead workers to the clauses Ned had marked. His anger did not leave. It changed direction by a few degrees, which was perhaps more dangerous. If Malvern saw this, why didn't he say it plainly? Maybe he did, Ned said. Maybe nobody wanted the kind of plainly he was offering. Rookwood folded his speech slowly, not surrendering it, only keeping it from lying open beside the bill. Worker deaths are real. Yes, Ned said, so is arming the men who'll make more of them somewhere else. For the first time, Rookwood looked less like a public enemy of Malvern and more like a man discovering he had been shouting at the same fire from the other side of the room. Voss let Rookwood keep the folded speech, but she placed one gloved hand over the accident returns before he could gather them too. Who has seen these reports? Rookwood looked down at her hand. Half the commons, if half the commons read what is put before them. Clerks, printers, 2 newspapermen, factory delegates, widows who gave statements. Dane's people requested extracts for amendment notes. Dane again, Peregrine said. Rookwood's eyes cut toward him. Yes, Dane again. He is odious, but he knows which fittings cost lives when old restrictions make replacements dear. Ned touched the marked clause still lying beside the accident list. He also knows which words make dangerous parts sound like mercy. That landed harder than Rookwood liked. He took a breath, then turned to Voss. I gave him numbers, failures, costs, import delays, deaths. I didn't give him assassination plans. Did Gabriel Sorn approach you? Voss asked. No. Nikolai Ivan? No, Rookwood said. Then his expression shifted. But a foreign purchasing advisor attended one open reform luncheon. I don't recall the name. Clean gloves, careful English. Asked whether commons men truly understood apparatus classification or merely borrowed grief to pull down noble obstruction. Ned and Peregrine looked at each other. Voss's pencil moved. Describe him later for the record. Rookwood nodded once, unwilling but not evasive. If he is yours, take him. I've no affection for men who sneer at grief while using it. One of the older members cleared his throat. Mr. Rookwood, surely we need not place Commons reform material under Justicier seal merely because lobbyists attend luncheons. Rookwood turned on him so sharply the man stepped back again. We will place whatever she asks under seal until I know whether my dead workers were used to dress up someone else's war shopping list. The room changed around that. Not toward agreement, exactly, but toward the discovery that Rookwood's anger could pivot faster than party loyalty. Voss lifted her hand from the reports. You are not cleared of recklessness, Mr. Rookwood. You are cleared of murder. Rookwood gave a short, humorless laugh. That may be the most parliamentary verdict I've ever received. I will require copies of your accident reports, the speech draft, luncheon attendance lists, printer names, and every exchange with Dane's office, Voss said. You'll have them, Rookwood said. He looked at Ned then, not softened, but altered. And if your Malvern was right, I want proof I can put before men who won't listen to a dead lord. He wasn't mine, Ned said. No, Rookwood replied, but you seem to understand the thing he died pointing at. Ned looked back at the accident names, the bill clauses, and the folded speech now held tightly in Rookwood's fist. Good motives could be bought by bad men if they were packaged in the right urgency. Malvern had stood in the way of all of them, and still none of these angry, useful, compromised people had entered the study to kill him. Voss gathered the sealed notes. "We are done here." As they left the committee room, Ned felt the case narrow rather than widen. Every witness had given them dirt, pressure, motive, and pieces. None had given them the act. Somewhere behind the imperial seal on Lord Malvern's study, the room that had refused to explain itself was beginning to feel less like the first question and more like the only one left. 16. What belonged to well? The thought followed Ned out of Westminster and would not ride quietly. It sat with him in the cab while rain blurred the lamps, while Peregrine made one dry remark too tired to cut properly, while Voss read over the sealed notes with her face turned toward the window. Every witness had given them something: grief, shame, debt, letters, gossip, schedules, sketches, speeches, and useful dirt wrapped in respectable hands. None of it had touched the actual moment in Lord Malvern's study. Ned leaned forward with his elbows on his knees and stared at the floorboards of the cab. "We're going the wrong way." Voss looked up. "We are returning to Vale Company." "I know. That's the wrong way." Peregrine's head turned slightly. "That is the first time I've heard a man object to being returned to his own business after being dragged through Parliament in criminal London." Ned ignored him because the thought had finally found teeth. Everyone tells the truth because none of them did it in the room. No one entered. No one cast. No one carried a knife or poison or curse into the study when it mattered. He looked at Voss, because the thing that mattered was already there. Voss closed the folder over the notes. "You said the study answered nothing." "It did," Ned said. "That's what's wrong. It answered too cleanly. Every panel, hinge, lamp, drawer, chair leg, and clock behaved like ordinary furniture. I looked for a trick that didn't belong. But a thing can belong and still be wrong if someone made it belong on purpose." Peregrine's expression sharpened despite his fatigue. "A planted object disguised as habit." "Not planted after," Ned said. "That seal matters. The study stayed shut. Whatever killed him stayed too, unless it walked out on its own. And if it could walk out, we'd have found a hole, a vent, a mark, something." He pressed his fingers together, seeing the room again in fragments. Desk, blotter, tray, capped ink, papers, ordinary writing things, servant neatness and owner habit. No, it stayed because no one thought to doubt it. Voss watched him without blinking. "Which object?" Ned's frustration flared. "If I knew that, I wouldn't be saying it badly in a cab." Peregrine gave a faint, reluctant smile. "For what it is worth, Vale, that may be the best badly said thing you've managed today." Voss tapped once on the cab roof. The driver slowed. "Malvern House," she called. Ned sat back as the cab turned, wheels hissing through the wet street. The room had waited behind its imperial seal while they chased every person who had made Lord Malvern vulnerable. Now the shape of the case was bending back toward the first silence, and Ned felt certain of only one thing. The killer had not escaped the study. The answer had stayed there, polished, ordinary, and patient. Malvern House received them with the stale patience of a place that had been waiting for more bad news. The footman's eyes moved from Voss's face to Ned's tool case, then to Peregrine's rain-dark coat, and this time he did not mention Lady Malvern's wishes before standing aside. Whatever power the household still had, it had learned that white and gold did not ask twice when murder had already crossed the threshold. "The study remains sealed?" Voss asked. "Yes, Justicier," the footman said. "Constable Reed has kept the passage watched. No one has entered. Take us there." They crossed the hall under portraits that seemed less proud than watchful now. Ned had passed them before in the rush of first inspection, but tonight each painted face looked like another witness that had seen nothing useful and approved of keeping it that way. At the study passage, Constable Reed stood beside the door with a notebook in one hand and tiredness sitting squarely on his shoulders. The imperial ribbon still crossed the study door, its gold thread faint but unbroken, joining frame, lock, and air in one thin command. Voss stopped before it. "Has anyone touched the seal?" "No, Justicier," Reed said. "I've had 2 maids ask to dust the passage, Lord Edward ask whether papers could be retrieved, and Lady Malvern stand here for near 10 minutes without speaking. None crossed it." Ned looked at the gold thread until his eyes began to ache. So if the answer's inside, it's been inside since the first night. Peregrine stood a little behind him. That is either reassuring or appalling. Both, Ned said. Voss drew a small seal knife from her coat and held it near the gold thread without cutting. Mr. Vale, state the purpose of re-entry. Ned took a breath. Old habit steadied him. Say the task. Name the limit. Make the adult own the permission. Inspection of sealed room for ordinary objects that may conceal mechanism, stored magic, replaced material, or crafted false familiarity. No disturbance beyond necessary examination. I'll tell you before touching anything that wasn't touched last time. Voss nodded once. Granted. Constable, witness. Reed wrote quickly. Voss touched the seal knife to the center of the ribbon. Gold light pulled back from the frame like thread through cloth, and the study door gave a soft wooden sigh as the lock released. No smell of rot, smoke, or hidden alchemy rolled out. Only coal ash, old paper, leather, ink, polish, and the faint closed-room warmth of a place preserved too carefully to be dead. Ned stepped in and felt the room waiting. The chair still sat crooked at the desk. The blotter still bore its hard writing marks. The tied parliamentary papers remained square. The clock ticked. The ink bottle was capped. The tray of small desk things sat where servant neatness and owner habit had left it. Nothing had moved, which should have made the room honest. Instead, it made every ordinary object look as if it had been holding its breath. Ned did not go to the desk first, though every part of the room seemed to lean him that way. The dead had sat there, the papers waited there, and the neat little tray of desk things held itself with the smug innocence of polished brass. He made himself turn away and begin where a clever maker would hide something if he wanted a room to lie without looking altered. Floor first, he said, mostly to himself. Voss stood just inside the door, one shoulder angled toward the hall and one toward Ned, watching both room and witness. Say what you do before you do it. I know. Ned crouched by the carpet edge near the chair, checking pressure marks, lifted tacks, seams, anything with fresh strain or a path beneath it. I'm not pulling anything up. Peregrine remained beside the bookcase with his gloved hands folded around his cane. You sound as if you're apologizing to the rug. The rug's less likely to interrupt than people, Ned said. Reed made a quiet sound that might have been a cough hiding amusement. Voss did not smile, but she also did not stop him. Ned ran his gaze along the carpet nap, then used the brass end of his measuring cord to lift one corner by a hair. Old dust, old wear, no fresh tack holes, no slit cunning enough to admit wire, tube, needle, or crawling mechanism. He moved to the chair legs, touched nothing until Voss nodded, and then tested each foot with a folded paper slip. Uneven pressure, but only where a heavy man had sat too long and stood too quickly. The wainscoting gave him 3 hopeful minutes and then betrayed him with ordinary age. One panel near the fireplace sounded different, but the old heat warp explained it before mystery could grow teeth. The mantel clock came next. Ned opened the rear plate under Voss's eye, found good brasswork, a tired spring, and one over-oiled gear that would annoy a clockmaker without murdering anyone. Lamp stem? Voss asked. Still ordinary, Ned said, though he checked again because being right too soon felt unsafe. The lamp had been opened for repair 10 days earlier, but the screws bore old scratches, the oil reservoir smelled stale, and the crystal glow bead in the shade held no more charge than a respectable lamp should. No hidden needle, no tube, no fresh seal. He went lower again, under the desk this time, lying half on one shoulder so he could see the underside without shifting the chair. The wood smelled of polish, dust, and old knees. Brackets, drawer runners, screw heads, underside lip, modesty panel, cable channel for the bell pull. Nothing new, nothing clever, nothing vain enough to show itself. Peregrine's voice came carefully from above him. If I were an assassin, I would object to your lack of appreciation. If you were an assassin, you'd leave a monogram, Ned muttered. Only on quality work. Ned slid out from under the desk and sat back on his heels, frustration warming his neck. The furniture had disappointed him. The floor had disappointed him. The walls, lamp, clock, chair, and hidden corners had all been insultingly innocent. His eyes moved at last to the desktop, where papers, ink, blotter, letter scale, opener, sand shaker, and writing things waited exactly where they had waited before. Then it isn't the room, he said softly. It's something the room thinks is part of itself. Ned stood slowly and made himself look at the desktop as if he had never seen it before. That was harder than it sounded. His mind wanted to name things too quickly. Blotter, ink, knife, scale, sand, papers, pens. Names were dangerous when a thing had been chosen because its name made people stop looking. Desk objects, he said. Voss's attention sharpened. State the limit. Visual inspection first. No touching. Then I'll ask before moving anything. Granted, Voss said. Read. Note it. The constable wrote from the doorway. Peregrine remained by the bookcase, uncharacteristically quiet. Ned leaned over the desk without resting his hands on it. The blotter's hard writing marks belonged to a heavy hand and a worse temper. The letter knife was ivory-handled, too dull to do anything interesting. The sand shaker held pale dust. The letter scale had a scratch already old enough to be harmless. 2 ordinary steel nibs lay beside a capped ink bottle. A gold fountain pen rested near the tray's inner lip, placed neatly among the other writing things. Ned's eyes passed over it once, then came back. Nothing about it shouted. That was the trick. It was handsome in the way money made usefulness shine. Gold barrel, engraved band, dark cap seal, a small crest worked near the clip, and a scratch so shallow it looked like habit rather than damage. It belonged to the desk. It belonged so well that Ned's mind tried to file it away with the blotter and scale. Then his teeth hurt. Not pain, exactly. A faint, spent wrongness brushed the back of his mouth, thin as a wire heard through a wall. Ned held still. The feeling almost vanished when he looked away and returned when he let his attention settle on the pen. It was not a live crystal's answer. It was not a lamp bead, not a ward line, not the clean complaint of a strained housing. It was a hush where crystal had done something and folded itself quiet afterward. Voss saw his breathing change. Mr. Vale. I'm not touching it, Ned said at once. I did not ask that. No, Ned said, eyes still on the pen. But you were about to. Peregrine took one careful step closer and stopped when Voss lifted a hand. Vale? Ned lowered himself until his eyes were level with the desk edge, still keeping his hands behind his back like a child resisting a sweet shop window. From that angle, the pen's clip cast a tiny shadow that did not sit quite right against the barrel. One seam was too fine. One band looked decorative until he noticed how perfectly it hid a possible break line. It's the pen, he said. Voss's voice went very quiet. Explain. I can't yet. Ned swallowed against the wire-thin wrongness. It feels like crystal after doing work. Not much. Almost nothing. Like a spark that spent itself and learned manners. The room changed then, not by movement, but by attention. Reed stopped writing. Peregrine stopped breathing for half a second. Voss stepped closer without crossing Ned's line of sight. The gold fountain pen lay among the other desk things, polished, respectable, and still. It had been there the whole time. 17. The pen is suspicious. Ned stayed level with the pen until his knees began to object and his breath found the careful rhythm he used around unstable crystal. The room had narrowed to the desk edge, the gold barrel, the faint wrongness behind his teeth, and the knowledge that respectability could be engineered as precisely as any spring. He did not reach. That was becoming the hardest part of the work. Light, he said. Reed shifted near the door. Sir? Not more, Ned said. Lower. Side light, if there's a hand lamp. Voss looked at the constable. Bring one. Do not cross the desk. Reed fetched the lamp from the side table and held it awkwardly until Peregrine took it from him with a murmured, allow me to be ornamental with purpose. He angled the flame low across the desktop, and the pen changed under it. The engraved band caught gold. The clip cast a longer shadow. A line near the cap, invisible from above, became a hair-thin crescent of darkness. Ned leaned closer. There. Voss stepped to his side without blocking the light. What do you see? A seam pretending to be decoration. Ned kept his hands clasped behind his back, fingers digging into his own wrist. Not bad work. Better than that. The band hides it, but the cap line isn't a cap line all the way round. It changes depth near the clip. Peregrine's voice stayed low. Could a pen simply be overcomplicated? Noble objects often mistake inconvenience for refinement. Yes, Ned said, but the scratch matches the rubbing gauge sold. The crest mark matches. The shape matches. That's why it belongs. Someone copied what people expected Lord Malvern's pen to be. Voss said, "You believe this is not his original pen?" "I think it was made to be accepted as his original pen." Ned swallowed again and let his tuning sense settle past the gold, past the polish, into the hush beneath. "There's crystal in it, not a jewel, not decoration, something small and shielded, folded quiet." Reed's pencil scratched faster, then stopped when Voss raised one hand. "Do not touch it," Voss said. "I haven't," Ned replied at once. "Continue not touching it." "That's my current plan," Ned said, though his voice came out thinner than he liked. His maker's mind wanted the pen open. His self-preservation preferred the room not contain a murder object on a desk 6 inches from his nose. Both were being very loud. Peregrine lowered the lamp another fraction. "Is it dangerous while still?" "Maybe," Ned said. "Maybe only if triggered. Maybe it already spent itself. I don't know." He forced himself to sit back on his heels rather than drift closer. "But no ordinary pen needs to feel like a dead spark hiding under gold." Voss's gaze remained on the pen. "What do you need?" Ned looked at his tool case, then at the pen, and hated the answer because it sounded like invitation. A controlled nudge, smallest possible, not touch, not opening, just enough power to see whether something inside answers. Voss turned her face toward him slowly. "That is not reassuring, Mr. Vale." "No," Ned said, "but neither is the pen." Voss did not grant permission quickly. That was one of the reasons Ned trusted her, though it made the waiting worse. She studied the pen, then the space around the desk, then Reed at the door and Peregrine by the lamp, arranging risk in her head before letting anyone else move inside it. "Constable Reed, step back into the hall," she said. "Keep the door visible. If I give an order, you obey the word, not your opinion of it." Reed went pale but moved. "Yes, Justicier." "Lord Roth, place the lamp on the side table and stand behind me." Peregrine obeyed with unusual silence. Ned noticed that too. Peregrine liked talk when talk gave him control. The absence of it meant he understood the room had become more dangerous than manners. Voss looked at Ned. "You may use a controlled nudge. No contact, no opening, no sustained feed. If it answers strongly, you stop." "If it answers strongly, I may be busy regretting my education," Ned said. "Regret after stopping." He drew his narrow wand focus from its sleeve and felt the familiar grip settle into his palm. His own fingers looked too close to the pen, though they were still more than a foot away. He shifted his stance, planting one knee against the carpet and bracing his elbow on nothing, because resting on the desk suddenly felt like leaning on a sleeping animal. "Smallest thread," he said. "Witnessed," Voss replied. Ned breathed in, found the faint wrongness behind the gold, and sent the smallest pulse he could make across the space. Not a spell, not a command, a tap on a door he already wished he had left shut. The pen clicked. It was a tiny sound, but every person in the room heard it. The engraved band lifted by a hair. The clip loosened. The cap seam split into 4 shining lines, and gold folded away from itself with impossible delicacy. Ned's delight arrived half a heartbeat before terror, because the work was beautiful. Then the barrel opened like a spine, brass legs unfolded from where no legs should fit, and 2 glass-thin wings flashed out under the lamp. "Duck," Ned shouted. Voss moved before the word finished. She struck Ned sideways with her shoulder, hard enough to send him off his knees and into the carpet as something bright and fast hissed through the space where his face had been. "Vale," Voss snapped. The thing that had been a pen hit the bookcase, caught itself mid-air, and became a dragonfly no longer than Ned's hand, all brass ribs, crystal joints, gold shell, and wings beating so quickly they made the lamp flame shiver. A narrow stinger curved beneath its body, wrong, deliberate, and viciously clear. Peregrine had dropped behind the chair, white-faced and still holding his cane as if breeding had not prepared him for murderous stationery. Reed shouted from the hall. Voss drew her wand in one clean motion, but did not fire into the shelves. Ned pushed himself up on one elbow, breath knocked thin, eyes fixed on the glittering little machine. "Dragonflies don't sting." "No," Voss said, her voice cold as law. "This one does." The dragonfly darted from the bookcase with a sound like a razor learning to sing. Voss snapped a shield into being between it and the door, thin gold light flaring across the study, and the creature struck it hard enough to throw sparks against the wallpaper. It did not fall. It recoiled, wings blurring, then turned toward the nearest living warmth with horrible certainty. Down, Voss ordered. Peregrine obeyed without dignity, which Ned thought highly sensible. Reed vanished from the doorway with a strangled curse. Ned rolled behind the desk as the dragonfly cut over the blotter, its stinger flashing beneath its body with a little pulse of blue-white malice. It was not hunting randomly. Its head ticked once toward Voss, once toward Ned, as if comparing targets. "It's choosing," Ned said. "I noticed," Voss replied, and sent a binding line across the room. The dragonfly twisted through the spell with impossible quickness. One wing clipped the gold line and shattered a fleck of light into dust. Ned's maker's mind, treacherous and delighted, saw the jointing in that movement, the way the wing root folded, corrected, and found lift again without wasting motion. "That was beautiful," he said. "Mr. Vale," Voss said. "Also murderous," Ned added, grabbing the brass paper tray from the side of the desk. The dragonfly struck again, this time low, passing beneath Voss's second shield and angling for her leg. Voss stepped aside with Justicier precision, but the stinger kissed the hem of her coat and left a smoking pinprick in the cloth. The smell that rose was sharp, cold, and wrong, not poison and not ordinary burning. Ned's teeth hurt in answer. "Cursed needle," he said. "Then stop admiring it and help me," Voss said. Ned looked at the desk, the lamp, the tray, the ink bottle, the sand shaker, and the open space the dragonfly used as if the room had been designed for it. It wanted warmth and motion. It cut toward movement. He snatched the capped ink bottle and threw it not at the dragonfly, but past it, hard against the fireplace tiles. The bottle shattered. Black ink burst across pale stone. The dragonfly turned toward the sudden motion, and Voss's wand came up before it corrected. Her binding line did not chase it this time. It waited where Ned had made it go. Gold light wrapped the tiny body, snapped around the wings, and dragged it down onto the carpet with a metallic, furious buzz. Ned was on it before sense could argue, slamming the brass paper tray over the struggling machine and pressing both hands down while the thing battered beneath it like a trapped storm. The tray jumped against his palms. The stinger punched once through the brass, close enough to his thumb that cold prickled up his wrist. "Vale, move your hands," Voss said. "I rather can't if we want it to stay under here." Peregrine, pale but composed by force, slid his cane across the carpet and hooked the edge of the tray. "For once, I am willing to be useful without elegance." Voss dropped to one knee and fixed a second binding around the tray, the light tightening until the buzzing became a trapped, furious tremble. Ned lifted his hands one finger at a time. The brass beneath them shook, dented, and held. Only then did Ned realize he was smiling. "Can I say something unfortunate?" "No," Voss said. "It's magnificent." The study did not become quiet after the dragonfly was trapped. It became full of small, guilty sounds. Reed breathing too hard in the hall, Peregrine's cane scraping once against the carpet, the brass tray trembling under Voss's binding, and Ned's own pulse behaving as if it wished to escape through his ears. Beneath the tray, the automaton battered its wings in furious little bursts, then stopped, then battered again, as if patience had been built into it only as a disguise. Voss looked at the smoking pinprick in her coat hem and then at Ned. "Are you injured?" "No," Ned said, still staring at the tray. "It missed." "Because I moved you?" "Yes. Thank you. Please don't lift that yet." "I had not intended to." Peregrine drew a careful breath and recovered enough of himself to look irritated by fear. "I should like to register a formal objection to murder devices disguised as writing implements." "Noted," Voss said. "Reed, send for a warded evidence casket, 2 justicier containment clamps, and a curse examiner. No servant enters this room. No family member approaches the passage." Reed's pencil shook against his notebook. "Yes, Justicier." Ned shifted closer on his knees, keeping well clear of the stinger hole punched through the tray. It folded from pen to dragonfly in less than 2 seconds. Maybe less than 1 if the nudge had been stronger. The shell distribution is impossible unless the barrel is layered around a nested spine. "Did you see the wings? Glass thin, but not glass. Crystal film, maybe, or sapphire silicate with brass ribs." Voss gave him a look. "Mr. Vale." "I know," Ned said. "Murder. Evidence. Bad. But also, Voss, look at it." "I am looking at it." No, you're regarding it legally. That is because it tried to kill us legally enough for my purposes. The trapped automaton buzzed again, a high, furious note that made Ned's teeth ache. The binding tightened, gold light crawled over the tray, found the stinger hole, and sealed it with a little spark. Peregrine crouched at a safer distance. Could that have killed Lord Malvern without leaving a proper wound? Ned's fascination sobered. He looked from the tray to the chair, to the place where Lord Malvern must have sat with papers under his hands and a familiar pen within reach. Yes, if he picked it up, or if it unfolded near him, one prick would be enough if the curse was tuned for the heart. Then it folds back, sits on the desk, and everyone sees a pen because everyone expects a pen. Voss rose slowly. Then we have the how. Ned looked at the dented tray, the hidden machine beneath it, and the ordinary desk that had kept the answer in plain sight. And someone clever enough to build it. No, Voss said, someone clever enough to commission it. That distinction chilled him more than the stinger had. Ned sat back as footsteps sounded in the passage and the warded casket arrived, black, brass-bound, and lined with pale containment glass. The dragonfly waited under the tray, magnificent and monstrous, while the case around Lord Malvern finally stopped being impossible and became something worse, designed. 18. Evidence under glass. The warded casket did not open like a box. It unfolded in 3 careful sections under the curse examiner's hands, brass clamps sliding outward, pale containment glass rising from the inner frame, and a thin ring of justicier light settling over the carpet around the trap tray. The examiner, a gray-haired woman called Merit, wore gloves layered with silver thread and the expression of someone who disliked surprises enough to make a profession of preventing them. Is it still active? She asked. It objects to capture, Voss said. That is not the same answer. No, Ned said, crouched at a safe distance despite the strong desire to get closer. It's active in bursts. Wings strike, then rest. Stinger punched through brass once. Curse trace feels cold, hard-tuned. Maybe contact spent if it lands properly. Merit looked at him. You felt that from there? Ned realized too late that he had answered like a workshop assistant instead of a nearly murdered technical witness. Some of it. Mr. Vale is my warranted technical assistant, Voss said. He woke it. He also helped stop it. Merit's eyebrows rose. That is a busy range of contribution. Peregrine, still standing behind the chair and looking as if he would prefer never to see a pen again, murmured, Vale is often comprehensive in regrettable directions. Voss ignored that and set her binding tighter. On my count. The transfer happened slowly enough to make Ned's teeth ache. Merit placed the open casket beside the tray. Voss anchored the binding to the floor with one hand, then lifted the tray with a controlled flick of her wand. The dragonfly shot upward into the glass dome at once, striking the inside with a bright metallic tick. Its wings blurred, its gold shell flashed. The stinger scraped across the containment surface, leaving a streak of blue-white light that vanished as the ward drank it. Now, Voss said. Merit snapped the casket lid down. Brass clamps locked. The containment glass brightened to a milky glow, and the dragonfly battered itself against the curved wall, furious, precise, and beautifully trapped. Ned leaned forward before he could stop himself. The wing roots fold under the second shell layer. The barrel wasn't just a disguise. It was storage. Look at the spine line. If the gold casing splits into 4, then the inner brass must rotate out from the cap end. Mr. Vale, Voss said. He froze. I'm not touching it. You are admiring it too close. Ned sat back, flushed and breathing hard. His hands were shaking now that the danger was behind glass, which felt unfair. They had been steadier while the thing tried to kill him. It's horrible, he said, because that was true and because Voss deserved to hear it before the other truth escaped. But it's the best miniature transformation work I've ever seen. Inside the casket, the dragonfly struck the glass again, tiny, elegant, and monstrous. Voss looked from it to Ned with an expression that made him feel 12 years old and entirely too visible. That, she said, is precisely what worries me. Voss sent everyone but Merit, Reed, Peregrine, and Ned out of the study passage before she spoke again. The warded casket sat on Lord Malvern's desk now, clamped to an iron evidence frame with 3 separate seals glowing along its brass edge. Inside the glass, the dragonfly had stopped striking and hung against one side with its wings half spread, beautiful enough to make Ned's hands ache and terrible enough to make the room feel colder than it had any right to be. Voss turned from the casket to him. You woke a murder weapon in a sealed study. Ned's admiration withered under the flatness of her voice. Yes. You woke it while standing within striking distance. Yes. You woke it with myself, Lord Roth, Constable Reed, and an unsecured doorway in the room. Peregrine lifted one hand slightly. For the record, Lord Roth wishes he had been farther away. Voss did not look at him. Mr. Vale. Ned swallowed and made himself meet her eyes. I know, it was dangerous. That is insufficient. It was dangerous, and I asked permission for a controlled nudge because ordinary inspection had already failed. Ned's voice steadied as the maker part of him pushed through the embarrassment. That pen was designed to sit there forever after doing its work. No fresh trigger, no obvious opening, no poison reservoir, no exposed crystal. If we had bagged it as a suspicious pen without waking it, we might never have known what it was. Merritt glanced at the casket. He is not entirely wrong. He is not entirely safe either, Voss said. No, Ned said, before Merritt could answer for him. I'm not, but neither was leaving it asleep and calling that caution. The whole design depends on caution failing in the other direction. Respectable object, sealed room, spent curse, no confession. It wanted to be dismissed. Voss's gaze narrowed. It wanted nothing. It is not alive. I know. Ned looked at the dragonfly again and forced the truth into plainer words. The builder wanted us to think like that. To see a pen as a pen because it had already finished being anything else. Peregrine's expression had recovered enough to sharpen. A trap built for investigators after the murder, not only for Malvern. Maybe, Ned said, or a trap built so perfectly for not being investigated that any investigation became dangerous. Voss held the silence a moment longer, then turned back to the casket. Your defense is entered. So is my rebuke. Ned let out a slow breath. That seems fair. It is not meant to feel fair, Voss said. It is meant to keep you alive long enough to be useful again. Merritt did not let Ned near the casket until she had laid 3 test strips beside it and drawn a thin circle of chalk around the iron frame. The strips were narrow things, one silvered, one pale blue, one almost transparent, and each carried a little bead of dormant diagnostic crystal at its end. She placed them with tweezers, then tapped the glass dome once with a silver-threaded knuckle. The dragonfly woke instantly. Its wings blurred against the containment glass. The stinger lifted, curved, and struck toward the sound, leaving another faint blue-white scrape that the wart swallowed before it could spread. The pale blue strip darkened. The transparent one clouded from the inside. The silvered strip curled at the edge like a dead leaf held too close to flame. Merritt's mouth tightened. That is not poison. No, Ned said. Poison would want substance. This wants a path. Voss looked at him. Explain. Ned kept his hands behind his back, partly because Voss was watching and partly because his fingers wanted to sketch the mechanism in the air. The needle isn't there to inject. It's there to deliver contact and direction. Crystal touch, curse discharge, hard target. The machine doesn't need to keep the curse alive after. It only needs to carry it cleanly for one strike. Merritt glanced at him, sharper now. You've seen this before? No, Ned said. That's why I hate understanding it. Peregrine stood at the edge of the chalk circle, pale but listening. So Lord Malvern need only have reached for the pen? Or startled it, Ned said. Or moved near enough after it unfolded. The chair, the desk, his hand, his chest. If it was keyed to warmth and motion, it would not need a murderer in the room once it woke. Voss's gaze moved to the dead man's chair. No human curse cast inside the study. Machine delivered, Merritt said. She lifted the clouded strip and sealed it in a glass sleeve. Heart-stopping, narrow, and mostly spent on use. Dr. Hale would see no ordinary poison. A late examiner might find no clear residue unless told where to look. Ned thought of Hale's polished certainty, Lady Elizabeth's fury, Clarice letters, Edward's debts, Latch's invisible hands, and Gedge's rubbing. All of that had built a road to this tiny stinger. Peregrine said, very softly, a gentleman dies of his heart after all. Ned looked at the dragonfly under glass, still beautiful, still trying to become violence. Only because someone built a machine to stop it. Voss nodded once to Merritt. Record that as the working cause. Object delivered curse trauma to the heart, disguised as natural failure. Merritt began writing. The pen that was not a pen hung behind glass, and the impossible death finally had a shape small enough to fit in a man's hand. Merritt sealed the final test strip and slid it into her leather case with the care of a woman putting away bad news. The casket goes to the Justicier evidence vault. Not a general store, not a constabulary shelf, and not a workshop bench. Ned heard the last phrase arrive before it reached him. I wasn't going to say workshop bench. Voss looked at him. I was going to say supervised bench, Ned admitted. Peregrine made a small sound that might have become laughter in a less murderous room. Merritt did not look amused. The dragonfly hung behind the glass, motionless now, with its wings tucked at an angle that made Ned's mind itch. He could see at least 3 ways the hinge might have folded, and none of them were quite right unless the crystal ribs flexed under command instead of moving like ordinary mechanism. That was impossible, or close enough to impossible that it hurt to leave unknown. Voss signed the evidence label and pressed her thumb beside the seal. You may submit technical questions through me. That isn't studying it. No, Voss said, it is asking questions. I could help, Ned said, then hated how quickly the words came. Not alone, not privately, not to copy the curse, obviously. But the transformation work matters. The trigger matters. If someone can make a pen become that, then someone else can make a brooch, a cufflink, a carriage key, a pocket watch. We need to understand how it folds, how it wakes, how it chooses warmth. We do, Voss said. You do not need unsupervised access to help us do that. I didn't ask for unsupervised. You were approaching it emotionally, Voss replied. I answered the direction of travel. Ned flushed. That was unfair only because it was accurate. After the case, then. When it's safe. When the curse is fully discharged and the evidence rules allow. Could I examine the frame? Take measurements? Draw it? Under guard if you like. Merritt closed her case. It may never be safe in the way you mean. Ned looked through the milky glass at the gold shell and folded wings. Things don't stop being learnable because they're terrible. No, Voss said, but terrible things often make clever men confuse learning with hunger. That landed harder than rebuke. Ned looked away from the casket, toward the ink-blackened fireplace tiles and the dented brass tray. I know it killed him. Yes, Voss said, quieter now. Remember that first. The casket clamps locked with 3 sharp clicks. Merritt lifted the evidence frame with both hands, and the dragonfly passed out of Lord Malvern's study under glass, still magnificent, still monstrous, and still pulling at every maker's question Ned had. Voss walked beside it, and Ned followed one careful step behind, chastened, fascinated, and not trusted nearly as much as he wished he deserved. 19. The real question. The casket left Malvern House under guard, and the study seemed larger after it went, as if the room had been holding its breath around one small, golden lie. Ned remained near the desk, hands tucked into his coat pockets because Voss had not explicitly ordered him to stop looking hungry for evidence and he did not trust his fingers to understand the difference. The ink stain on the fireplace tiles had already begun to dry at the edges. The dented brass tray lay upside down on the carpet, looking ashamed of its sudden promotion into heroism. Voss stood beside Lord Malvern's chair and looked not at the desk, but at the whole room. We asked the wrong question. Peregrine, who had recovered enough color to look elegant rather than haunted, raised one eyebrow. I confess I find that less comforting after nearly being murdered by a pen. We asked who entered the study, Voss said. Who cast? Who carried? Who touched the victim after the door was closed? All useful questions, but not the first one anymore. Ned nodded slowly because the shape of it was already forming. Who knew enough to replace the pen? Exactly, Voss said. Reed, still in the doorway with his notebook, frowned down at the page. Replace, Justicier, not plant? Plant suggests foreignness, Voss said. This succeeded because it did not feel foreign. Ned moved one careful step closer to the desk, though he still did not touch anything. It had to match the real pen well enough for Lord Malvern not to notice. Weight in the hand, finish, scratch, crest, cap feel, where it sat in a tray, how it looked inside light, maybe even how it sounded when set down. Peregrine looked faintly ill. I had not considered that one could be murdered by good manners toward one's own possessions. You can be murdered by habit, Ned said. Manners only make habit easier to observe. Voss turned to Reed. Enter this in the working frame. The central inquiry is no longer how a person entered a sealed room. It is how a false familiar object entered Lord Malvern's life. Reed wrote quickly. Ned looked toward the chair where Malvern had last sat alive. The killer needed more than craft. He needed a portrait of use. Who saw him carry it? Who saw servants handle it? Who could get a rubbing? Who knew it was Lady Malvern's gift, if that matters? Who knew whether he capped it, posted it, left it on the tray, put it in his pocket, or lent it to no one? And who had reason to make the copy close enough that love and habit would do the murderer's work for him, Voss said. The room felt colder again, though the fire had not changed. Ned looked at the empty space where the casket had been. The dragonfly had answered one impossible question and opened a worse one. The murder had not begun in the study. It had begun wherever Lord Malvern's ordinary life became available for measurement. Voss had Reed bring a clean sheet from the hall table, not one from Lord Malvern's desk. Ned appreciated that without saying so. The study had already lied with one familiar object. Borrowing its paper felt like asking a pickpocket to hold one's purse. Reed set the sheet on a side table, and Voss placed her notebook beside it while Ned stood with his hands still in his pockets, trying to make the requirements stop spinning and become order. Begin, Voss said. Ned looked at the empty space in the tray where the false pen had rested. Wait first. If Lord Malvern used it often, he'd know if it felt wrong. Peregrine glanced toward the desk. Would he? Most men notice less than they believe. Not with a favorite tool, Ned said. Not if it sat in his hand every day. Too light, too heavy, wrong balance toward the cap, wrong grip, wrong scratch under the thumb. He might not say why it felt wrong, but he'd pause. Voss wrote, weight and balance. Finish, Ned said. Gold color, polish, heat in the hand, engraving depth, crest, band, clip shape, cap seal. Not just looking right from across the room. Looking right when he uncaps it by habit. Reed's pencil followed Voss's, slower but earnest. Handling next, Ned said. How he used it. Did he twist the cap, pull it, post it on the end, leave it loose, tap it against the blotter, hold it between fingers while reading? If the assassin needed to wake, the trigger had to fit something he naturally did. Peregrine's mouth tightened. An etiquette of murder. A routine of murder, Ned said. Etiquette is only the polished part. He stepped closer to the desk, careful not to cross the marked evidence line. Desk placement too. If the real pen always lived on the right side of the tray, the false one had to be there. If he carried it in his pocket and only set it down after writing, then someone needed a chance to switch it before he came here, not after. Voss looked up. Carrying pattern. Yes. Home, club, parliament, carriage, valet, cloakroom, writing case. Who saw it? Who touched it? Who had enough time to measure it without stealing it? Who could return it before he missed it? Ned swallowed. And timing. The false pen had to arrive after the copy was made, but before the night he died. Too early and someone might notice. Too late and there's no chance. Reed looked faintly overwhelmed. That is a great many people. No, Voss said, watching Ned. A great many observations, possibly gathered by different people. Ned nodded. That's why no one witness feels like the killer. One person sees the pen. One knows the desk. One reports study hours. One copies the casing. One builds the dragonfly. One supplies the curse. One arranges the switch. Maybe one man commands it, but the murder is made of smaller jobs. Peregrine looked at the chair where Lord Malvern had died. So the killer did not need one impossible access. No, Ned said. He needed London to handle Lord Malvern for him. Voss sent Reed for Abel Finch first and Lady Malvern second. That order told Ned she was thinking in use before sentiment, because a valet knew what a man carried when affection stopped paying attention. Abel arrived with his hands clean, his face controlled, and his eyes moving at once to the empty place in the desk tray. Whatever servants were trained not to ask, he had clearly heard enough in the passage to know the room had found a new way to be terrible. The gold fountain pen, Voss said. Describe Lord Malvern's use of it. Abel looked once toward the desk, then lowered his gaze. He carried it most days, Justicier. Inner coat pocket when he left the house. Desk tray when working here. Writing case when he expected committee papers. He disliked lending it. Who handled it besides him? Voss asked. I did, when laying out his coat or emptying pockets after rain. Her ladyship, rarely, if she moved papers while speaking to him. Mr. Edward once or twice when he was a boy, though his lordship snapped at him for it. Abel's mouth tightened with remembered household weather. At the Argent, attendants may have handled it if he set it down. Ned stepped closer to the clean sheet. Did it have a flaw near the clip? A shallow scratch? Yes, Abel said at once. From a fall on the West Terrace 2 years ago. His lordship cursed the paving for a week. Peregrine murmured. Naturally the paving bore full responsibility. Voss ignored him. Would Lord Malvern have noticed if the pen had been replaced? Abel hesitated. The truth pressure gathered around the hesitation until he answered more carefully. If he were calm, yes. If angry, tired, or absorbed, perhaps not at once. He wrote hard when angry. He noticed words more than tools then. Ned felt that settle unpleasantly well. So the switch should happen before a night when he expected anger. Lady Malvern entered before Abel could answer, dressed in black so perfectly it seemed less like mourning than armor. Her gaze found the desk, the ink stain, the marked carpet, and finally Voss. They tell me my husband was murdered by my gift. No, Voss said. He was murdered by a copy of it. Lady Malvern's face changed only around the eyes. A copy. Ned watched her hands. They did not shake. They clasped more tightly, as if dignity needed pressure to stay in place. Who made the original? Voss asked. Clement Rusk, Lady Malvern said. A goldsmith in Bond Street. James disliked fashionable things, so I gave him something useful enough that he couldn't refuse it and handsome enough to annoy him. Her mouth moved as if humor had tried to come back and found the house altered. Rusk engraved the crest and adjusted the weight because James complained most pens felt like toys. Ned looked at Voss. The copyist would need Rusk's pattern, or the original in hand long enough to measure more than surface. Lady Malvern drew herself straighter. Then you will speak to Mr. Rusk. Yes, Voss said, and if he has kept his records, we shall learn who else asked a useful thing to become handsome enough to kill. Lady Malvern did not leave at once. She stood in the study with Abel beside her, looking at the desk as if the absence of the pen had become more indecent than blood. Ned had seen anger in her before, bright and armored. This was quieter, and therefore harder to watch. The household had been ashamed by mistress, debt, politics, and scandal. Now the murder had reached backward into a birthday gift and made affection part of the machinery. I want his real pen found, Lady Malvern said. Voss inclined her head. So do I. No, Lady Malvern said, and her voice sharpened enough to show the steel beneath the grief. Not merely as evidence. I want it found because it was his. Because I chose it. Because if they copied it, then somewhere the true thing was handled, measured, hidden, sold, or thrown away by someone who thought my husband's habits were raw material. Ned looked down at his own hands. That was the cruelty he had not fully named. The killer had not just studied Lord Malvern. He had studied the places where people stopped defending themselves because an object belonged. Voss drew a folded document from her coat and laid it on the clean side table beside Reed's notes. Then this inquiry changes scope. Peregrine leaned nearer. That looks formal. It is. Voss took a fountain pen from Reed, then paused with a dry glance at it. Constable, pencil. Reed handed one over quickly. Voss wrote in firm strokes across the lower page, her white sleeve catching the lamplight, gold cuff braid bright against the study's dark wood. Ned recognized the Crown Service Warrant heading before she turned the sheet toward him. Mr. Vale, she said, your existing warrant named you Justicier Technical Assistant for Scene Inspection, Technical Interpretation, and Evidence Consultation. I am expanding your service authority to include object chain reconstruction, maker root analysis, controlled evidence examination under justiciar or examiner supervision, and technical questioning of artisans connected to the false pen, its casing, its mechanism, and its crystal charge. Ned stared at the added lines. The words felt heavier than the tool case at his feet. That sounds less like helping and more like being tied to the case. Yes, Voss said. Lady Malvern watched him with unreadable eyes. Abel looked relieved in the small, guilty way of servants who needed the right person made responsible. Voss held out the pencil. Acknowledge. Ned took it and signed below her hand, his name suddenly too large on crown paper. What does this make me? Voss folded the warrant with care. Necessary. Peregrine's mouth tilted. but his voice was gentle for once. "My condolences, Vale." Ned looked at the empty tray, the clean sheet, Lady Malvern's rigid grief, and the marked warrant now in Voss's hand. The Crown had called him in as a useful man with odd eyes and a tool case. The dragonfly had made him something worse than useful. It had made him central. 20. The birthday pen. Voss did not question Lady Malvern in the study again. That mercy, if it was mercy, came with purpose. She moved them to the small morning room at the back of the house, where the rain touched the glass more softly and the furniture had not watched Lord Malvern die. Abel Finch brought a narrow account ledger, a green leather correspondence box, and a tray of tea no one seemed prepared to drink. Ned stood near the window with his expanded warrant folded in his inner pocket, feeling its weight each time he breathed. Lady Malvern sat very straight in a chair by the hearth. "If this is to become another inventory of my husband's embarrassments, Justicier, say so plainly." "It is not," Voss said. "This is an inventory of love, habit, and workmanship." That struck harder than any accusation. Lady Malvern looked down at her gloved hands, then at the green leather box. "You make that sound almost cruel." "It has become cruel," Voss said. "I need to know how." Ned watched Abel open the ledger on a side table. The pages smelled faintly of dust, ink, and household discipline. Dates, payments, repairs, gifts, and deliveries marched in neat columns, each domestic fact made official by the act of being written down. Abel turned to a ribbon-marked page and stepped back before being asked. Voss looked at Lady Malvern. "Begin with the birthday." "It was last November," Lady Malvern said. "James had turned 61 and was being insufferable about it. He said birthday gifts were for children, mistresses, and men insecure enough to enjoy being surprised. So I gave him a thing he needed and made it handsome enough that refusing it would have been rude." Peregrine, standing near the door, murmured, "A formidable marital strategy." Lady Malvern's mouth almost moved. "One learns." Ned touched the edge of his notebook. "What did the original look like when new?" "Gold, but not yellow." James disliked showy gold. A darker tone, warm in lamplight. The crest was small near the clip, not spread vulgarly across the barrel. There was an engraved band, laurel and gearwork, because he said romantic is industry whenever it behaved itself. She paused, and the grief entered through the smallest opening. He liked the weight. He pretended not to. Voss asked, "Who saw him receive it?" "Family. Abel, the housekeeper. Lionel Price delivered committee papers that evening and saw it on the desk. Edward mocked it and then asked to try it, which James refused. I believe Sir Roland Fisk saw it the next day at the Argent because James complained that everyone admired the wrong things." Ned wrote the names, each one landing like a point on a route map. "Did it leave the house for adjustment after that?" Lady Malvern looked to Abel. "Twice," Abel said. "Once to Mr. Rusk for nib adjustment. Once after the terrace scratch, though his lordship refused full repair." Voss's pencil stilled. "Give me those dates." Abel bent over the ledger with a care that made the paper seem fragile. "The first adjustment was the 23rd of November. Mr. Rusk's man collected it before noon and returned it the next morning. His lordship disliked the nib. He said it dragged." "Did Mr. Rusk's man enter the house?" Voss asked. "Yes, Justicier. Tradesman's entrance. I received him, the housekeeper signed the tray record, and Mr. Price was in the hall with committee packets when the pen was returned." Ned wrote that down and felt the line tighten. "So Price saw the adjusted pen come back." "He may have," Abel said. "It was in its green case." Lady Malvern's gaze lifted. "James hated that case." "He kept it?" Ned asked. "In a drawer," she said. "He said a man who carried a pen in a presentation case deserved to have it stolen by a poet." Peregrine glanced toward Ned. "I regret to say I understand him." Voss said, "The second date, Mr. Finch." Abel turned a page. "April 9th, after the fall on the West Terrace. His lordship had dropped it while arguing with Lord Kettering's letter." Lady Malvern's mouth tightened. He blamed the paving, the letter, the weather, and modern committee language. "In that order." "And refused full repair," Ned said. "Yes," Abel said. "Mr. Rusk offered to smooth the scratch and repolish the clip. His lordship said the scratch improved the pen because at last it had stopped looking like a present." Ned looked up. That scratch mattered. The false pen copied it. Lady Malvern went very still. Then whoever made the copy knew the pen after April. Or saw a rubbing made after April, Voss said. Abel's face had paled. He carried it constantly after that. More than before, perhaps. He said scratched things were less likely to be admired. Ned turned a fresh page in his notebook. Constantly means what? Abel answered more quickly now, as if usefulness gave him somewhere to put horror. Breakfast letters, then coat pocket. Parliament days, inner left pocket. Club days, writing case if papers were expected, pocket if not. In the carriage, he often held it while reading. In this house, it went to the desk tray unless he was in the drawing room with correspondence. Lady Malvern looked away toward the rain-blurred glass. He tapped it when thinking. Twice against the paper, once against his thumb. It was infuriating. Ned heard the rhythm and saw the dragonfly waking under gold. Tap, tap, thumb. Habit as trigger. Familiarity as invitation. Voss's pencil paused. Who would know that rhythm? Lady Malvern closed her eyes briefly. Anyone who spent enough time watching him believe he was alone. Lady Malvern's answer changed the room more than Abel's ledger had. Anyone who spent enough time watching him believe he was alone. Ned thought of servants, clerks, club attendants, committeemen, lobbyists, family, enemies, and all the people a lord did not count because counting them would make privacy feel too crowded. Voss said, list them. Lady Malvern opened her eyes. His valet, myself, Edward, when he wanted money badly enough to endure a lecture. Lionel Price, because James kept him waiting during committee correspondence. Clara Weatherby, if he wrote in her rooms. Sir Roland Fiske, because men at clubs write as if chairs and servants cannot see. Kettering, perhaps, if they quarreled over papers. Rookwood, if the Commons man was ever close enough, though I doubt James would lower his guard before him. Abel cleared his throat very softly. There was also Mr. Finchley, my lady, the parliamentary copy clerk. His lordship disliked him, but he brought corrected drafts twice a week. Lady Malvern frowned. Finchley irritated him because he breathed through his mouth. That would make him memorable, Peregrine said. Ned looked at Abel. Did Finchley ever handle the pen? Not properly, Abel said. But he stood near the desk. His lordship would mark drafts, tap the pen, complain, and hand pages back. Mr. Finchley would blot or gather them when told. Voss wrote the name. Full name? Martin Finchley, Abel said. Junior copy clerk attached to the Export Committee office. Ned felt another little line stretch between Parliament and the study. Could he have seen the scratch? If the pen lay on the paper, yes. His lordship did not hide it. Lady Malvern's mouth tightened. James hid feelings, not objects. Ned turned back to the ledger. After April 9th, was there any other repair, cleaning, polishing, or complaint? Abel followed the column with one finger. No formal repair, but on the 17th of May, Mr. Price brought a note from Rusk's shop. Voss's pencil stopped. A note? Lady Malvern leaned forward. What note? Abel's face went still with the horror of a servant discovering he had filed away something innocent that might not be innocent at all. A courtesy note, my lady. Mr. Rusk advising that he had received new nib stocks and could replace his lordship's preferred size if required. His lordship threw it aside and said Rusk was fishing for business. Where is the note? Voss asked. Likely in correspondence scraps if not burned. Ned looked at the green leather box, then at Abel. And did Lord Malvern send the pen in? No, Abel said, but Mr. Price saw the note. So did Finchley, I think. He was sorting papers that afternoon. Voss closed her notebook with one quiet snap. Then the pensmaker route may have been advertised inside this house. Lady Malvern's face hardened. By a courtesy note. Courtesy, Ned said, thinking of the dragonfly folded under gold, seems to have carried a lot of murder lately. Abel found the correspondence scraps in a lower compartment of the green leather box, tied with dull blue ribbon and sorted by a household logic that made Ned respect him more with every opened bundle. Invitations, invoices, tradesmen's notices, committee receipts, charity appeals, rejected dinner cards, and 3 clipped notes about repairs lay together because Lord Malvern had apparently believed anything that annoyed him but did not matter belonged in the same category. There, Abel said, touching one folded sheet without lifting it. Rusk's mark. Voss nodded to Ned. Visual first. Ned bent over the table. The note was small, cream paper, good stock, with Clement Rusk's Bond Street address engraved at the top. The message itself was polite enough to vanish from memory. New nib stock, preferred weight, prior adjustment record, pleasure to serve his lordship again. No threat, no urgency, no reason for a man to fear it. That made Ned dislike it at once. "May I?" he asked. "Gloved," Voss said. He pulled on thin workshop gloves and lifted the note by one corner. The paper had been folded twice and opened carelessly, probably by a man already irritated before he read it. A faint smudge sat near the lower edge, not ink exactly. Ned angled it toward the window. Lady Malvern watched him. "What is it?" "Pressure dust," Ned said. "Maybe from a copying frame, maybe from a clerk's weighted pad. Not enough to prove anything." He turned the page, "But the back has a guide mark. Someone put this under something else and used it as a reference edge." Peregrine leaned closer. "For copying the address? Or filing it with another paper of the same size?" Ned said. Rusk's address, Malvern's preferred nib, prior adjustment, and proof that the pen had been repaired there. If someone wanted the maker route, this note gave it politely. Voss held out an evidence sleeve. "Into seal." Ned slid the note inside, and Voss closed it with gold thread. Lady Malvern's eyes followed the paper as if it were another piece of her husband leaving the house. "Mr. Rusk will be questioned tonight?" she asked. "Yes," Voss said. "And Mr. Price, Finchley?" "After Rusk, unless Rusk gives us reason to reverse the order." Abel closed the ledger. "My lady, shall I send for the carriage?" Lady Malvern did not look away from Voss. "Send for whatever the justicier requires." Voss gathered the sealed note, the ledger extract, and the expanded warrant. "Mr. Vale, Lord Roth, with me." Ned took one last look at the green case, the ledger, and Lady Malvern's still hands. The birthday pen had begun as a marriage's private joke, useful enough to be tolerated and handsome enough to be remembered. Somewhere between Rusk's shop, Malvern's pocket, the club tray, and the study desk, someone had turned that memory into a weapon. Now they had the maker's name, the courtesy note, and the dates. It was not the killer yet, but it was the first clean road toward the hands that had built the lie. 21. Clement Rusk's gold. Clement Rusk's shop stood on Bond Street behind windows so clean they made wealth look sanitary. Gold watch chains, pen cases, cuff links, seal rings, enamel boxes, and little desk ornaments sat beneath glass shades under a soft, flattering light that touched nothing with urgency. Ned entered behind Voss with rain still cold in his coat and the sealed courtesy note inside Voss's case, and the warmth of the shop struck him as almost offensive after Malvern House. Here, objects were not evidence yet. They were desire, polished until guilt would have to squint to see itself. A young assistant behind the counter looked up, saw Voss's white and gold collar beneath her cloak, and forgot whatever greeting Bond Street manners had trained into him. "Madam?" "Justicier Voss," Voss said. "Mr. Clement Rusk, now." The assistant's eyes flicked to Ned, then to Peregrine's perfect gloves, then back to Voss. "Mr. Rusk is with a client." "Then Mr. Rusk is finished with a client," Voss said. Peregrine removed one glove finger by finger, as if the shop had offended him by existing beautifully. "I do admire the speed with which trade discovers hierarchy when white and gold enters by the front door." Ned looked at the glass cases. "Trade discovers hierarchy before breakfast if the buyer's coat is cut right." Peregrine glanced at him. "You have become uncomfortably observant." "I've been standing in expensive rooms all week," Ned said. "It leaves marks." A curtain behind the counter opened before the assistant could decide whether to panic properly. Clement Rusk emerged as a narrow man in his 50s, silver-haired, clean-shaven, and dressed in a dark coat whose plainness cost money. His eyes went first to Voss, then to the case in her hand, and only after that to Ned's tool bag. That order told Ned more than the greeting did. "Justicier," Rusk said, bowing carefully. "How may I assist the Crown?" "You repaired Lord James Malvern's gold fountain pen on the 23rd of November and received it again on April 9th after a terrace scratch," Voss said. "Bring your records." Rusk's face did not change enough for a customer to notice. Ned noticed anyway. The man's left thumb pressed once against his forefinger, the gesture of someone feeling for a ring that was not there. Lord Malvern was a valued client. His death has shocked us all. "That is not a record," Voss said. "No," Rusk said, and turned toward the assistant. Mr. Bell, the Malvern account ledger. Also the repair drawer card. The assistant vanished behind the curtain. Ned stepped nearer to the counter but did not touch the glass. The pens inside were arranged by finish and dignity: gold, black enamel, silver gilt, tortoiseshell, each one fitted into velvet grooves as if a gentleman's hand were a predictable machine. Rusk watched his attention. "You are Mr. Vale." Ned looked up. "You know me?" "I know makers whose names customers bring into my shop," Rusk said. "Especially when they ask whether fine apparatus can be made small enough to conceal its cleverness." Voss's gaze sharpened. "Who asked you that?" Rusk's mouth closed. The assistant returned with a narrow ledger and a card box. Voss placed one gloved hand on the counter. "Open the Malvern record, Mr. Rusk. We will begin with the pen you admit handling." Rusk opened the ledger himself. His fingers were steady, which annoyed Ned until he saw the skin at the base of his thumb tighten each time Voss spoke. The Malvern account was written in a fine sloped hand, every repair, polish, nib complaint, and payment entered with the careful dignity of men who believed expensive things became innocent when properly invoiced. "Read the November entry," Voss said. Rusk lowered his eyes. 23rd November. Nib drag corrected. Feed channel cleaned. Weight checked against customer preference. Return 24th November. And April 9th? Terrace damage. Surface scratch near clip and upper barrel. Customer declined full polishing. Scratch left visible by instruction. Rusk glanced toward Ned. "Some gentlemen prefer use over perfection once perfection has become tiresome." Ned said, "Did you measure the scratch?" Rusk's gaze sharpened. "One does not measure a scratch as if it were a bridge." "One does if someone later copies it," Ned said. The truth in that landed too plainly for shop manners. Mr. Bell shifted behind the counter, and Rusk did not rebuke him. Voss noticed the silence and placed the sealed courtesy note beside the ledger. "Did you send this note to Lord Malvern in May?" Voss asked. "Yes," Rusk said. "New nib stock arrived. It was ordinary courtesy." "Did Lord Malvern send the pen in after receiving it?" "No." "Did someone else contact you after this note was delivered, asking about a pen in Lord Malvern's pattern?" Rusk looked down at the ledger. "No one used Lord Malvern's name." "That was not my question." The shop seemed to lose warmth by degrees. Rusk closed the ledger halfway, then opened it again when Voss's hand moved no more than an inch toward the warrant case. A client requested a gentleman's fountain pen in dark gold, heavier than the fashionable line, small crest space left blank, gear and laurel band, scratch reproduced from a rubbing, and barrel dimensions within a narrow tolerance. It was entered as a commemorative casing. Peregrine said softly, "A commemorative casing for a dead man not yet dead." Rusk's face whitened. "I did not know that." Voss's eyes held him. "Did you know the request matched Lord Malvern's pen?" Rusk breathed once through his nose. "I suspected it was copied from Lord Malvern's pen. I did not know why." The answer pulled cleanly enough that Ned felt the shape of it before Voss spoke. It was not murder knowledge, and it was not innocence either. A careful tradesman had seen a stolen likeness and decided the money was easier than the question. "Who was the client?" Voss asked. "A forwarding account," Rusk said. "Paid through Harp and Vale, stationers. Instructions delivered by messenger. No gentleman came in person." Ned leaned over the card box without touching it and read the small line. Bell had gone pale beside. "You changed the drawer name." Rusk did not answer quickly enough. Voss's voice sharpened. "Mr. Rusk." Rusk looked at the card as if it had betrayed him by remaining paper. The original card said Malvern pattern private casing. "I changed it to presentation sleeve after delivery. I did not know it was murder, Justicier." "No," Voss said, "but you knew it was dishonest." Rusk closed his eyes. "Yes." Voss let the confession sit for one breath, then opened the warrant case and took out an evidence cord. "Show me the workroom." Rusk looked at the shop window, where two ladies beneath umbrellas had paused outside, peering through the glass at the unusual arrangement of a justicier, a silent assistant, and a goldsmith gone bloodless. "My clients will see." "Then draw the curtain," Voss said. Mr. Bell moved at once. The front display dimmed as velvet curtains slid across the windows, turning Bond Street into a blur of rain and shadows. Rusk led them through the rear curtain into a narrower room where the air changed from perfume and polish to lamp heat, metal dust, wax, ink, and cutting oil. Here the shop stopped pretending gold was born respectable. Fine clamps lined the benches. Little trays held nib feeds, barrel sleeves, hinge pins, rings, seal plates, and scraps of dark gold too small for display and too expensive to discard. Ned's attention caught on a velvet-lined drawer left half open. Is that the pattern drawer? Rusk hesitated. Voss said, answer him. Yes, Rusk said. Not customer originals. Dimensional references. Finish notes. Crest positions. Weight preferences. Ned looked at the labels without touching them. The drawer was a library of rich men's hands. Grip width, clip angle, cap length, weight correction, barrel curve. He understood it too well. A maker remembered use because use was the truth beneath ornament. That was why the room felt suddenly fouler than the pretty shop outside. Rusk had not merely copied a pen. He had copied the way Lord Malvern expected the pen to belong to him. Where is the Malvern pattern card? Ned asked. Rusk drew it from the rear slot with visible reluctance and placed it on the bench. Ned bent over it. Dark gold, slightly warm tone, gear and laurel band, scratch retained by rubbing, weight adjusted 3 grains heavy at lower barrel, internal void left unlined by client instruction. He looked up sharply. Internal void? Rusk spread his hands. A sleeve casing. Some clients want hidden compartments for sentimental notes, miniature portraits, morning hair, diplomatic slips, foolishness of that sort. This wasn't for a note, Ned said. Peregrine leaned closer, his expression losing its decorative boredom. How can you tell? Ned pointed, still not touching the card. Because the void isn't in the cap. It's down the barrel, and the weight correction hides it. A man hiding paper wants access. A man hiding mechanism wants balance. Rusk's mouth tightened. I did not make a mechanism. No, Ned said, and the certainty settled coldly through him. You made a body clever enough to accept one. Voss's gaze did not leave Rusk. Who specified the void? The written instruction, Rusk said. Where is it? Rusk swallowed. Destroyed after delivery. Standard discretion. Ned looked at the tiny trays of hinge pins and sleeve rings, then at the card again. This casing wouldn't transform by itself. The tolerances are too fine for ordinary novelty work, but not fine enough for wings, legs, and a crystal heart. Someone else built the inner creature. Voss said, name the craft. Miniature apparatus, Ned said. Watchwork, instrument work, maybe automata. Someone used Rusk's gold to make the lie fit Lord Malvern's hand, then gave it to a better monster to wear. Voss had Rusk stand beside his own workbench while she questioned him, which struck Ned as the neatest cruelty of the morning. The man had made this room into proof of precision, discretion, and beautiful service, and now every clamp, drawer, card, and labeled tray had become a witness waiting to be called. Did you build the object that killed Lord Malvern? Voss asked. No, Rusk said at once. The truth answered cleanly. Ned felt it in the room's change, in the way Voss did not press the word as if it might crack open further. Rusk was not the hand that had made the dragonfly's heartbeat, and he had not known he was clothing murder. That should have made him smaller in the case. Somehow it made him uglier. Did you knowingly provide a copied casing meant to deceive Lord Malvern or those around him? Voss asked. Rusk's jaw tightened. Yes. Mr. Bell made a small sound by the curtain. Peregrine looked at the assistant with sudden interest, and Ned saw the younger man flinch from that polished attention almost as much as from Voss. Did Mr. Bell know? Voss asked. Rusk looked toward him. No. He fetched, rapped, and entered what I told him to enter. The false card was mine. Bell's face crumpled with relief and humiliation at once. Ned knew that look too well. Being cleared by a superior's guilt still left dirt on your sleeves where people had already looked. Voss drew the evidence cord across the Malvern pattern card and sealed it. Who gave the technical instruction for the void? Rusk hesitated, then reached to a side drawer with 2 fingers and pulled out a thin gray packet tied in black thread. I kept one thing I should have destroyed. Not the original instruction. A tracing error. I meant to burn it. Ned leaned closer as Voss opened the packet. Inside lay a narrow scrap showing the barrel's inner space, not as a goldsmith would think of it, but as a chamber with clearance, pivot points, and tiny notes for folded movement. At the bottom, almost hidden beneath the crease, was a maker's supply stamp. Peregrine read it aloud. A. Pell, Miniature Instruments and Scientific Curiosities. Ned's stomach tightened with reluctant recognition. That's not decorative work. That's room for joints. Rusk closed his eyes. Pell's messenger brought the measurements. I only made the sleeve to fit. Voss sealed the scrap beside the card. Then you will close your shop and come under escort to give formal statement. Rusk opened his eyes. Am I arrested? You are detained as a dishonest cutout in a murder inquiry, Voss said. Whether that becomes arrest depends on what else your discretion has purchased. Ned looked at the sealed scrap and felt the case move under his feet again. Gold had given the lie a face. Somewhere else, smaller hands had taught it how to unfold. 22. Ambrose Pell's Little Hinges. Ambrose Pell's workshop did not sit behind clean Bond Street glass. It crouched above a scientific instrument shop near Holborn, reached by a narrow stair that smelled of dust, lamp oil, hot metal, and boiled glue. The sign below promised barometers, survey lenses, medical calipers, pocket orreries, clockwork toys, and repaired lecture apparatus. The room above promised nothing. Its door was plain, brown, and scratched around the lock by years of keys carried by careful men with impatient hands. Voss knocked once. Something inside clicked, ticked, and continued ticking with far too many tiny voices. Ned felt his fingers flex before he could stop them. Rusk's sealed scrap sat in Voss's case like a folded accusation, and the maker's stamp at its foot had brought them here without giving Ned any time to stop imagining how a pen could become wings. A thin voice called from behind the door, "Shop business below." "Justicier Voss," Voss said. "Open." The ticking changed rather than stopped. Ned heard a small chain being lifted, then a bolt drawn back with exquisite reluctance. Ambrose Pell opened the door only as far as the latch allowed, revealing one pale eye behind a brass magnifying frame strapped across his brow. He was small, narrow-shouldered, and older than Ned expected, with ink on 2 fingers and a burn scar shaped like a comma near his jaw. Pell's eye moved from Voss to Ned's tool case, then to Peregrine's coat. "I have not broken any law that requires white and gold before luncheon." "That remains to be determined," Voss said. Pell stared at her for one heartbeat too long, then unhooked the latch and stepped back. "Then determine it without touching the tray on the left. Those springs are ordered by temper, and policemen breathe disorder into fine work." Ned stepped in and nearly forgot murder, because the room was a nest of impossible smallness. Brass-winged insects lay pinned open beside watch plates. Fine springs curled in glass dishes. Crystal safe channels thinner than thread ran through half-finished housings under magnifying lamps. Tiny hinges sat in labeled rows, each one no larger than a grain of barley and more carefully made than most men's door locks. A folded beetle mechanism stood upright beneath a bell jar, its legs tucked with such neat intelligence that Ned's anger had to fight admiration for room in his chest. Voss placed the sealed tracing packet on the nearest clear space. "Did you make this?" Pell glanced at the evidence cord, then at Ned. "That depends whether the question is legal, technical, or stupid." Ned looked at the tiny hinges and said before Voss could answer, "Technical first. Legal after. Stupid if you pretend you don't know your own hand." Pell's mouth twitched, and for one dangerous second Ned thought the man might smile. Instead, Pell lifted a pair of brass tweezers from the left-hand tray and set them down again with theatrical care, as if proving he could obey only when obedience was technically sensible. "You have a good eye and a dreadful manner," Pell said. "So I'm often told," Ned said. Voss touched the sealed packet with one gloved finger. "Did you draw the mechanism guide inside this casing?" Pell leaned over it, close enough that the magnifying frame clicked down before his eye. He did not touch the paper. The workshop's ticking seemed to crowd nearer while he read the small marks, the pivot notes, the folded clearances, and the little correction near the barrel wall that Ned had noticed at once because it was elegant enough to make him angry. "Yes," Pell said, "that is my hand." "Did you design a device to kill Lord Malvern?" Voss asked. "No," Pell said sharply, and the answer struck clean. His fear moved after it, not before, like a man realizing the cliff was already under his heels. "Did you build a dragonfly assassin?" Voss asked. Pell's face tightened in offense before fear could hide it. "No, I built a folding curiosity." Ned looked from him to the bell jar beetle. "Show us." Pell hesitated, then crossed to a locked cabinet, took a key from a chain at his waist, and opened a narrow drawer lined in blue felt. He lifted out a small brass object shaped like a blunt pen core, unfinished and ugly beside Rusk's gold, with little seams running down the sides. He placed it beneath the magnifying lamp and touched a release pin with the tweezers. The core unfolded in a sequence of minute clicks, barrel splitting, limbs extending, two thin wings rising from nested grooves until a skeletal dragonfly stood on the felt, delicate, ridiculous, and terrible. Ned forgot to breathe properly. That's beautiful. Pell's chin rose despite himself. It is balanced. It's more than balanced, Ned said, then hated that he had given the man that much. Voss said, did that object carry a curse crystal? Pell answered, no. Voss asked, a stinger? Pell said, no. Voss asked, a killing needle? Pell's pride faltered under the rhythm of denial. He touched the table with two ink-stained fingers, steadying himself without seeming to know it. No. Mine was ornamental movement. Folding legs, wing deployment, carriage lock, return action, no flight crystal, no attack channel, no curse cavity. A collector wanted proof that a gentleman's pen could house a mechanical insect without losing proper hand weight. Peregrine's voice cooled. A collector with no name? Pell looked at the open dragonfly and swallowed. A patron with excellent money and no patience for being known. Ned bent over the unfolded dragonfly before he remembered he was not in his own shop, not among friends, and not allowed to covet evidence in a murder room. The skeletal mechanism stood on the blue felt with its wings raised, every joint placed where a joint had to be and nowhere else. Its legs were not decorative wire. They folded into the barrel in paired sequence, forelegs first, mid-legs crossing beneath them, rear legs locking last to brace the return action. Whoever had first imagined it had not merely wanted a clever toy. He had understood bodies. Pell watched Ned's face with sour satisfaction. Now you see why I object to the word assassin. I see why you object, Ned said. I don't see why that saves you. Voss said, explain. Ned pointed with the blunt end of his pencil, careful not to touch the felt. This hinge line here is too good for ornament. If it only had to unfold on a desk, it could be sloppier and still impress a collector. But the leg carriage balances weight as if it has to shift cleanly while moving. These wing roots aren't strong enough for full independent flight by steam spring, but they're shaped for a crystal pulse to help them beat. Pell's eyes sharpened behind the magnifier. You are guessing from an unfinished core. No, Ned said, irritation rising because the work was beautiful and he hated needing to admire it. I'm reading your cowardice. You built more capacity than your commission admitted, then told yourself no curse cavity meant no responsibility. Pell went red. Mind your tongue, boy. Ned, Voss said, not loudly. He stopped, jaw tight, and made himself breathe. The dragonfly waited under the lamp, delicate and obscene. He wanted to turn it over, measure the pivot gap, see the return catch, test whether the wing struts could take a light bead without warping. He wanted, horribly, to learn from it. Peregrine's voice came quietly from behind him. That is why it frightens you. Ned did not look back. What is? The fact that part of you wants to praise it before condemning it. Pell laughed once, too thinly. At least one gentleman here understands craft. Ned looked up then. No, he understands temptation. Voss's gaze moved from Ned to Pell. Could your demonstration core be modified into the murder weapon? Pell's pride fought fear and lost slowly. By an excellent hand, with access to curse crystal, finer wing channels, and someone willing to make a thing that should never have been made. Yes. Ned stared at the little machine until admiration curdled into anger. Then this wasn't a murderer's first idea. It was a maker's proof, handed to someone with worse instructions. Voss did not let the answer rest where Pell wanted it. She drew a second evidence cord from her case and laid it beside the blue felt, not touching the little unfolded dragonfly, but close enough that the workshop seemed to understand its future had become official. Who had the demonstration core after you built it? Pell's gaze flicked toward a locked writing slope on the side table. A messenger collected it. Name. I never had one. Voss looked at him. Pell's shoulders rose by a fraction, as if pride were trying to hide behind his collar and finding no room. He used a collection ticket from Harp and Vale, the same stationer's Rusk named if your faces or any guide. Payment came through a bank draft. The order was clean on paper. Ned looked up from the little machine. Clean paper does a lot of dirty work in this case. Peregrine's mouth tightened. Respectable paper is excellent camouflage. Nobody searches a receipt until after the knife is out. This was not a knife, Pell snapped. And it was not a weapon when it left me. No, Ned said, and pointed with the pencil again. But you left space for someone else's answer. Here, under the thorax line. You've got a blank balance chamber where a return weight should sit. Pell's face went rigid. Voss said, "Answer, Mr. Pell." Pell opened the writing slope and removed a narrow notebook bound in cracked black leather. He did not hand it over at once. His thumb rested on the cover as if the book were a child he had taught badly. The patron sent a second instruction. Not through the original drawing. A separate correction. He asked whether the return weight might be left removable for future exhibition variations. I thought he meant a colored bead, a scent capsule, a spark lantern, some foolery for club tables. Ned's throat tightened. A curse crystal could sit there. If cut small enough, Pell said. If mounted by a criminally fine hand. If the channels were reworked. If the wing roots were altered. If someone added a trigger beyond my release pin. Voss accepted the notebook when he finally offered it. Did you provide triggering instructions? I provided 3 harmless release options, Pell said. Pin pressure, cap twist, and timed unwind. The final piece used none of them, if it killed a man holding a pen at his desk. Ned saw Lord Malvern tapping the birthday pen against paper and thumb. Habit trigger, he said. Not opening, not display, handling. Pell shut his eyes. Then someone studied the man, not only the mechanism. Voss sealed the notebook. That is the layer we needed. Ned looked at the dragonfly under the lamp, beautiful, incomplete, and already guilty by inheritance. Pell had made the little hinges. Rusk had made the golden face. Somewhere beyond both, someone had known exactly how Lord Malvern's hand moved when he thought himself alone. 23. Investor's Supper. By supper, Vale Company smelled less like murder and more like onions, hot pastry, lamp oil, and brass polish, which Ned considered an improvement even if the improvement had been achieved by Matty threatening the shop into respectability. The front counter had been cleared of customer parcels and set with plates. The rear workbench had lost 3 trays of screws, gained a covered dish, and still had one automata runner leg clamped at the far end because Ned had moved it twice and been told the third attempt would cost him fingers. Matty stood over the order book with a pencil tucked behind one ear and a look that made friendship feel subject to invoice. Before anyone eats, investors will kindly remember that this is a business meeting with supper attached, not supper with business pretending at the edges. Arthur Penrose, taller, broader, and still too polished for a man who claimed military discipline had cured vanity, lifted both hands. I am prepared to be fiscally responsible before gravy. Rafiq Khan set a folded route map beside his plate. That is the bravest sentence you've ever said. Livia March arrived with a leather folder under one arm and kissed Matty's cheek before placing the folder directly beside the order book. I brought the copycat risk notes, the amended patent watch list, and 3 clauses Ned will hate. I hate them already, Ned said. You haven't read them, Livia said. I know your handwriting. Peregrine Roth removed his gloves near the door and examined the shop as if assessing both its charm and its weaknesses. The good news is that being associated with a sensational political murder may improve name recognition among exactly the wrong class of buyer. Matty looked up. That is not good news. It is market information wearing mourning, Peregrine said, and took the chair she pointed at before she could assign him a worse one. Beatrice Ashcombe entered last in a dark green walking dress too elegant for the workroom and too practical to be accidental. Her eyes moved over the plates, ledgers, runner leg, and faces with the softened calculation of someone deciding where worry could safely sit. I was told this was supper. It is, Ned said. Matty tapped the order book. After sales. Ned took his seat between the shop and the table, feeling oddly more exposed than he had in Pell's workshop. Voss, Rusk, Pell, the dragonfly, and the habit trigger still scratched at the back of his mind, but around him sat the people who had bought shares in Vale Company before the world quite believed the name. The murder had followed him home again. This time, so had his friends. Matty allowed the pie to be uncovered once Livia had confirmed the order totals and Peregrine had stopped calling customer panic a visibility opportunity. Steam rose from the dish, rich with beef, onion, carrots, and pepper, and the room changed as plates were filled. Business did not vanish, because Maddie would have considered that a moral weakness, but it softened enough for Arthur to spill gravy on one cuff and look personally betrayed by it. That, Rafik said, pointing with his fork, is what comes of fiscal responsibility before gravy. The gravy resented the hierarchy. Arthur inspected the cuff. I have survived worse in service. Tell that to the cuff, Ned said. Arthur smiled, then the smile shifted into something less bright and more real. We had a field exercise in Wiltshire last month. Rain, mud, 3 hours of waiting for orders that had been delayed because someone mislaid the signal packet. I spent most of the day keeping 20 men from admitting they were cold and bored enough to become stupid. I used to think duty would feel sharper. Peregrine buttered bread with unnecessary elegance. Duty is mostly discomfort with witnesses. Arthur looked at him. That is almost helpful. Treasure the occasion, Peregrine said. I ration generosity. Rafik unfolded the corner of his route map and tapped a red penciled line. The packet delay is exactly why the Western offices are nervous. Not publicly, of course. Publicly, all routes are resilient, all depots are prepared, and all clerks sleep like saints. Privately, everyone has discovered that one missing form can make a convoy wait in the wrong valley. Livia's fork paused. Do not say that near a minister without asking who benefits from the wrong valley. I don't say anything near ministers, Rafik said. I stand behind maps and look harmless. Beatrice gave him a faint smile. You have never looked harmless. You look like a man calculating whether a chair has a better route to the door than the people sitting in it. Ned laughed, and the sound surprised him by not catching on murder. Around the table, they looked older than the gear company children who had once argued over pudding, but the shape remained. Arthur carried duty instead of daydreams. Rafik carried roots that had stopped being games. Livia carried clauses like other women carried fans. Peregrine brought clubs, markets, and unpleasant truth wrapped in polish. Beatrice brought social news folded so neatly Ned could not yet see the bruise beneath it. Maddie served Beatrice another slice. And you, any harmless news? Beatrice looked down at her plate. My family has discovered that supper invitations can be arranged with military precision. Peregrine's expression sharpened. Names? Later, Beatrice said, too lightly. Tonight I should like to pretend pastry outranks strategy. Ned saw Livia look at her, saw Arthur sit a little straighter, and understood that warmth had not removed the pressure. It had only made a place where pressure could finally speak. Beatrice's attempt at lightness failed because everyone at the table knew how to hear a locked door inside a pleasant voice. Maddie put down the serving spoon. Livia closed her folder. Arthur stopped dabbing at his cuff, and Peregrine, who had been irritatingly comfortable 5 seconds before, set his bread aside with old family attention sharpened into something far less decorative. Ned looked at Beatrice across the plates and ledgers. How old is he? Beatrice's mouth curved without humor. Older than a sensible offer should require. That is not an answer, Livia said. No, Beatrice said. It is a lady's answer, which means it has been trained to avoid alarming the room while making the room entirely aware it ought to be alarmed. Peregrine leaned back slowly. Name, Beatrice. She moved one crumb beside her plate with the tip of her finger, aligning it with another crumb before she seemed to notice what she was doing. Sir Almeric Dane. The name did something unpleasant to the table. Peregrine's expression went still first. Livia's eyes narrowed as if a clause had insulted her. Rafik looked from one face to another and folded his map without being asked. Arthur's hand closed once around his fork before he set it down carefully. Ned said, Dane as in Sir Percival Dane? Cousin, Peregrine said. Older branch. Money, apparatus interests, club connections, dreadful waistcoats, and a habit of mistaking women under 30 for negotiable property. Beatrice looked at him. That was almost gallant. Do not spread the rumor, Peregrine said. I have enemies. Maddie's face had gone hard in a way Ned associated with late-paying customers and men who called her girl from the wrong side of the counter. Your family wants to sell you to him. They would say settle, Beatrice said. They can say pudding if they like, Maddie replied. It still sounds like sale. Arthur's voice came lower than usual. Do you want him? Beatrice looked at him then, and some of the polish slipped. Not all. Beatrice never lost all of it. No. The word was plain enough to make every clever answer at the table step back. Ned felt anger move through him, useless and hot, looking for machinery to strike because people were harder to repair. Livia drew a clean sheet from her folder. Then we list pressures, invitations, witnesses, family claims, financial dependencies, and any letters already sent. Beatrice gave a small laugh that was almost unsteady. You are making a file? I am making room for refusal to have furniture, Livia said. Furniture is harder to ignore. Rafik tapped the folded map. En routes. Which houses are placing you near him? Which dinners repeat? Who delivers invitations? Who carries answers? Arthur nodded once. If you need an escort to be inconveniently present, I can be very inconvenient. Peregrine said, I can be more expensive than inconvenient, which is sometimes better. Ned looked at Beatrice. And Vale Company can always have urgent business for an investor. Her eyes brightened for one dangerous moment before she lowered them to her plate. You are all being very improper. Maddie picked up the serving spoon again. Good. Eat before we improve. Maddie's command to eat worked for almost 4 minutes, which Ned suspected was a household record. The pie diminished, Arthur's cuff was rescued with soda water and unasked advice, and Beatrice managed 3 bites before Livia's clean sheet acquired columns titled Pressure, Witnesses, Refusal Routes, and Useful Inconveniences. Beatrice looked at the headings and covered her face with one gloved hand. You have made matrimony look like a shipping dispute, she said. Good, Livia said. Shipping disputes have records. Peregrine reached for the wine jug. And penalties for misdeclared goods. Maddie pointed the serving spoon at him. Do not call her goods in my shop. I was calling Sir Almeric's intentions fraudulent cargo, Peregrine said. But I withdraw before the spoon becomes precedent. Ned laughed with the others, then reached for the runner leg clamped at the far end of the bench because his hands needed something ordinary. The little brass limb flexed when he loosened the test screw, kicked once, and sent the rude washer face slip had hidden in the tray spinning across the table. It rolled between plates, clipped Arthur's rescued cuff, and dropped neatly into Peregrine's empty glass. Rafik stared at it. That machine has chosen its market. Arthur leaned over, delighted despite himself. Gentlemen's clubs? Assassination of dignity, Peregrine said, lifting the washer from the glass. Potentially lucrative. Livia's pencil stopped halfway through a sentence. Not until Ned signs the Automata restriction schedule. Ned groaned. It kicked a washer. It demonstrated unsupervised table mobility in proximity to investors, Livia said. That is practically a legal confession. Rafik pulled his map closer and turned it sideways to make room for a sketch of a track. If these are to race, timing gates matter. Not just start and finish. Turns, obstacles, recovery points. People will argue over whether a stumble counts. Arthur's eyes brightened. Public trials, small wagers, controlled stakes, named runners. People will love it. People will bet on it, Maddie said. People will pay to own it, Peregrine said, especially if they believe they have noticed the fashion before their rivals. Beatrice lowered her hand at last and looked at the little leg with real amusement softening the strain around her mouth. And some of us may require urgent investor consultations whenever our families arrange unsuitable dinners. Ned set the runner leg down more gently than the joke deserved. Around the table, the murder still existed, the bill still waited, and Beatrice's problem had not been solved. Yet Vale Company had become something larger than benches and orders. It was a place where roots, clauses, money, courage, gossip, grief, and laughter all found chairs, and for one warm hour the shop with his name on the door felt strong enough to hold them. 24. Vale Course Runners. The warm hour lasted until Ned made the mistake of saying the second runner might be ready to stand. Maddie had only just stacked the plates beside the wash basin. Livia's matrimonial shipping dispute still sat in neat columns on the table, and Peregrine was pretending not to watch the rear bench when the words left Ned's mouth. Every head turned with the same bright, dangerous attention Gear Company had once given forbidden equipment. Arthur set his cup down. Stand as in stand, or stand as in immediately fall over in a promising direction. Ned wiped his hands on a cloth and reached for the covered lamp. Those are not mutually exclusive. Rafik was already clearing space. We need a lane. We need permission, Livia said. This is my shop, Ned said. Maddie looked over her shoulder. And whose floor will it scratch? Ned paused. Our shop. Better, Maddie said, and moved the pie dish out of reach of invention. Tom came in from the yard with a coil of chalk cord over one shoulder, took one look at the table, and sighed like a man seeing the future arrive without proper bolts. "You're testing them indoors?" "Demonstrating," Peregrine said. "Testing sounds liable." Livia pointed her pencil at him. "Do not help." Slip vanished under the front counter and emerged with 2 wooden blocks, 3 battered tin hoops, and a strip of green ribbon. "Course wants obstacles. Rich folk don't pay to watch a thing walk straight unless it's carrying scandal." Ned lifted the first runner from the bench. It was terrier-sized, all-spring body, brass legs, crystal guide bead, and narrow feet filed broader after the first version had tried to dig itself into the floorboards. The second was longer and lower, closer to a small hound, with Tom's heavier hip joints and a gait Ned still distrusted on turns. Neither looked like Brassfield. Brassfield had tables, pieces, armies, strategy, and polished miniature war. These had bodies. They made the floor matter. Beatrice leaned forward despite herself. "They're uglier than I expected." "They're prototypes," Ned said. "They're still uglier than I expected." Arthur grinned. "I love them already." Ned set both runners at the chalk starting line while Rafik crouched to sight the lane and Slip tied the green ribbon between 2 chair legs as a finish gate. The smaller runner twitched once, lifted a front foot, and stamped on Ned's boot with crisp mechanical confidence. Peregrine looked delighted. "That one understands investors." Ned bent to adjust the guide bead, trying not to smile. "No one prays it yet. It'll become impossible." Rafik made the course with chalk cord, 2 chair legs, Slip's hoops, and a seriousness that would have suited a frontier convoy. "Start here, left turn round the block, through the first hoop, over the low bar, tight right, finish under the ribbon. If the hound-bodied one takes the turn wide, it will hit Maddie's ledger." "If it hits my ledger, it is no longer a prototype," Maddie said from behind the counter. "It is scrap with witnesses." Ned crouched between the runners and touched each guide bead with the narrow testing rod. The terrier-sized runner's bead answered too eagerly, all bright twitch and impatient footstamp. The longer runner answered more slowly, but its rear hips settled with a pleasing little weight that made Ned trust it until it tried to trust itself. "Ready?" Arthur asked. "No," Livia said. "Yes," Slip said. "Those are the 2 states of enterprise," Peregrine said. Ned drew breath, tapped the starting mark, and released the spring locks. Both runners leapt forward. The terrier shot straight as a thrown boot, clipped the first chalk line, corrected too hard, and went through the hoop sideways with all 4 legs working furiously in different legal jurisdictions. The hound started better, low and smooth, then reached the turn, overthought it through the guide bead, and shouldered the wooden block with a crack that made Tom swear. "That hip pin will shear by the 10th run," Tom said, already moving closer. "Maybe the 6th if fools cheer at it." Arthur cheered anyway. "Come on, ugly little beast." The terrier runner heard nothing, because Ned had not made it clever enough to be vain, but it recovered as if offended by gravity and sprang over the low bar cleanly. The hound staggered, found its rear gate, then lunged after it with sudden alarming speed. Slip slapped both hands on the counter. "That's your money moment. Fast one starts slow, little one runs brave, odds shift halfway. You'll have betting before breakfast." "We are not building betting machines," Livia said, writing too quickly. Maddie stared as the terrier runner spun near her ledger and missed it by less than an inch. "We are not building customer riots either." Peregrine's eyes followed the hound as it drove through the second hoop and nearly took Arthur's boot with it. "Private clubs will adore them. Members will argue bloodlines over brass legs by Easter." Rafik had dropped to one knee, pencil already sketching turns on the back of his map. "The lane is wrong. It needs a recovery stretch after the hoop and a timing gate before the second turn. Otherwise every argument becomes whether the stumble began before or after the obstacle." The terrier reached the ribbon first, tangled one front leg in it, and dragged the finish between the chairs while the hound crashed after it and stopped with its nose against Peregrine's polished shoe. Ned stared at the 2 machines, heart lifting despite the flaws. Left hip too loose, rear bead too cautious, front gate overcorrecting. "They're awful." Beatrice smiled. "You sound happy." Ned reached for his tools. "I am." Ned had the terrier runner on its back before anyone could rescue it from improvement. The little legs bicycled in the air until he thumbed the spring lock and made them still. Tom took the hound-bodied runner by the middle, turned it once, and gave Ned a look that had repaired too many dock machines to respect optimism. Rear pins are too fine, Tom said. It's quick now because nothing in it knows fatigue exists. Give it 10 runs, then sell a basket for gathering broken hips. Arthur leaned over the bench. Field scouts have the same problem when clever men design them for parade roads. The first ditch explains reality. Peregrine looked at him with mild interest. You sound distressingly professional. Arthur's ears colored, but he did not retreat. Service is mostly learning that an elegant plan becomes mud, hunger, and missing straps the moment men have to carry it. Rafik tapped his sketched course with the pencil. Or missing routes. Your runner problem is the same as convoy timing. Everyone watches the exciting stretch, but the recovery lane decides whether the next turn is possible. Give them too little space, and all speed becomes accident. Slip leaned across the counter. That's what makes it funny. That's what makes customers sue, Livia said, drawing a line beneath liability on her notes. Also, we need rules before anyone sees these outside the shop. No illegal betting, no weapon fittings, no concealed courier use, no unsupervised street trials, and no customer modifications without voiding warranty. Ned looked up. Warranty? You are selling moving machines with opinions, Livia said. Yes, warranty. Peregrine's gaze moved from the runners to the shop windows, as if he could already see gentlemen pressing their noses to the glass while pretending not to. Reputation matters. If they appear first as clever toys, clubs will make them fashionable. If they appear first as gambling devices, officials will make them troublesome. If they appear first as little weapons, Voss will make them evidence. Beatrice's smile faded at that. Social rooms will help and hurt. People will invite the runners where they want Ned's name but not Ned's hands. They will place them on carpets, beside wine, near men who think ownership makes them clever. She touched one neat column on Livia's page. And some families will discover that investor consultations are a convenient excuse to seat a woman beside Sir Almeric Dane until refusal looks rude. Maddie's face hardened. Then investor consultations happen here. Arthur nodded. Or with escorts. Rafik added, or on routes that somehow avoid his dining room. Ned tightened the runner's hip screw with careful fingers, feeling the warmth around the bench turn protective without becoming soft. Then the course needs rules for people as well as machines. Peregrine smiled faintly. Now you're learning business. Livia took control before Ned could improve anything else into collapse. She moved the runners out of his reach, placed the terrier on one side of the cleared table and the hound on the other, then set her pencil between them like a magistrate's cane. Names first. Not charming names. Product names. Slip made a wounded sound. You're killing half the sale. I'm preventing Ned from selling "ugly little beast" as a registered line, Livia said. Arthur looked regretful. It does have spirit. Maddie opened the order book to a clean page and wrote with the slow care she used for things that might become money or trouble. Vale Course Runners. Ned looked up from the hip pin. That sounds official. It sounds owned, Maddie said. Owned sounds harder to steal. Peregrine leaned one elbow on the counter, his face still amused but no longer idle. Vale Course Runners. Private course demonstrations by appointment. Club lease terms possible. Sale by approved order only. No modification without return to shop. No wagers administered by Vale Company, though naturally gentlemen may disgrace themselves elsewhere. Do not put "naturally" in a contract, Livia said, already writing. Rafik drew a second, cleaner course beneath the first sketch. Standard track length, marked recovery stretch, 3 obstacles, 2 timing gates, visible finish ribbon. If every course is different, no one can compare runners honestly. If every course is the same, people can argue records. People love arguing records, Slip said. Records are gossip with numbers. Tom set the hound runner upright and pressed gently on its rear hips until the body settled. And maintenance after every 5 runs if you don't want rich fools bringing them back in baskets. Beatrice touched the terrier runner's head with one gloved fingertip, carefully, as if politeness extended even to brass. They'll be invited into rooms people once refused to let Ned enter. That quieted the shop more effectively than warning had. Ned looked at the runners, at the chalk course, at Livia's notes, at Maddie's order book, and then, unwillingly, toward the drawer where sketches of the assassin dragonfly had been locked away under Voss's restrictions. Moving things could delight. Moving things could kill. The difference was not cleverness. It was conscience, rules, records, and the people willing to stop him when his delight ran ahead of caution. Ned tightened the final screw and set the terrier beside the hound. Vale course runners, then. Protected design. No weapons. No hidden compartments. No private alterations. Maddie dipped her pen, and no testing near my ledger. Arthur raised his cup, to ugly little beasts with proper paperwork. Beatrice's smile returned, tired but real, to inconvenient investor meetings. Rafik lifted his pencil instead of a cup, to recovery stretches. Peregrine looked around the crowded shop, at the plates, tools, chalk lines, friends, and half-built fortunes. To Vale Company becoming harder to dismiss. Ned touched the terrier's guide bead once, feeling the small machine answer under his finger, eager and imperfect in his. For one evening, at least, the Crown had not taken the room. The murder had not stolen the laughter. The shop held. 25. Sir Percival's dinner. Sir Percival Dane's dinner began with silver, glass, flowers, and enough polished apparatus talk to make danger sound like table manners. Ned stood just inside the drawing room with a collar that felt too tight, gloves he did not trust, and the irritating knowledge that Peregrine had been right about at least 3 things before the first course. Powerful rooms did not announce pressure. They warmed it, perfumed it, and passed it round on trays. Beatrice had arrived with her aunt, her smile perfectly placed and her eyes doing quieter work above it. Peregrine came half a step behind Ned as if he had been born to stand in expensive rooms and notice which men pretended not to notice whom. Voss was not present. That unsettled Ned more than her presence would have. This was not an interrogation. It was worse. It was society speaking freely because white and gold had not entered the door. Sir Percival Dane crossed the room with a glass in one hand and charm enough to make insult unnecessary. He was broad, silver-haired, beautifully dressed, and warm in the manner of a stove set slightly too near dry paper. Mr. Vale, at last, the famous maker himself. Ned bowed because Beatrice's glance reminded him to. Sir Percival. None of that stiff terror, I beg you, Sir Percival said, smiling. We are not in committee. We are among friends of industry. Peregrine's voice stayed mild. Industry has many friends when dinner is good. Sir Percival laughed as if Peregrine had complimented him. And fewer when restrictions are old enough to be mistaken for wisdom. You must have thoughts, Mr. Vale, on how many promising workshops are slowed by classifications written for yesterday's fears. Ned glanced at the mantel, where a little ornamental lift globe turned lazily inside brass rings. It was harmless on its own. Most things were, until someone chose the neighboring parts well. I have thoughts on classifications, he said. Mostly that a man who dislikes them should still read why they were made. A gentleman near the flowers chuckled. Another did not. Sir Percival's smile did not move, but something behind it counted Ned properly for the first time. Spoken like a man who has repaired too many cautious machines, Sir Percival said. Or seen too many confident ones fail, Ned said. Beatrice lifted her glass to hide the small curve of her mouth. Peregrine's expression remained politely blank, which meant he was enjoying himself. Across the room, a younger man with Dane family eyes watched Beatrice too closely, and Ned understood that this dinner had more than one kind of machinery hidden under the flowers. Dinner arranged them with the care of a mechanism designed to look like accident. Ned was placed between a retired colonial surveyor and a manufacturer of agricultural chassis, close enough to Sir Percival to be drawn into talk, far enough away that any awkwardness could be smiled over as youthful bluntness. Beatrice sat 4 places down, near an older gentleman with dyed whiskers, heavy rings, and the settled confidence of a man who had never hurried because other people had always been moved instead. Peregrine saw Ned notice. He unfolded his napkin with careful hands. Not the young watcher, the one beside the orchids. Ned kept his eyes on the soup spoon. Sir Almeric? Yes, you can tell by the way he listens only when Beatrice stops speaking. A collector assessing silence. Ned's hand tightened on the spoon before he made it loosen. Across the table, Beatrice smiled at something Sir Almeric said, turned it aside with such graceful ease that several guests laughed, and used the motion to glance once at Peregrine. Not frightened, not helpless, recording the room. The agricultural chassis manufacturer leaned toward Ned. You must not mind Sir Percival's enthusiasm, Mr. Vale. Men who build rules rarely understand the workshops they burden. I've met a few rules that understood workshops better than the men trying to dodge them, Ned said. The surveyor chuckled. A cautious maker. Sensible, if expensive. Caution is only expensive before the accident, Ned said. Sir Percival heard that and lifted his glass. There speaks the man of tools. Yet surely you agree that an agricultural chassis is not a war machine. A balance cage is not a cannon. A shock damper is not a siege engine. A crystal safe mount is merely a mount until some nervous official gives it a uniform. Several men nodded, pleased by the rhythm of harmless things named one by one. Ned looked down the table at silver forks, wine glasses, flowers, and plates being replaced by servants who never interrupted the talk that might move laws. It was all parts. Nothing sounded dangerous while isolated, polished, and served with soup. Peregrine said lightly, one does wonder why buyers are so eager for harmlessness in such large quantities. Sir Percival's smile warmed. Because industry scales, Lord Roth. Prosperity is not sinister because it is organized. Beatrice turned her glass by the stem. Organization depends on who is arranging the table. The words passed as wit, but Ned heard the click beneath them. Every guest spoke of single parts, single rules, single markets, single friendly states. No one at the table spoke of what happened when the parts met each other in clever hands. That silence had weight, and every polished man in the room seemed trained not to lift it. Sir Percival did not press the point at once. He let the fish course arrive, let servants pour wine, and let 3 other gentlemen say safer versions of his argument until the room had warmed around it. Ned watched the pattern with growing unease. No one commanded agreement. They simply laid small pieces of it down between plates until disagreement had to step over too many polished edges to reach the table. The chassis manufacturer dabbed his mouth with a napkin. The colonial estates ask for modern agricultural capacity, Mr. Vale. We cannot send them yesterday's engines and expect tomorrow's yields. Nor should loyal protectorates be treated like smugglers because they wish to buy dampers and balance cages for civilian work, Sir Percival said, his voice reasonable enough to make resistance sound childish. Friendly markets remember generosity, restricted markets remember insult. Ned looked at the candlelight running along his fork. Friendly markets can sell things on. The surveyor beside him gave a dry little cough. A young man's suspicion, not useless, but rather exhausting if applied to every invoice. Peregrine's tone stayed gentle. Invoices are frequently less loyal than the men who sign them. Sir Percival smiled across the table. Which is why we require certificates, end-use declarations, trusted intermediaries, and civil classifications. No one here proposes flinging artillery into rebel hands. No, Ned said, and felt several eyes turn toward him because his answer had come too quickly. He made himself continue more slowly. You propose sending things that are not artillery. That isn't the same as proving they can't become part of artillery. A little silence opened. It did not look like silence. Knives still touched plates. Wine still moved in glasses. Beatrice turned her head a fraction, and Sir Almeric Dane, at her side, stopped speaking to her long enough to watch Ned instead. Sir Percival set down his glass. Everything may be misused by wicked or desperate men. A kitchen knife, a railway bolt, a farm engine, a child's chemistry set. Governance cannot proceed by imagining every tool in its worst possible arrangement. That depends how easy the arrangement is, Ned said. Sir Percival's eyes warmed as if Ned had provided him with the exact objection he preferred. Then improve inspection, improve export records, improve penalties for breach, but do not strangle honest trade because ingenuity exists somewhere beyond our borders. Beatrice said lightly, ingenuity is inconveniently mobile. Sir Almeric smiled down at her. Which is why ladies of sense prefer settled houses to restless workshops. Beatrice's smile remained in place, but her fingers tightened once around the stem of her glass. Ned felt the remark land where it was meant to land, and the bill talk suddenly looked no different from the marriage pressure. Parts moved by polite hands. Lives arranged under pleasant names. Peregrine leaned toward Ned without looking at him. He answered everything except the combination. Ned nodded once, very slightly. Sir Percival had spoken truth. Prosperity, markets, certificates, friendly states, outdated restrictions. All true enough to pass cleanly under white and gold questioning, probably. But not one word had touched what happened when chassis, cages, mounts, dampers, brackets, and clever men met beyond the edge of the dinner table. By the time the ladies withdrew and the men rearranged themselves around brandy, Ned had stopped feeling merely out of place and started feeling as if the whole room had been built to make unease look rude. Sir Percival guided the talk from tariffs to classifications, from classifications to friendly state access, from access to imperial obligation, each move small enough to seem natural until Ned realized the conversation had crossed half a law without anyone calling it politics. Peregrine stood beside him near a side table crowded with decanters. "You look as though you've found a bad gear inside a silk cushion." "I haven't found anything," Ned said. "That's the trouble." "You have found a shape," Peregrine said. "Proof comes later, if one is lucky and Livia has paper." Across the room, Sir Percival laughed with two manufacturers and a retired undersecretary. He did not look like a murderer. He did not even look especially wicked. He looked like a man with a bill, a dinner table, and enough reasonable words to make caution sound shabby. Ned glanced toward the drawing-room doors, where Beatrice had vanished with the other women under her aunt's careful eye and Sir Almeric's expectations following after her like perfume. "This feels the same as Beatrice's dinner trap." Peregrine's brows lifted, an inelegant but accurate comparison. "They're calling pressure suitability," Ned said. "Calling parts harmless. Calling refusal old-fashioned. Calling roots prosperity. None of it is untrue by itself." "Which makes it excellent dinner talk," Peregrine said. A servant passed with coffee. Ned took none. He looked at the ornamental lift globe on the mantel again, turning harmlessly in its brass rings, and imagined it not as a pretty object but as one component on a table with 12 others. He saw his Vale runners, too, ugly and eager and safe only because rules had been nailed around delight before money touched it. The bill began to change in his mind. It was no longer paper in Parliament or gossip tied to Malvern's murder. It was apparatus, disassembled into clauses so no single piece frightened anyone. Sir Percival approached with his glass raised. "Mr. Vale, you have been very quiet. Have we converted you or exhausted you?" Ned met his smile. "Neither, Sir Percival. I'm trying to see the whole machine." The warmth in Sir Percival's face thinned by one careful degree. "Then I hope you will not mistake a dinner table for a factory floor." "No," Ned said. "Factories are usually more honest about what they're making." Peregrine coughed into his brandy. Sir Percival laughed after half a heartbeat, and the room allowed the moment to become youthful bluntness rather than challenge. Ned let it, because he still had no proof. But when he left later, with Peregrine beside him and Beatrice's forced smile waiting in the hall, the bill followed him out like a machine he had heard start ticking behind the wall. 26. 3 bills on one table. Ned did not sleep well after Sir Percival Dane's dinner. The argument followed him home in polished phrases, tucked itself between the shop's dark shelves, and waited behind his eyes whenever he tried to close them. By morning, Vale Company had already opened into ordinary noise. Tom hammering a stubborn bracket back into usefulness, Slip arguing with a delivery boy over whether 3 cracked lamp collars counted as a bargain, and Maddie sorting invoices with the grim patience of a woman who believed paper was only harmless when watched. Ned stood at the rear bench with his breakfast untouched and 3 words written on a scrap sheet: parts, roots, combination. They looked too small for the unease under them. The dinner had not given him proof. It had given him a shape, and shapes without proof were dangerous things to bring before Voss, Parliament, or anyone with a better coat and smoother tongue. Maddie came up behind him, read the paper, and frowned. "That is not an order list." "No," Ned said. "Good. It would be a terrible one." She set a mug beside his plate. "Eat before you accuse stationery of treason." The bell rang before he could answer. Rafik arrived first with 2 folded root sheets under one arm, then Livia with a leather case so full that its buckles looked personally offended. Peregrine followed in a dark coat and no visible apology for calling at a working hour, while Arthur came in behind him looking as if he had been told only half the reason and had supplied the rest from military imagination. Livia placed her case on the rear table. "Peregrine sent me Sir Percival's dinner remarks as remembered by an interested witness. Ned sent me 3 words and a blot of gravy." "It wasn't gravy," Ned said. "It was brown, emotional, and unhelpful," Livia said. "I treated it as gravy." Peregrine removed his gloves. The dinner did one useful thing. It confirmed that the bill is being defended by isolating every part from every other part. Rafik unfolded 1 root sheet. Then we stop reading like guests and start reading like smugglers." Arthur's expression sobered. "Or soldiers receiving the finished thing later." Livia opened the leather case. Table cleared. No tea near the clauses. We read all of it together. Once the rear table was clear, Livia spread the papers across it as if preparing the legal dissection. The Strategic Apparatus Export Amendment Bill sat in the center, pinned open with 2 brass weights. To its left lay a classification schedule from last spring. To its right, 3 exemption notices, 1 colonial supply rider, and a printed committee correction so dull in appearance that Ned distrusted it on sight. Rafik leaned over the table with a pencil behind one ear and his route map folded small beside his elbow. "If this one relaxes balance cages for agricultural chassis, and that one permits civilian warding stones for estate protection, then they can leave through different offices and arrive in the same warehouse," Ned said. Livia pointed her pencil at him without looking up. "Do not jump to the frightening part before we can prove the boring path." Peregrine, seated by the lamp with his coat unbuttoned and his expression unpleasantly alert, tapped the colonial supply rider. "This is the polite hinge. Friendly state access, civilian development, agricultural efficiency. No one wants to be seen voting against food, mines, and irrigation." Maddie stood behind the counter with the order book open, listening while pretending not to. Food has become very fashionable among men selling parts. Ned took a scrap sheet and began listing components in plain workshop language beneath Livia's legal headings. Agricultural mech chassis, balance cage, light alloy limb plates, shock dampers, crystal safe control housing, civilian warding stone, tool arm bracket, field repair kit, pilot assist regulator. None of them looked like a weapon when ridden alone. That was the trick. A screw did not look like a machine. A hinge did not look like a door. Rafik drew 3 arrows from 3 different export routes to 1 penciled square. "If I were hiding procurement, I wouldn't buy the whole thing through one buyer. I'd split it. Estate equipment from one office, mine support from another, repair kits through a merchant house, and spare housings through a friendly colonial contractor." Livia's pencil stopped. "That would pass several desks without any one clerk seeing the assembly," Peregrine said, "and any suspicious clerk could be told he was obstructing prosperity." Ned looked at the list again and felt the same crawling unease that Sir Percival's dinner had left under his skin. "This isn't one bill," he said. "It's a kit broken into legal pieces." Livia slowly drew a box around 3 separate clauses, and Malvern was reading the table, not the pieces. Ned pulled the scrap sheet closer and stopped trying to read like Livia. The clauses blurred when treated as law. They sharpened when he let them become parts. He took a brass washer from the bench tray, set it in the middle of the paper, then placed a broken runner hip beside it, a spare shock spring below, and a narrow blackstone collar above. It was not the right scale. It was barely even a model, but his hands understood before his mind had finished arguing. "That's an agricultural mech chassis," he said, tapping the washer. Maddie looked over from the counter. "That's a washer." "Today," Ned said. "Pretend it's a chassis. Legal already. Civilian. Good for plowing, hauling, lifting crates, dragging timber, turning soil." Rafik leaned in at once. "Common enough in colonial estates and larger mines." Ned nodded and placed the runner hip beside the washer. "Balance cage. Not a weapon. Makes it steadier on slopes, uneven ground, bad roads." Livia watched his hands now rather than the papers. "Permitted under the draft if classified as agricultural stabilization." He added the shock spring. "Dampers. Not a weapon. Keeps limb stress down when carrying load." He placed the blackstone collar near the top. "Crystal safe housing. Not a weapon. Protects the control bead and pilot assist." Peregrine's voice lost its polish by degrees. "Keep going." Ned reached for 3 screws, laid them like joints, then added a narrow strip of brass as a forward bracket. "Tool arm hardpoint. Civilian cutter bracket. Say it holds a saw, auger, pruning blade, stone drill, whatever polite thing a buyer writes down. Light alloy plates go here so it doesn't shake itself apart when moving faster than a plow needs to move." Maddie had come closer without noticing. "And the warding stone?" Ned set 1 dull practice bead behind the washer. "Protection. Not battlefield shielding, not officially. Just enough to shrug off weather, thrown rock, maybe a mining blast. Maybe a bullet if the angle is kind and the maker isn't." Silence gathered around the little table of scraps. Arthur, who had been quiet near the doorway, said, "That isn't farm equipment anymore." "No," Ned said, staring at the ugly little shape beneath his fingers. "It's a scout, light raider if armed badly. Better if armed by someone patient. It could cross bad ground, hit supply wagons, frighten horses, smash telegraph or signal huts, carry cutters into rail lines, worry a mine gate, make soldiers waste rifles on something that doesn't bleed." Rafiq's pencil hovered over his square warehouse. "And because every part entered by a different route, no convoy manifests as combat platform." Livia's face had gone very still. "No single office has committed treason. No single buyer has bought a weapon." Peregrine looked at the makeshift model as if it had insulted the room's intelligence by existing. "And every dinner guest can swear he supported agricultural prosperity." Ned tapped the washer once, harder than he meant to. Malvern saw the bones. Livia did not answer at once. She turned the strategic apparatus bill sideways, then dragged the classification schedule closer until the corners overlapped. The brass weights scraped softly across the table. Ned watched her build a paper machine with the same care he used for a gear train, only her parts were clauses, exclusions, definitions, and miserable little footnotes that had hidden in plain sight because no honest sentence had been kind enough to name the whole danger. "There," Livia said, touching one line with the pencil tip. "No individual export category violates the old restriction because each component is reclassified by use, not by potential combination." Rafiq leaned in. "So the balance cage is agricultural because the buyer says chassis. And the warding stone is civilian because the buyer says estate protection," Maddie said. "And the tool arm bracket is industrial because the buyer says cutter," Ned said. Peregrine's mouth thinned. "And if all three buyers are friends, cousins, shell merchants, or men who share a warehouse, the law politely looks in three directions at once." Livia marked the page with a small, furious cross. "That is why Malvern sent it back. Not because one clause was indefensible, because none of them were indefensible alone." She looked up, and the lamplight made her expression sharper than her voice. "That is the elegance. That is the rot." Arthur came nearer, finally giving up any pretense that this was not his lane too. A soldier meeting the finished thing would not care which office approved the hip joint. "No," Ned said, "he'd care that it kept moving after the first volley." Rafiq added a second square beside the first and drew routes feeding both. "And once one proxy group has a working pattern, others don't need the law. They need copies, captured pieces, field repairs, and one patient mechanic." Maddie closed the order book slowly. "Then this bill doesn't just sell parts. It teaches enemies what parts to ask for." The shop went quiet around that. Outside, a cart rattled past the front windows, ordinary wheels on ordinary stones, but inside the little arrangement of washer, spring, collar, screws, and beads seemed heavier than scrap had any right to be. Ned thought of Lord Malvern at his desk, ugly pen in hand, hated by half the men now arguing over polite trade, stubborn enough to be inconvenient and inconvenient enough to be murdered. Livia set down her pencil. Malvern's objection was probably simple in committee language. Returned for reconsideration of compound strategic effect. They would have laughed at that. Peregrine looked at the papers. Until someone killed him for being tedious. Ned touched the washer again, more gently this time. He wasn't tedious. He was tuning law. 27. Malvern's notes. Voss arrived before the little scrap model had been cleared from the table. That, Ned thought, was unfairly like her. The shop had only just begun breathing again after Livia's last sentence, and the washer still sat at the center of the papers pretending to be a chassis when the back bell rang with official patience. Tom opened after one look through the viewing plate, and white and gold entered Vale Company as if the room had already been summoned. Maddie looked from Voss to the papers spread across the rear table. "If the Crown intends to borrow the table as well as Ned, I'm charging rent." "Noted," Voss said, and placed a sealed parliamentary packet beside Livia's marked bill. "I have brought Lord Malvern's private notes." Livia's hand stopped halfway toward the packet. "Private as in diary, private as in legal, or private as in the sort of paper that makes everyone pretend not to have read it?" "Private as in removed from a locked correspondence drawer under Lady Malvern's protest, witnessed by Abel Finch, sealed by me, and entered into evidence," Voss said. "You will not remove pages. You will not copy names beyond permitted extracts. You will not show this to anyone outside this room. Peregrine's expression sharpened. That sounds like permission wearing armor. It is, Voss said. Ned wiped his fingers on a cloth before coming near it. The packet opened under Voss's glove, gold thread loosening into a coil of light before fading. Inside lay a sheaf of folded notes, some on parliamentary paper, some on ordinary creamstock, and several on torn scraps that looked as if Lord Malvern had written on whatever object had offended him by being blank. His handwriting was fierce, cramped, and slanted, with lines driven beneath words until the paper almost tore. Rafik leaned closer, then frowned. He wrote like a man angry at ink. Livia lifted the top page by its edge, or a man trying to trap a thought before someone argued it smooth. The first note seemed almost ridiculous. Agricultural chassis not objectionable alone. Balance cages not objectionable alone. Civil wardstones not objectionable alone. Then beneath it, in darker ink, together? Who is pretending not to see together? Arthur read over Ned's shoulder and went still. Voss watched their faces. Lady Malvern called them obsessive. Peregrine looked down at 3 arrows drawn between 3 separate clauses. A dinner table would call them tedious. Ned touched the edge of the page without moving it. The notes looked fussy, yes. Paranoid if a man wanted not to understand them. But the arrows were not wandering. The underlines were not madness. They were stress marks, the places Lord Malvern had heard law begin to pull wrong. No, Ned said quietly. He was drawing the machine. Livia drew Malvern's top page beside her own marked clauses, aligning the corners with such care that Ned almost expected the 2 sets of paper to lock together. He was not reading the strategic apparatus bill alone, she said. Look here, he marks clause 7, then refers sideways to last spring's classification schedule, then down to the colonial supply rider. Rafik bent closer. He drew a route through legislation. Not a route, Livia said. A dependency. Peregrine's mouth curved without humor. How very legal of him to make terror boring. Voss looked at him. Do not mistake boring for harmless. Ned took a second scrap sheet, copied Malvern's 3 arrows, and set them beside his washer, spring, collar, screws, and practice bead. The little model still looked ridiculous, but now Malvern's notes seemed to reach toward it across the table. One line read, Old agricultural frames already tolerated because no single frame threatens imperial balance. Another, written harder. New cages plus light alloy plus civil warding equals mobility, survival, and denial. Arthur touched the table edge. Denial? Plausible denial, Peregrine said. If a thing is bought as a plow, one may be shocked when it behaves like a raider. Ned picked up the Blackstone collar and moved it beside the practice bead. He knew it needed protection. Livia glanced at him. The note says civil warding. No, Ned said. It says civil warding because that's the legal word. But he underlined survival twice. He tapped the page. A plow doesn't need to survive rifle fire. A mining loader might need blast protection, so the words pass. But if you put that protection on a fast frame with better balance and lighter limbs, then it stays moving when men expect it to stop. Arthur's expression tightened. That changes the field. Rafik looked at his own route square. It changes roads too. A normal raiding party needs food, horses, rest, cover. A machine needs parts, fuel, and someone to keep it answering. That means hidden depots, not only hidden soldiers. Livia flipped another Malvern note open. He wrote that, not in those words. She read carefully, eyes moving across the cramped ink. No enemy need purchase battalions where warehouse chains will do. The sentence lay on the table with more weight than any accusation. Maddie, who had been pretending to tidy the counter, stopped with one hand on an order slip. Voss said, continue. Ned stared at Malvern's arrows until they no longer looked fussy. They looked like brace lines on a dangerous frame, each one showing where pressure would travel when the law was charged. He wasn't only saying no, Ned said. He was trying to show them where the force would go. Rafik drew Malvern's sentence into his route square as if the dead lord had handed him a map from the wrong side of the grave. Warehouse chains. The words did not belong on a battlefield map, which made them worse. They belonged to invoices, docks, railheads, sheds with locked doors, mine depots, estate stores, and the little offices where clerks stamped cargo because the labels looked correct. Show me, Voss said. Rafik looked up. The parts don't have to move like contraband. That's the point. They move like respectable goods. He shifted Malvern's notes aside just enough to place his route sheet beneath them. Chassis through agricultural supply. Warding stones through estate protection. Dampers and housings through mining stores. Tool arm brackets through industrial cutters. If all of them go to separate buyers in separate friendly ports, no one sees a weapon. Arthur came closer, jaw set. Until someone assembles it near a road. Near a road, a mine, a railhead, or a water station, Rafik said. That's where it hurts most. Not by fighting a regiment properly. By making the regiment spend 3 days protecting every supply point from machines too small to justify artillery and too hard to stop with rifles. Ned watched Arthur's face change. The old boy who would once have stared first at the machine's guns was not gone, but he had learned to count the men behind the glorious line. Arthur looked at the practice bead, the washer, the screws, and saw not invention but cold roads and tired soldiers guarding depots in bad light. Arthur said, "A patrol hears something in the dark. They form up. It hits the signal hut instead. They chase it, but if it's faster over rough ground, it chooses when to leave. If they ignore it, it comes back. If they guard everything, they thin the line." Peregrine's voice was quiet, "And when they ask why the enemy has such a thing, Parliament says no weapon was ever sold." Livia turned another note over. Malvern had written across the back of a dinner invitation. "A raider need not win a battle. It must only make logistics afraid." Rafik's pencil stopped. Maddie read the line from where she stood, and her voice had lost its shop-banter edge. "That sounds like a man who knew exactly what he was stopping." Voss looked from Rafik to Arthur, then to Ned. "So the danger is not only combat." "No," Ned said, feeling the shape settle darker and clearer. "It's fear with legs. It makes every road cost more men." Voss did not soften at Ned's phrase. She took it as evidence, not comfort, and drew Malvern's notes into 3 careful stacks with gloved fingers. Political objection, technical consequence, procurement pattern. Livia's pencil moved at once. "Those categories overlap." "They do," Voss said. "That is why he died." The words made the shop feel smaller. Ned looked at the top page again, at the cramped fury of Malvern's hand, and tried to fit it beside the man the investigation had built. The cold husband, the unfaithful lord, the gambler, the difficult father, the club man with debts and enemies and a birthday pen made into death. None of that vanished. It sat stubbornly in the room with the notes, refusing to become tidy. Peregrine leaned over one page without touching it. Old families would hate this most because it is not noble rhetoric. It is committee labor. Dull, repetitive, obstructionist labor. Arthur's mouth tightened. Someone had to do it. "Yes," Peregrine said, and everyone present had to pretend he was merely being tiresome. Maddie came to the table at last, no longer pretending the order book held her attention. "I don't like lords much." "No one is requiring you to," Voss said. Maddie looked down at the notes. "Good, because I don't think liking him is the point." Ned felt that land properly. Lord Malvern had not been a hidden saint waiting for the last page to polish him clean. He had been a hard, unpleasant man who had hurt people and been hated for reasons that did not require murder to explain them. But he had also sat in rooms full of polished pressure and kept reading the whole machine when others read only their favorite part. He had said no when no made him contemptible. He was a tuner, Ned said, the thought coming out before he could make it safer. Not of crystal, of law. He heard the pull between parts, saw where it would twist under load. Voss watched him. "That is not a legal category." "It should be," Ned said. Livia wrote it down before anyone could stop her. Legislative tuner. Informal note only. Rafik gave a quiet, shaken laugh. Even dead, he'd probably object to the title. "Likely," Peregrine said, "which improves it." Voss sealed the first stack with gold thread. "The next question is who wanted the machine assembled badly enough to remove the man blocking it." She set a smaller packet on the table, marked with a foreign banking stamp Ned did not recognize. "We follow the purchase interest." Ned looked from Malvern's angry notes to the new seal. The dead lord had changed shape in his mind, not into someone clean, but into someone necessary. Flawed, disliked, and right. That was harder to dismiss than virtue, and perhaps harder to forgive. 28. The Ivan account. The foreign banking stamp did not lead them to a villain's cellar, a coded safe house, or any of the properly dramatic places Slip would have invented if given the chance. It led them to a polished counting office near Threadneedle Street, where clerks moved behind brass grills, ink dried under green-shaded lamps, and every suspicious thing had been trained to arrive as a receipt. Ned stood beside Voss with his hat in one hand and the sealed packet under her authority on the counter, feeling again that respectable rooms were very good at making accusation look badly dressed. A clerk with silver spectacles examined the warrant, Voss's seal, and Ned's face in that order. Foreign commercial accounts are not open to curiosity, Justicier. Good, Voss said. I have brought authority instead. The clerk swallowed and looked toward an inner door. Mr. Ivan is only an account holder by instrument. He is not resident here. Peregrine, who had invited himself because old family men apparently knew which doors disliked being surprised, said mildly, no one expects a purchasing agent to live in his ledger. It would be cramped. The clerk did not smile. Voss placed one gloved finger on the packet. Nikolai Ivan, purchasing agent for Nordmark Industrial Exchange, currently lodging at the Imperial Adelphi. Payments issued through this office to Harp and Vale Stationers, Clement Rusk, and a consulting instrument order routed to Ambrose Pell. Confirm. The truth pressure did not glow or hum. It simply entered the room and made the clerk's hesitation look too heavy for his shoulders. Those payments exist. Ned felt the case tighten. Not solve itself. Tighten. Were they marked for apparatus? Commercial stationery, gold repair, and demonstration mechanism, the clerk said. All properly invoiced. Proper invoices are becoming a public menace, Ned said. Peregrine's mouth moved faintly. That is almost a campaign slogan. Voss turned to the clerk. Send word to Mr. Ivan that Justicier Voss requires his presence. The clerk's eyes flicked toward the window, where rain striped the glass and made the city beyond it look gray and indifferent. He may object. He may, Voss said. Ned looked at the neat ledgers behind the grill, the careful columns, the polite labels covering gold, hinges, paper, and death. The money had not shouted murder. It had walked through front doors, signed clean names, and paid men to do harmless work in separate pieces. Somewhere at the end of those pieces waited Nikolai Ivan, polite enough to frighten him before they had even met. Nikolai Ivan arrived within the hour, which told Ned more than delay might have done. A man who feared arrest would have hidden behind illness, embassy courtesy, or misplaced appointment books. Ivan came in a dark traveling coat beaded with rain, removed his gloves with quiet precision, and bowed first to Voss, then to the senior clerk, then to Peregrine as if rank had to be acknowledged even while inconvenience was being assessed. Justicier Voss, Ivan said. His accent was light, careful, and almost musical. I regret that my ordinary commercial affairs have required your attention. Do you? Voss asked. Yes, Ivan said, and the truth held. That made Ned dislike him more. A liar could be caught. A truthful man with polished edges gave the truth narrow doors and walked through them sideways. Voss placed 3 copied payment slips on the counter. Did you authorize payments through this office to Harp and Vale Stationers, Clement Rusk, and Ambrose Pell? Ivan looked at each slip before answering. Yes, through my commercial authority. Did you commission a murder weapon? No. Did you commission an assassin automaton? No. Did you arrange Lord Malvern's death? No. The answers came clean, each one passing through Voss's pressure without splintering. The clerk behind the grill breathed as if relieved on Ivan's behalf. Ned was not relieved. He looked at Ivan's hands instead. Long fingers, no ink stains, no maker's burns, a man who bought work rather than made it, which meant his danger would live in instructions, categories, and what he chose not to know. Voss touched the payment to Pell. What did you believe you were purchasing? A demonstration mechanism, Ivan said. A folding curiosity. British miniature instrument work is admired abroad. And from Rusk. A decorative casing, dark gold, gentleman's pattern, suitable as a presentation piece. And from Harp and Vale? Stationery, forwarding services, and document preparation. Ned heard the 3 harmless answers settle side by side like parts on a bench. Voss said, why these makers? Ivan gave a small, apologetic smile. Because British craft is excellent, Justicier. Because your classifications make finished apparatus difficult to acquire, but samples, housings, curiosities, and civilian demonstrations remain lawful. One studies a country's excellence by purchasing what its laws allow. Peregrine's expression cooled. How flattering. Ivan inclined his head. It was intended to be. Voss did not let flattery widen the room. She slid another slip forward, this one marked by a second-hand Ned did not know. Who requested the demonstration mechanism? Ivan looked at the paper, then at Voss. A consulting acquaintance expressed interest. Name him. I know him as Mr. Sorn. Peregrine's gaze sharpened. Ned felt the name arrive like a tool set down too quietly. Gabriel Sorn? Voss asked. That is the name he used, Ivan said. Is he attached to Nordmark Industrial Exchange? No. Is he attached to a foreign government? I do not know, Ivan said, and again the answer held cleanly enough to be infuriating. Ned stepped closer to the counter before he remembered Voss had not invited him into the questioning. She did not stop him, which was nearly the same as permission and more dangerous for being silent. Did he ask for a pen? Ivan turned to him with polite attention. Not as such. That means yes in pieces, Ned said. A faint crease appeared between Ivan's brows. He asked whether British miniature hinge work could be housed inside gentlemanly objects without vulgar alteration. A pen was one possibility among several. And Rusk's casing? Ordered as a presentation shell. And harp and veil? Paper, forwarding, and measurements. Ned heard the machine again, not in crystal but in purchase logic. Measurements of what? Ivan's pause was tiny, but Voss's head turned by the same measure. Commercial dimensions, Ivan said. Length, weight range, clasp placement, outer tolerances. Nothing prohibited. Nothing called prohibited, Ned said. Did Sorn ask why those measurements mattered? He said collectors dislike curiosities that feel false in the hand. Ned looked at Voss. That is not collector talk. That is switch talk. Ivan's expression chilled by one careful degree. Mr. Vale, many lawful trades require substitution of parts, shells, cases, and demonstration units. Your own shop must know as much. My shop marks what it replaces, Ned said. Voss placed her gloved finger on the slip. Did you know the object would be used to replace Lord Malvern's pen? No, Ivan said. Did Gabriel Sorn? I do not know. Did you suspect unlawful use? Ivan's eyes moved once to Ned, then back to Voss. I suspected intelligence gathering. I did not suspect murder. The truth held, and that was the ugliest part. Ned stared at the slips and understood that Ivan had bought lawful pieces for unlawful curiosity, then chosen not to ask what shape the curiosity would take once better men with dirtier hands assembled it. Voss kept Ivan at the counter after the truth had cleared him of murder, which made Ned think she disliked clean answers as much as he did. The clerk behind the grill tried twice to retreat into ledger work and failed because Voss's silence kept him pinned as neatly as any spoken order. Rain ticked against the windows. Somewhere behind the inner door, a counting machine clicked through numbers that did not care what they had paid for. You suspected intelligence gathering, Voss said. Yes, Ivan said. And you continued. I continued lawful commercial purchases, Ivan said. Your empire studies foreign mechanisms. Foreign firms study yours. That is trade, Justicier, until a court names it otherwise. Peregrine's voice was soft, a charming defense. The law has not yet caught up with my manners, therefore I am innocent of rudeness. Ivan turned his head. Lord Roth, your country profits by distinctions when they favor Britain. And suffers by them when men use them as knives, Peregrine said. Ned looked at the slips again. Where is Sorn? I do not know, Ivan said. Voss asked, where did you last meet him? At the Imperial Adelphi reading room, 3 evenings ago. Did he expect further payment? Yes. For what? Ivan hesitated, and the truth pressure tightened the room without sound. For introductions. To whom? To men who understood British export classifications better than merchants do. Voss's face did not change. Names. I was not given names, Ivan said. He described them as parliamentary friends, apparatus friends, and procurement friends. Ned felt the 3 categories land beside Malvern's stacks. Political objection. Technical consequence. Procurement pattern. Not one killer walking in a straight line, but a machine of people who could each claim to be only one harmless part. Voss gathered the slips and sealed them in a narrow evidence sleeve. Mr. Ivan, you will remain available in London. You will not leave the city, close accounts, destroy correspondence, or communicate with Gabriel Sorn except under my instruction. Ivan bowed slightly. Am I accused? Not yet, Voss said. The words did not comfort him. Ned saw that with some satisfaction. Outside, the rain had turned the street lamps into blurred gold smears along wet stone. Voss paused beneath the counting office awning and handed Ned the sealed sleeve long enough for him to feel its weight before taking it back. He told the truth, Ned said. Yes, Voss replied, and he showed us the next lie's outline. Peregrine looked toward the west, where the Imperial Adelphi waited somewhere beyond the rain and traffic. Then I suppose we are going hotel hunting. Ned pulled his collar tighter against the damp. The Ivan account had not given them the murderer. It had given them Gabriel Sorn, introductions, and the shape of a network polite enough to invoice its own betrayal. 29. The Imperial Adelphi. The Imperial Adelphi received them with marble steps, liveried porters, brass umbrella stands, and the sort of warmth that made wet men feel briefly uncivilized for bringing weather indoors. Ned paused beneath the entrance canopy long enough to shake rain from his hat, then followed Voss through revolving glass doors into a lobby bright with gaslight, polished pillars, palms in blue ceramic tubs, and a chandelier whose crystal drops looked expensive enough to require their own guard. Peregrine looked entirely at home, which Ned found irritating and useful in equal measure. The reading room is through the left arch. Men who wish to be overheard choose the smoking lounge. Men who wish to be underestimated choose the reading room. Voss glanced at him. And men who wish to vanish. Use both, then leave by the service corridor, Peregrine said. Ned looked past the brass rail toward the reception desk, where two clerks stood beneath a wall of pigeonholes and polished keys. Does everyone in places like this know the back ways? Only servants, criminals, adulterers, and old families, Peregrine said. The categories sometimes overlap. Voss approached the desk before Ned could answer. The senior clerk straightened as white and gold came near, his professional welcome faltering into alarm. Justicier, how may the Adelphi assist? Gabriel Sorn, Voss said. Guest, visitor, club reader, or correspondent. I require the register, messages, room records if any, and staff who saw him 3 evenings ago. The clerk's eyes moved once toward the manager's office. Our guests value discretion. So do murderers, Voss said. That settled the question more quickly than courtesy could have done. The register was brought, the manager appeared with his waistcoat buttoned wrong by 1 hole, and a porter was sent to fetch the reading room attendant. Ned stood beside the desk and watched the hotel become a machine under pressure. Smiles remained, voices lowered, clerks moved faster without seeming to hurry. Peregrine leaned close enough to murmur, respectability panics beautifully when it has carpets to protect. Ned kept his eyes on the register as the manager opened it. There. The name was not written as Gabriel Sorn. It was G. Sorn, 1 line among visitors, tied to no room, no luggage, and no forwarding address. Beside it, in the message column, someone had marked Adelphi reading room, 7 to 9, private table requested. Voss touched the ink without smearing it. Bring the attendant. Ned looked toward the left arch, where green-shaded lamps glowed over quiet chairs and folded newspapers. He didn't lodge here. No, Voss said. He used it like a room that could forget him. The reading room attendant arrived smelling faintly of pipe smoke, furniture wax, and panic held under starch. He was a narrow man with white hair brushed flat, a black coat too good for ordinary service, and hands that looked trained to move newspapers without disturbing gentlemen's tempers. Voss took him not into an office, but to the threshold of the reading room itself, where green lamps made islands of light over tables, newspapers, inkstands, and the soft leather chairs that respectable men used when they wished to become furniture. You attended this room 3 evenings ago between 7 and 9, Voss said. Yes, Justicier, the attendant said, looking at the register as if paper might rescue him. Did Gabriel Sorn sit at the private table requested under G. Sorn? Yes. Did he meet Nikolai Ivan? Yes. Mr. Ivan arrived a little after 7 and left before 8. Did you hear their conversation? No, Justicier. The private table has a screen. Peregrine examined the folding screen near the rear corner. A very discreet screen, almost aggressively moral. The attendant looked offended despite his fear. The Adelphi respects private reading. Ned looked at the table instead. 2 chairs faced one another across a low brass lamp. A side tray stood near the wall for calling cards, notes, and folded newspapers. There was no hidden machinery, no clever drawer, no obvious compartment. That disappointed the part of him that preferred gilt with screws in it. Voss asked, "Did Sorn leave with Ivan?" "No, Mr. Sorn remained." "Did anyone else join him?" The attendant hesitated, and the room seemed to lean closer. "Not at the table." Voss's eyes did not move. "Explain." "A gentleman came to the newspaper stand. Another to the atlas cabinet. One sent a note through a page. They did not sit with Mr. Sorn. They did not speak to him in a way I could call a meeting." Ned felt the answer arrange itself like Ivan's payments. No one piece guilty, all pieces placed. "Names," Voss said. "I did not know all of them," the attendant said. "One was Mr. Saffrey from the apparatus brokers. One I have seen with parliamentary men but do not know by name." The note was carried by a boy from the Western Service stair. Voss asked, "Did Gabriel Sorn build a device in this room?" "No." "Did he handle a gold pen?" "Not that I saw." "Did he instruct anyone here to kill Lord Malvern?" "No." The truths held. Ned disliked every one of them. "He didn't need to," Ned said, looking from the table to the newspaper stand and then to the service stair door half hidden behind a palm. "He used the room like a relay. Men came near, passed one part, left with another. No one meeting, no one order, just movement answering him." Voss sent for the page from the Western Service stair, and the hotel manager looked as if she had asked to question the plumbing in front of guests. The boy arrived under escort a few minutes later, red-eared, narrow-shouldered, and trying very hard not to stare at Voss's uniform. He could not have been more than 13, with brass buttons too large for his coat and ink on one cuff where someone had made him copy names he was not meant to understand. Voss lowered her voice without softening it. "Your name?" "Will Pike, Justicier," the boy said, swallowing hard. Second page. 3 evenings ago, did you carry a note to the gentleman registered as G. Sorn?" "Yes, Justicier." "From whom?" Will looked toward the manager, then back at Voss because truth left him nowhere else useful to look. "I don't know his name." He waited near the service stair. Brown coat, gray gloves, foreign-cut boots, but he spoke like London. Peregrine's eyes narrowed. Foreign-cut boots but London speech. That is expensive caution. Voss asked, "What did the note say?" "I didn't read it," Will said quickly. "I only carried it." "Did you carry anything back?" "Yes." His voice went smaller. "A folded newspaper. Not the same one." Mr. Sorn put it on the tray and said the gentleman had forgotten his reading. Ned turned at once toward the side tray. "Which tray?" Will pointed. "There, sir, by the screen." Ned crossed to it before the manager could object, stopping short enough not to touch. The tray looked ordinary, polished brass with a green felt liner, a little ridge for calling cards, and a lower shelf where newspapers rested before attendants returned them to the stand. Ordinary, except the felt near one corner had been pressed flat in a narrow rectangle, not by paper alone but by something harder beneath it. "May I lift the felt?" Ned asked. Voss nodded, carefully. The manager made a strangled sound. "That tray belongs to the hotel." "So did the room that forgot him," Ned said, and eased one fingernail under the felt's brass lip. The felt came up reluctantly, releasing a dry smell of dust and old polish. Beneath it lay no secret compartment, no dramatic packet, only a tiny smear of blue wax caught where the liner had been pressed down too hard. Ned looked at it, then at Will's ink-stained cuff, the newspaper stand, the private screen, and the western stair. "It wasn't a meeting table," Ned said. "It was a sorting bench." Voss held out an evidence envelope. "Wax first, then the newspaper route." Voss sealed the blue wax first, because evidence came before revelation even when revelation was tugging at Ned's sleeve. She used a silver-edged scraper from her case, lifting the smear from beneath the felt in flakes so small that Ned had to hold his breath not to disturb them. The manager watched as if each speck were being cut from the hotel's reputation rather than its tray. "Will Pike," Voss said, without looking up, "after you carried the folded newspaper, where did you go?" Will stood straighter by effort alone. "Back down the western stair, Justicier. The gentleman in the brown coat took it from me by the linen cupboard." "Did he pay you?" "Yes, Justicier. 6 pence. Did you know you were carrying something concealed? No, Will said, and his face went pale when the truth made him hear himself properly. I thought it was a message hidden in the paper. Not a thing. Not murder. Voss placed the sealed wax envelope inside a second sleeve. You are a witness, not a prisoner. Do not improve your memory to please anyone. The boy nodded too quickly. Ned looked at the western stair door, then at the newspaper stand where folded copies lay in neat rows, each one ordinary enough to carry half a conspiracy if no one asked the right question. He crossed to the stand and studied the lower shelf. Which paper was returned? Will pointed to a stack. The Imperial Gazette, sir. Evening edition. Mr. Sorn had it folded longways. Peregrine picked up the top copy with 2 fingers after Voss nodded. Longways is vulgar unless one is hiding size. Ned took out his measuring cord and held it over the fold without touching the ink. A pen casing would fit. So would a hinge packet. Not the whole dragonfly, not assembled. Voss turned toward the attendant. Did you later return the paper to circulation? No, the attendant said. It was taken from the tray before I cleared the room. By whom? I don't know. I was called to the Atlas cabinet. Peregrine looked at the cabinet, then at the screen, then at the service stair. Of course you were. Ned felt the rune's movement settle into shape at last. Sorn had not hidden behind the Adelphi's discretion. He had used it, every polite habit and servant path, every tray, folded paper, screen, and lowered voice. He made the hotel do the carrying, Ned said. Voss's gaze moved once across the reading room. Yes, and now we ask who taught him where its hands were. 30. Edwin Latch's favor. Edwin Latch looked smaller outside the Argent Club. Ned had remembered him in black livery beneath polished lamps, moving between card tables with the quiet confidence of a servant who knew where every gentleman kept his temper, debts, and spare gloves. In Voss's temporary questioning room behind the club's service passage, with his coat removed and his hands folded too tightly on the table, he looked like a man who had spent years becoming invisible and had discovered too late that invisibility could be named in an evidence ledger. Voss did not sit. She stood opposite him with the sealed blue wax from the Adelphi, the hotel page's statement, and the earlier club notes laid in separate sleeves before her. Edwin Latch, you served Lord Malvern at the Argent Club on multiple evenings before his death. Yes, Justicier, Latch said, his eyes fixed on the papers rather than her face. His lordship used the east cardroom and the smaller writing table beside the fire. You handled his coat, correspondence tray, writing materials, and personal effects when required. When required, yes. Gentlemen dislike fuss, but they dislike reaching for things more. Peregrine, standing near the door with his hat under one arm, said softly, that is the most accurate description of club service I have ever heard. Latch flinched at the voice more than the words. Ned watched the man's fingers tighten around each other, knuckle over knuckle, as if he were trying to keep them from remembering something. Servant hands told stories differently from gentleman hands. They did not claim ownership. They knew weight, routine, permission, and when an object had been where it should not have been. Voss touched one sleeve with a gloved finger. Did you murder Lord Malvern? No, Justicier, Latch said at once, and the truth held. Did you know a device placed among his effects would kill him? No. His voice cracked on the word, and he swallowed before adding, no, I did not know that. Voss allowed the second answer to sit. But you knew something placed among his effects was not ordinary. Latch's face went gray. Ned felt the room turn around that silence. Not guilt enough for murder. Guilt enough for a favor. The sort of favor a servant could be paid for, threatened into, or persuaded was only gentlemanly dirt passing through servant hands. Voss's voice remained level. Mr. Latch, we are past the question of whether you did wrong. We are determining how many men died from it. Latch closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, he looked not at Voss, but at Ned. I thought it was dead business. A humiliation, that is all. Voss drew one chair back and sat at last, which somehow made the room more dangerous. Dead business. Whose debt? Latch rubbed his thumb over the side of one finger, then stopped when he noticed Ned watching his hands. Lord Edward's, at first. That was how it was put to me. A gentleman embarrassed by his father's severity. A father who needed to be taught what it felt like to lose dignity in public. I have seen worse done for card debts. Peregrine's mouth tightened. A forged note, a misplaced letter, a planted token. Something discovered by the wrong man at the wrong table. Yes, my lord, Latch said, and shame dragged the words lower. That sort of thing. Cruel, but not killing. Voss touched the blue wax sleeve. Who approached you? A man in a brown coat, Latch said. Not at the club. In the alley behind Melrose Lane, where deliveries come through. He knew my name. He knew my sister's boy had been dismissed from a railway yard after a theft accusation. He said a word in the right place could make that go away. Was the accusation true? Voss asked. Latch's face folded with misery. No, the boy is foolish, not a thief. The truth held. Ned felt his anger shift shape. Not away from Latch, but around him. A lever had been found. Someone had put pressure on the weakest pin and called the movement choice. What did the man ask you to do? Ned asked. Latch looked at Voss, who gave no objection. Watch Lord Malvern's pen, the gold one with the scratch. Confirm when he brought it to the club. Confirm whether he carried it in coat or case. Then, on the night named, place a folded gazette on the writing table when Lord Malvern rose from cards. Inside was a slim case. I was to take his old pen from beside the blotter and put the case's contents in its place. Ned's skin prickled. You switched it at the club. I thought I switched a pen for a pen, Latch said. I thought Lord Edward would receive some mocking note later. I thought his lordship would be humiliated. Angry, yes, not dead. Voss asked, where did the original pen go? Latch swallowed. Into the folded gazette. I gave it to the brown-coated man by the service passage before Lord Malvern returned to the table. Peregrine looked toward the closed door as if he could see through the club's walls to every polished room beyond. And the club continued serving brandy. Latch closed his eyes. Yes, my lord. Ned asked Voss for the club writing table, and she made Latch show them instead of letting him describe it safely from a chair. That was crueler and better. The service passage opened back into the club's quieter side, where polished wood, thick carpet, and old portraits made wrongdoing feel like something that happened elsewhere. Latch walked ahead with his hands clasped before him, smaller with every step. There, he said, stopping beside a small table near the east cardroom fire. Lord Malvern had been sitting here after the third hand. His pen was on the blotter. He had marked a committee note. Then Sir Rowland called him back to settle a wager. Peregrine looked toward the cardroom doors. Long enough? Long enough for a servant, Latch said. Ned set his tool case down but did not open it. He looked at the table first, then the chair, the side tray, the blotter, the small brass lamp, and the route to the service passage. The whole thing was simple enough to be worse. No hidden drawer, no spring, no magic needed. A folded gazette placed on the side tray. A slim case inside. A real pen on the blotter. A fake pen waiting with the same weight, same dark gold, same scratch, same habit-shaped lie. Show me with empty hands, Voss said. Latch obeyed. He approached the table from the left, carrying nothing but memory. His right hand lifted an invisible folded newspaper and set it beside the blotter. His left hand reached to straighten the paper, but his fingers dipped where the old pen would have lain. One motion covered the other so neatly that Ned felt sick with admiration. There, Ned said. Again. Latch flinched, but did it again. Newspaper down. Paper straightened. Pen lifted. Case opened under the fold. Replacement placed beside the blotter. Fold closed. Original hidden. Nothing hurried. Nothing dramatic. A servant restoring order in a room full of men trained not to see him. Arthur, who had followed them from the questioning room, spoke through his teeth. A guard would miss that. A gentleman would help him miss it, Peregrine said, by assuming service is not action. Ned stepped closer and put his hand above the blotter without touching it. Lord Malvern came back, saw his notes, his paper, his pen where a pen should be, and carried it away later because it felt right. Latch's voice was barely audible. Yes. Voss looked at the table as if it had finally confessed. Then the practical impossibility is gone. Ned nodded, hating how cleanly the route fit. The killer didn't need to enter the study. He only needed Lord Malvern to bring the murderer home in his own pocket. Voss did not arrest Latch in the cardroom. That restraint seemed to hurt him more than chains would have. He stood beside the writing table with his hands hanging empty now, every polished surface around him reflecting a man who had helped murder enter a house and could still truthfully say he had not known its name. Who took the original pen after the switch? Voss asked. The brown-coated man, Latch said. Same one who spoke of my nephew. He waited by the lower service gate, where delivery men and drivers smoke when the steward isn't watching. Would you know him again? Latch hesitated, then nodded. By walk, perhaps. By voice, yes. By the gloves, if he was fool enough to wear them twice. Peregrine looked toward Voss. A man cautious enough to change names may still keep vanity in his gloves. Or habit, Ned said. People trust hands to be themselves. Latch looked at him then, and the misery in his face was almost too ordinary to bear. I thought I was carrying another gentleman's ugliness, Mr. Vale. Clubs are full of it. A note, a token, a private cruelty. Men pay servants to help shame one another and call it discretion. Ned wanted to answer sharply, but the room had too many truths in it already. And someone counted on you thinking that. Voss drew a narrow evidence card from her case and wrote with a pen that was not gold. Edwin Latch, you will give a formal statement under seal. You will remain available to the Crown. You will not warn any club member, servant, bookmaker, creditor, or relative connected to this matter. If the man in the brown coat approaches you again, you will signal the constable placed at the service gate. Latch's shoulders sagged. My sister's boy? If his accusation is false, I will have it examined, Voss said. That is not payment. It is justice late to a small door. The answer broke him more cleanly than threat. He bowed his head and whispered, Thank you, Justicier. Ned looked at the writing table one last time. The route was plain now. Copied casing, tiny mechanism, measurements, a servant's favor, a folded newspaper, a switch no gentleman saw, and Lord Malvern's own habits doing the final carrying. The study had been impossible because they had kept treating it as the beginning. It had been the end of a journey that started in other men's hands. Voss followed his gaze. Say it. Ned set one finger above the empty blotter, not touching. Lord Malvern brought the assassin home himself. He looked at Latch, then at the cardroom doors beyond. And everyone who made that happen can say they only moved a pen, a paper, a payment, a favor, or a piece. Voss closed her case. Then we gather the pieces. 31. The Maker Chain. Voss did not let the pieces wait until morning. By late afternoon, the Justicier Annex behind the Imperial Adelphi had become less an office than a workbench for guilt. Lord Malvern's original pen lay sealed in one glass tube. The dragonfly assassin waited under a crystal hood. Rusk's matched gold casing sat beside Pell's hinge samples. Gedge's slips had been spread flat under brass clips, and Latch's folded gazette rested where every man in the room could see how harmless paper had carried murder into polite hands. Ned stood beside the table with his tool case closed at his feet, not because he had nothing to use, but because touching the pieces would have made the chain feel too much like work he wanted to understand. Rusk sat first, stiff with offended craftsmanship, his goldsmith's hands folded so carefully that they seemed to deny ever shaping anything dangerous. Pell sat 2 chairs away, thinner and grayer than when Ned had last seen him, his eyes fixed on the dragonfly's hood as if the little dead thing might still accuse him. Gedge lounged badly at the end of the row, attempting underworld ease while 2 constables made ease ridiculous. Edwin Latch stood rather than sat, because no one had offered him a chair and because he looked as if accepting one would be another favor to regret. Voss set one gloved finger beside the gold shell. Clement Rusk, did you make this casing? Rusk's jaw worked before he answered. I made a gentleman's presentation shell to supplied tolerances, Justicier. I did not make an assassin. Voss moved her finger to Pell's hinge frame. Ambrose Pell, did your workshop produce movement assemblies capable of fitting inside that shell? Pell swallowed. Experimental miniature hinge work, balance pivots, and folded wing demonstrations, yes. Not the final device. Not the curse. I never saw it complete. Gedge gave a humorless little breath. No one ever sees a thing complete unless they're meant to hang for it. Voss turned her head. Silas Gedge, did you sell details of Lord Malvern's habits, debts, study hours, and personal objects into this chain? Gedge's mouth opened, then closed around the truth when it found him. Yes, pieces. I sold pieces. Latch flinched at the word, and Ned saw the whole table change. Not because any single object confessed, but because each man's narrow truth had finally been put beside the others where it could not pretend to be small. Voss lifted the folded gazette and placed it between the matched casing and the original pen. Ned looked from gold to hinge to paper to slips, then to the glass hood where the dragonfly rested with its wrong little stinger folded beneath it. Rusk made the copy feel right in the hand. Pell made the copy move. Gedge sold the shape of the man it had to fool. Latch put it where Lord Malvern's habit would carry it home. He looked at Voss, and the words tasted colder than deduction should. No one here had to murder him alone. Voss closed her evidence case one latch at a time. That is why we call it a chain. She did not let the words sit long enough to become metaphor. She opened the evidence case again, removed a narrow blackstone sleeve no longer than Ned's little finger, and set it beside the dragonfly under glass. The sleeve looked plain until the side lamp caught the inner groove, where a thread of dull crystal lay fused into the channel like frozen lightning buried in coal. Pell's face changed before Voss asked the question. Ned saw it at once. Not guilt of making the whole thing. Recognition. The sick little twitch of a craftsman seeing the one part of a device he had tried not to understand. Voss turned the sleeve with the tip of her glove. Ambrose Pell, did this pass through your hands? Pell gripped the chair arms. Not fitted. Not charged. I saw a sleeve like it. Voss looked at him. That was not my question. Yes, Pell said, and the truth caught him so cleanly that his shoulders sagged. Yes, Justicier. It passed through my workshop in a sealed packet. I was told to test whether the folded body could carry a removable striking channel without spoiling the transformation. Rusk stared at him. You knew there was a striking channel? I knew there was a channel, Pell snapped, fear making him sharp. I did not know what it carried. Gedge gave a dry laugh. Men with clean shops always do enjoy not knowing the expensive part. Pell turned on him. And men like you sell names until someone dies, then call everyone else dirty. Enough, Voss said, and the room obeyed. She tapped the blackstone sleeve again. Who supplied it? Pell swallowed. The man who called himself Mr. Arlen. That was not his name. He had educated hands, no workshop stains, and gloves stitched with blue thread at the thumb seam. He never let me keep the sleeve overnight. He waited while I measured. He watched the door more than the work. Ned stepped closer despite himself, stopping before Voss could tell him to. This isn't an ordinary needle housing. No, Pell said, and now he looked at Ned as if hoping another maker would understand the shape of his fear. Ordinary craft scratches, punctures, injects, or delivers a stored charm badly. This was a curse carrier. The blackstone kept it quiet. The crystal thread held the bite until impact. The needle itself was not steel. It was grown or drawn, I think. Something made to spend itself. Voss's gaze sharpened. By whom? Pell shook his head too quickly. Not by me. Not by any licensed miniature man I know. That is military work, curse laboratory work, or foreign service work dressed small enough to fit in a gentleman's pen. Ned looked at the dragonfly, then at the sleeve, and felt the case tilt under his feet. The murder had not needed one genius. It had needed a workshop chain, a curse hand, a social map, and a man patient enough to make every part seem separate. Voss closed her hand over the sleeve without touching the groove. Then we have our missing tier. She set the blackstone sleeve down between Pell's hinge frame and the dragonfly's folded stinger, and the small gap between the pieces seemed uglier to Ned than the dead automaton itself. A murder made by one hand could be hated cleanly. This thing had been handed from palm to palm until no one person had to feel the whole weight. Stand, Voss said. Rusk rose first, stiff with insulted fear. Pell followed more slowly, one hand on the table's edge. Gedge stood with a careless shrug that failed because the constables stood behind him, and Latch pushed himself upright as if the room had added years to his back. Voss did not arrange them by rank. She placed them behind their contributions, goldsmith, instrument maker, broker, servant, and left the empty place beside the blackstone sleeve for the man still hidden behind gloves and false names. Ned reached into his toolcase and took out a pair of narrow brass dividers. Rusk, the casing alone couldn't kill anyone. No, Rusk said, too quickly. It was a shell, a beautiful one, if that still matters. It matters, Ned said, and hated that it did. He set one divider point beside the copied gold casing, then opened the arms until the second point touched the original pen sealed in glass. You didn't just copy appearance. You copied habit, same weight, same balance, same scratch. A man's hand trusts that before his eyes do. Rusk's face tightened, but he did not deny it. Ned moved the dividers to Pell's hinge frame. Pell, your work made the lie move. Pell swallowed. Fold, unfold, wing lock, body return. That was my portion. Your portion, Gedge muttered. Listen to us. We sound like clerks dividing soup. Latch looked sick. A servant's hand put the soup on the table. Ned looked at him, then at the folded gazette. And that's the part no instrument maker could build. The room that didn't see you. The gentleman who trusted paper on a side tray. The club that made service invisible. Voss watched Ned's hands rather than his face. Continue. He placed the dividers across the blackstone sleeve without touching its groove. The brass points trembled slightly in his grip. This is the worst part because it makes the others honest liars. A pen casing is craft. A hinge frame is craft. A folded newspaper is nothing. A habit is nothing. A servant setting down paper is nothing. But put this curse carrier through all of them, and the nothing becomes a murder no one has to admit understanding. The room had gone very quiet. Ned looked at the empty place beside the sleeve and felt, with a coldness that settled behind his ribs, that the true maker of the assassin had not merely understood machines. He had understood people as parts. Voss touched the evidence card beside Mr. Arlen's false name. Then we are not looking for a craftsman alone. No, Ned said, lowering the dividers. We're looking for an organization. Voss did not praise the answer. She took a fresh evidence card, wrote organization in her clean hand, and placed it in the empty space beside Mr. Arlen's false name. The word looked too plain for the weight it carried, which made Ned trust it more. This one gave them something to hunt. She turned to the witnesses one by one. Clement Rusk, did you know Lord Malvern would be murdered with the casing you made? No, Rusk said, and the truth held. His eyes went to the gold shell as if beauty had turned treacherous on him. I knew the commission was irregular. I knew the measurements were too exact for a gift. I did not know murder was attached to it. Voss's pen moved. Ambrose Pell, did you know the hinge frame would carry a curse needle? No, Pell said, and his hands shook around the chair back. I knew someone wanted a folding curiosity that could return to form. I should have refused. I should have asked why. But I did not know the final use. Silas Gedge, Voss said, without softening. Did you know the details you sold would help place a weapon in Lord Malvern's hand? Gedge's attempt at a smile died before it reached his mouth. No, Justicier. I knew men with foreign money wanted habits, debts, timings, and servants. That was dirty enough. It wasn't murder in my head. Latch flinched as if dirty had struck him directly. Voss looked at him last, and the club servant straightened with miserable effort. Edwin Latch, did you know the pen you switched would kill Lord Malvern? No, Latch said. I knew I was doing wrong. I thought it was shame work. Debt work. Something ugly, not death. Ned listened to every answer land cleanly and felt no relief from any of them. Each man had told the truth. Each man had helped. The murder path lay complete across the table, yet the law still had to climb it one narrow rung at a time. Voss capped her pen. The path is now clear. Rusk copied the form of Lord Malvern's fountain pen. Pell enabled the movement. Gedge sold the target. Latch made the switch. Arlen, or whoever used that name, supplied the curse channel and final assembly. Lord Malvern carried the assassin home himself, and the study remained impossible because the murderer entered it as his own property. Peregrine, silent until now, looked at the cards with a face stripped of clubroom ease. And every man here can say he didn't kill him. Yes, Voss said, that is the problem. Ned lowered the dividers into his case. Can you charge them? I can charge several of them with serious crimes, Voss said. I cannot yet put the whole murder cleanly around all their necks. Not without the hand that gathered them. She closed the evidence case, and the sound made every man in the room look up. So now we find who paid for the chain. 32. The proxy hand. Voss moved before the men at the table could decide whether silence might save them. She sent one constable for warrants, another for lock transport, and a third with a sealed note to the Imperial Adelphi's front desk. Within minutes, the Justicier Annex changed from questioning room to trap. Clerks carried files at a run. A warder fixed a pale seal across the inner door. Rusk, Pell, Gedge, and Latch were taken out separately, not because Voss needed drama, but because separated men invented fewer shared memories. Ned followed her into the Adelphi's East Passage with his toolcase in one hand and the cold shape of the evidence still in his head. Are we going to Sorn? We are going to the office Sorn used, Voss said. Whether Sorn is foolish enough to be there remains to be seen. Peregrine caught up on Ned's other side, his hat tucked under one arm and his face too controlled to be casual. Gabriel Sorn rents rooms through respectable names. He will not appear as himself in a ledger if he can help it. Voss glanced at him. Then you will tell me which respectable names old families use when they want a room but not a memory. Peregrine's mouth tightened. That is a very ugly way to make me useful. Yes, Voss said, and kept walking. The rented office sat above a side entrance used by merchants, minor officials, and men who wanted hotel service without the main hall seeing them. The door was locked. Voss did not knock. She set her seal against the brass plate, spoke 2 quiet words, and the lock opened with a soft click that sounded almost embarrassed. Inside, a man stood behind the desk with one hand already on a leather dispatch case. He was neat, dark-haired, and ordinary in the way expensive tailoring could make a man vanish among other expensive men. Ned knew him before Voss spoke, not by face, but by the stillness. The man had been caught moving and had chosen not to look caught. Gabriel Sorn, Voss said. By Crown authority, step away from the case. Sorn lifted both hands slightly and smiled without warmth. Justicier Voss, I assume there has been some mistake. Voss entered first. Ned saw the room over her shoulder. 2 ledgers, a locked drawer, an ashtray with blue thread glove ash, a travel cloak over a chair, and 3 sealed envelopes addressed in different hands. No machine waited there, no clever spring, just paper, exits, and a man who had learned to make other people carry the danger. Voss set one evidence card on the desk. Mr. Arlen, did you use this name? Sorn looked at the card, then at her. Yes, Justicier, for private commercial inquiries. Did you murder Lord Malvern? No, Sorn said, and the truth held. Ned's stomach sank, not because he believed the man innocent, but because he understood the shape of the answer before Voss asked the next question. Voss placed a second card beside the first. Did you pay men to gather details, copy a pen, build a mechanism, and move a replacement into Lord Malvern's possession? Sorn's smile became thinner. I arranged inquiries and commissions. I did not know every use to which my employers would put their information. Peregrine's voice sharpened softly behind Ned. That isn't an answer. That's a way out. Voss's gaze did not leave Sorn. Then we will follow it. Voss did not touch the dispatch case at once. She looked at Sorn's hand instead, the way his fingers had lifted from the handle and stopped exactly far enough away to seem obedient without surrendering the thought of flight. Who are your employers? Voss asked. Sorn's smile settled into something smoother. I act for commercial clients. Name them. Where lawful confidentiality permits, Justicier. Peregrine gave a quiet, ugly laugh. He has practiced that answer. Sorn looked at him with polite interest. Lord Peregrine, if old families condemned every man who preferred discretion, half of London would be empty before supper. Voss set her cane across the top of the dispatch case. Did Nikolai Ivan pay you to arrange inquiries connected to Lord Malvern's pen? No, Sorn said, and the answer held. Ned frowned before he meant to. That's too clean. Sorn's eyes moved to him. Mr. Vale dislikes clean answers. That must make customer work difficult. Ned stepped closer to the desk, careful not to touch anything. I dislike answers built to miss the question. Ivan didn't pay you. Someone paid near him, through him, around him, or for the same work without putting his name on it. Voss's gaze stayed on Sorn. Did payment for the Malvern work pass through an account connected to Nordmark Industrial Exchange? Sorn's smile thinned. Yes. Did you believe the ultimate buyer was British? No. Did you know the ultimate buyer's true name? No. Did you arrange the work through a man you could identify if required? Sorn hesitated, and the room tightened around the pause. Voss leaned slightly forward. Answer. Yes, Sorn said. Name him. Martin Cleave, Sorn said, and Ned saw the relief hidden under the obedience. Commercial introducer. Occasional procurement agent. He brought the inquiries to me and handled foreign correspondence. Peregrine's mouth tightened. A cutout. A man with a name, an office, and habits, Sorn replied. Those are not illegal. Voss opened the dispatch case with her own gloved hand. Inside lay a travel pass, 3 envelopes, a small account book, and one folded sheet with a corner already torn away. She lifted the account book, opened it, and found half the pages cut cleanly from the binding. Soren watched her without blinking. I cannot answer for every clerk's tidiness. Ned looked at the cuts. Fresh, neat, and done by someone who knew which pages mattered. He knew we were coming. No, Voss said, closing the book. He knew someone would. She turned to the constable at the door. Find Martin Cleave. Seal his office, his rooms, his bankers, and every forwarding desk named in this book. Soren lowered his hands by a careful inch. Then you have your man, Justicier. Voss looked at him. No, Mr. Soren, I have the man you want sacrificed. There is a difference. Soren's mask cracked at the word sacrificed. Only a hairline crack, small enough that a less angry room might have missed it, but Ned saw the man's fingers settle too carefully against the desk edge. I would advise caution, Justicier, Soren said. A man may resent being described as arranging another man's ruin without proof. Voss picked up the torn account book and held it so the cut pages faced him. Then help me prove otherwise. I have given you a name. You have given me the name you kept ready. Voss looked to the constable beside the door. Mr. Soren is to remain here under seal. No papers leave. No servants enter. If he asks for a solicitor, summon one and search the messenger before and after. Soren's smile returned, thinner now. Very lawful. Yes, Voss said. It saves time later. They reached Martin Cleave's office 16 minutes later, because Voss took the stairs faster than dignity would usually allow, and Peregrine knew a back passage through the Adelphi's service floor that cut the route in half. The office was on a narrow street behind a stationer's shop, respectable enough to have brass lettering on the glass and shabby enough to be missed by men who only looked upward. Commercial Introductions and Continental Procurement, the sign read. Ned disliked it at once. It sounded like a place built from other people's names. The door stood unlocked, and Voss stopped before crossing the threshold. Mr. Vale? Ned looked past her shoulder. One chair angled away from the desk. One ink bottle uncapped. A drawer half open. No dust disturbed near the window latch. No coat on the peg. No hat. The room had the staged look of haste, but the wrong objects had been left behind. He didn't flee in panic. Peregrine's voice was quiet. No gentleman leaves his hat unless he means someone to think he ran without it. Voss entered first. Ned followed only after her nod. The desk held letters, invoices, and 3 calling cards for Martin Cleave, all lying too neatly in the center blotter. Voss opened the half drawer and found a railway timetable, a spent match, and a scrap of paper with Nordmark written on it in a hand so plain it looked like an insult. Ned stared at the scrap. That's bait. Yes, Voss said. A constable came from the inner room holding a small travel trunk. Empty. Justicier. Bed not slept in. Washstand dry. Peregrine looked around the office, his face pale with controlled anger. Cleave may not even be Cleave. Voss picked up one of the calling cards. He is Cleave enough to rent a room, open an account, receive letters, and vanish when Soren needs distance. Ned felt the old frustration rise hot under his ribs. They had found the pen, the switch, the casing, the hinge, the curse channel, the broker, the servant, and the proxy office. Every answer had led to another man whose job was to be smaller than the truth. So we solved how Lord Malvern died, Ned said, and they still get to walk away behind names. Voss looked at him across the desk. Some of them will. That honest answer was worse than comfort. Peregrine set Cleave's card down as if it were dirty. Then what was the point? Voss folded the bait scrap into an evidence sleeve. The point is that they are still spending names to protect something. We find out what was worth more to them than Soren, Cleave, and Lord Malvern. Voss did not answer Peregrine further. She turned the room into work instead. The constables sealed the door, the window, the little hearth, and the narrow cupboard beside the washstand. One clerk opened a portable evidence tray on the desk. Another began copying labels from envelopes while Voss watched every hand that moved. Ned stood by the half-open drawer and looked again at the railway timetable. This is wrong. Voss turned. In what way? He left bait where anyone would find it, Ned said, pointing to the Nordmark scrap without touching it. But he hid something under bad paper. Peregrine looked over his shoulder. Bad paper? Ned lifted his measuring hook and slid it beneath the drawer liner. The paper looked ordinary, but one corner sat too smooth against the wood. Clerks replace liners when ink spills or mice get in. This one's new, but the drawer's old. He wanted the drawer to look tidied, not searched. Voss nodded to the clerk. Lift it. The clerk used a flat bone knife, eased the liner up, and revealed a folded note pressed into the shallow space beneath. Voss took it with tongs and opened it on the evidence tray. The handwriting was small, controlled, and unsigned. Peregrine read first and went still. Committee timing. Voss's eyes moved line by line. Third return expected. Delay risk increased after Malvern refusal. Alternative pressure authorized if amendment stalls. Ned felt the words settle colder than murder had. Alternative pressure means killing him? It means they were prepared to do more than argue, Voss said. He leaned closer, reading the lower half. The note listed clauses, not names. Pilot assist regulators, civilian balance cages, light control housings, industrial cutter brackets, downgraded shock dampers, field repair units. Parts. Always parts. None of them looked like a weapon alone. Ned tapped the desk beside the note. This is the bill. Yes, Voss said. Peregrine's voice was quieter now. If the bill passed, those parts could move legally. Not all at once, Ned said, seeing it too clearly. Not as a weapon, but if someone already had agricultural mechs, and then bought the bits around them, they'd have the bones of fighting machines. Voss folded the note back into its tray. That is why Lord Malvern died. A constable appeared at the doorway, breathless from the stairs. Justicier, Mr. Sorn is asking whether he may send for counsel. He may, Voss said. And you will search the messenger twice. Ned looked from the hidden note to Cleve's empty room and understood the shape of their victory. The murder had an answer now, but the answer pointed past Lord Malvern's body, past Sorn, past Cleve, and into law, money, and war. Voss closed the evidence tray. We go to Malvern's papers next. If he saw this before he died, he may have written down what Parliament refused to hear. 33. Malvern's proof. By evening, Voss had moved the center of the case back to the Imperial Adelphi, where the evidence table no longer looked like a murder board and had begun to look like a life being taken apart by paper. Clara Weatherby's letters lay in one sealed packet. Lord Malvern's private notes lay in another, their pages marked with Voss's evidence tabs. Livia's bill analysis sat open beside them, covered in neat crosses, bracketed clauses, and one sharp line where her pencil had nearly cut the page. Cleve's hidden note waited at the end of the table, small, unsigned, and uglier than any confession. Ned stood beside Livia while she read Malvern's cramped handwriting aloud. Peregrine waited near the window with his arms folded too tightly, and Arthur stood behind him, restless in the way men became restless when paper began sounding like battle plans. First approach through Dane's circle, Livia read, her voice controlled. Offer framed as committee assistance, not payment. Declined. She turned the next page carefully. Second approach, charitable endowment suggested in Lady Malvern's name. Declined. Third approach, private settlement of Edward's debts implied if resistance softened. Peregrine's face changed. That would have worked on many fathers. It did not work on him, Voss said. Livia moved to the next note. Threat received through club gossip. Exposure of Miss Weatherby. Possible publication of racing debts in connection with Edward. Household humiliation expected. She stopped, then looked up. He knew they were coming at him from every side. Ned looked at Clara's packet. The mistress, the son, the wife, the club. They had not only studied Lord Malvern's pen and habits. They had studied his shame. Arthur's voice came low and angry. They tried to buy him, then frighten him, then ruin the people around him. Not people, Peregrine said, his mouth tight. Pressure points. Ned turned one of Livia's marked bill pages so it lined up beside Malvern's note. The same words appeared in both places, different hands, same danger. Balance cages, control housings, shock dampers, tool arm brackets. He kept saying no. Livia nodded, again and again, not cleanly, either. He delayed, returned, demanded reconsideration, asked for compound strategic effect to be reviewed. That is the phrase he used. Peregrine gave a short, bitter breath. Everyone would have called that tedious. Voss placed Cleve's note beside Malvern's final marked page. Someone called it dangerous. Ned looked down at the papers, and his view of Lord Malvern shifted without becoming clean. The man had lied, hurt people, gambled, kept a mistress, and made enemies like other men made appointments. But when the bill came to him dressed in polite trade language, he had seen the weapon inside it and refused to let it pass. He wasn't killed because he was good, Ned said. No, Voss said. Ned touched the edge of Malvern's notes, not the page itself. He was killed because he wouldn't move. Lady Elizabeth Malvern arrived 10 minutes later with her mourning veil pushed back in fury held so tightly that even Peregrine straightened when she entered. Abel Finch followed 2 steps behind her, carrying a small leather document case as if it weighed more than it should. Voss had sent for both, and Ned understood why the moment Lady Elizabeth saw Clarice letters on the table. "You brought me here to show me that again?" Lady Elizabeth asked. "My husband is dead, Justicier. Must you keep parading his worst choices before strangers?" "No," Voss said. "I brought you here because his worst choices are not the only truth left on this table." Lady Elizabeth's eyes moved over the evidence, avoiding Clarice's packet and stopping on Malvern's notes. Her mouth tightened. "Those are James's private papers." "They are evidence now," Voss said. "They are my husband's papers. They are evidence of why he was killed." That stopped her. Not gently. Ned saw the words strike through anger to the colder place beneath it, where grief had been waiting without permission. Livia stepped back from the table. "Lady Malvern," he wrote down the approaches. The bribes. The threats. The pressure against Edward, against Miss Wetherby, against you. Lady Elizabeth looked at Livia as if remembering that young women could be dangerous when they came armed with paper. "Against me?" Voss slid one note closer, still inside its sleeve. "A charitable endowment in your name. Respectable enough to flatter, useful enough to bind." He refused it. Lady Elizabeth stared at the note. Her gloved fingers lifted, then stopped before touching the evidence sleeve. "He never told me." "No," Peregrine said quietly. "A man like Lord Malvern would think silence was protection." Lady Elizabeth looked at him sharply, but the anger did not find its old footing. "You speak as if you knew him." "I know men raised to believe shame is something handled privately until it ruins everyone," Peregrine said. Arthur shifted near the wall, uncomfortable and honest in it. "He sounds like a hard man to like." "He was," Lady Elizabeth said, and the answer came too fast to be polite. Then she looked down at the notes again. "He was cold, proud, unfaithful, often cruel when he wished to be right." Her voice thinned, but it did not break. And apparently, when someone finally offered him an easy way to be weak, he refused that too. Ned looked at the table, at the notes and letters and ugly little proof of pressure. Lord Malvern was not becoming clean. He was becoming whole enough to be understood. Voss nodded once. "That is the truth we can record." Voss drew a clean sheet from her case and placed it beside Malvern's marked notes. The paper looked too empty for the mess around it. Clarice letters, Edward's debts, club gossip, threatened humiliation, bribery, political notes, and Cleve's hidden paper all crowded the table, but the official record waited in a neat white square as if truth could be made respectable by margins. Lady Elizabeth watched the sheet with open mistrust. "You mean to reduce him to a paragraph?" "I mean to record what can be proved," Voss said. "If I leave the dirt out, the record lies. If I leave the duty out, the record also lies." Livia took up her pencil, then paused before touching the page. "The wording matters." "It always does," Voss said. Peregrine moved from the window at last. "If the public version says only that Lord Malvern was murdered over parliamentary obstruction, his enemies will call him stubborn and his friends will pretend he was noble. Both will be false." Arthur frowned. "Then say he was threatened and still refused." Lady Elizabeth looked at him, and for once her sharpness had no scorn in it. "You make that sound simple." Arthur flushed. "It is simple. Not easy, maybe, but simple enough to understand." Ned looked at Malvern's notes, then at Livia's marked bill pages. He saw the parts. Other men saw trade and clauses and separate permissions. He saw what they became when someone put them together. Voss's pen touched the page. Lord James Malvern, having identified compound strategic risk within the proposed amendment, resisted improper approaches, refused financial inducement, endured threats of personal and familial exposure, and continued to oppose passage pending review. Lady Elizabeth's breath caught. Endured threats makes him sound passive. James was many things, Justicier, but not passive. Voss looked up, then corrected. For a moment, Lady Elizabeth seemed almost offended by being invited into the record. Then she stepped closer, removed one glove, and pointed to the line without touching the ink. He did not endure them. He withstood them. Livia wrote the word in the margin. Withstood is better. Peregrine nodded once, and harder to sneer at. Ned watched Voss change the word. It did not make Lord Malvern kind. It did not clean the harm he had done or bring comfort to the people he had wounded. But the line settled on the page with a weight the dirt alone had not carried. Voss sanded the ink. Then that is what we record. Lord Malvern withstood pressure and was killed because he did not yield. Finch stepped forward with the leather document case still held against his chest. There is one more thing, Justicier. Lady Elizabeth turned to him, startled. Finch? The valet bowed his head, but he did not retreat. His lordship instructed me to bring this to Lady Malvern if he failed to return from committee after the third return. I did not know whether death counted, my lady. I thought perhaps I should wait for instruction. Voss looked at him. And now? Finch swallowed. Now I think waiting has done enough harm. Lady Elizabeth's face changed at that, not into forgiveness, but into something more tired and human. She held out her hand. Finch gave her the case. The brass lock opened beneath her thumb, and inside lay a packet of folded drawings, a sealed memorandum, and a small card written in Lord Malvern's cramped hand. Lady Elizabeth read the card silently. Her mouth trembled once. Then she placed it on the table. He says, if they have gone this far, give the work to someone who understands machines better than speeches. Ned looked at Voss. Voss nodded. Open the drawings. Livia helped Lady Elizabeth unfold them across the evidence table. The first sheet showed an agricultural mech chassis, ordinary enough in outline that Ned had seen cousins of it in farm catalogs and export circulars. The second laid balance cages over the joints. The third added pilot assist regulators, shock dampers, cutter brackets, and control housings. By the fourth sheet, the plow arms had become weapon mounts in everything but name. Arthur went very still. That's not a farm machine. No, Ned said, leaning closer. But every part on the page can pretend it is. Peregrine's voice came low from the window. That is why speeches failed. A gentleman can deny a weapon while selling every piece needed to build one. Livia touched the memorandum with the back of her pencil. This is evidence for Parliament. It is not enough, Voss said. Ned looked at her. It should be. Yes, Voss said, but should is not law, and law is what they tried to use. Lady Elizabeth closed her hand around the edge of the table. Then use him. Use James's work. If they dragged his shame through every room in London to make him bend, then let the last thing he wrote stop them. Ned looked down at the drawings again, and the answer arrived with the practical weight of a tool placed in his palm. We don't just show the papers. We build what the papers prove. Voss watched him for a long second. At Vale Company? Ned thought of Maddie's account book, Tom's benches, Slip watching the street, and the half-finished runners waiting under lamps. Then he looked at Malvern's drawings, and the private cost of service became smaller than the public cost of doing nothing. Yes, Ned said, at my shop. 34. The bill still lives. By the next morning, Lord Malvern was dead in every newspaper, but the Strategic Apparatus Export Amendment Bill was still alive. That offended Ned more than he had expected. A murdered man could not answer back, but paper kept moving through clerks, messengers, committee rooms, and private dining rooms with all the brisk good health of something no one had yet stopped. Vale Company had opened late because Voss had taken Ned until nearly dawn, and Maddie made the first 3 customers wait while she finished reading the morning editions aloud in a voice that made every headline sound guilty. Tom stood by the forge room door with his arms folded, Slip perched on the counter beside a stack of unpaid invoices, and Ned leaned over the main bench with cold tea untouched beside his elbow. Listen to this, Maddie said, snapping one paper straight. Responsible commercial voices caution against allowing criminal outrage to derail necessary imperial trade reform. She looked up. Responsible commercial voices can come say that in this shop, and I'll reform their teeth. Slip nodded solemnly, with a properly recorded expense claim. Tom took the paper from Maddie and frowned at the column. They're saying the murder proves nothing about the bill. They would, Ned said. If the bill stops, someone loses money. Livia arrived before the argument could turn in circles, her gloves still buttoned and 3 folded papers under her arm. Peregrine followed her in a darker coat than usual, looking as if he had spent the morning hearing worse things in better rooms. Arthur came last, out of uniform but not out of service bearing, and his face told Ned he had already read enough to want something solid to hit. Livia laid her papers beside Maddie's newspaper. Committee allies of Sir Percival Dane are arguing that Malvern's murder was an isolated criminal misuse of specialized craft, not a reason to obstruct the amendment. Maddie stared at her. Can they say that with the ink still wet on the death notice? Yes, Peregrine said. That is why they are saying it now. Arthur's jaw tightened, before sympathy turns into questions. Ned looked down at Malvern's copy drawings, which Voss had permitted him to bring under seal. The agricultural chassis waited in pencil lines, harmless until a clever hand added enough legal parts to make it dangerous. So if the bill passes, they still win. Livia met his eyes. That is exactly the problem. Outside, the shop bell rang, sharp and ordinary. Slip slid from the counter and peered through the front, white and gold at the door. Voss entered with a sealed packet in one hand and London's morning anger following her in. Mr. Vale, she said. Parliament intends to proceed. Voss placed the sealed packet on Ned's main bench and broke the wax with her thumb. The paper inside was parliamentary cream, expensive enough to make bad sense look respectable. Livia took one look at the crest and moved closer before Voss had fully opened it. This came from the committee clerk? Livia asked. Yes, Voss said. Entered this morning after a private consultation with Sir Percival Dane and several commercial petitioners. Maddie's eyes narrowed. Commercial petitioners. That means men who sell something. It means men who wish to sell something, Peregrine said. Often worse. Voss unfolded the sheet and read without changing her tone. The committee acknowledges the gravity of Lord Malvern's death and condemns the criminal misuse of specialized craft. However, it finds no present basis for conflating a targeted assassination with the broader question of lawful apparatus export reform. Arthur's hand closed slowly around the back of a chair. They're calling the murder separate. They are calling it useful but inconvenient, Peregrine said. Ned stared at the words on the page. Criminal misuse of specialized craft. That's what they're calling the dragonfly. Voss set the paper flat. That is Sir Percival's line. Livia read the next paragraph aloud, anger sharpening each word. The existence of one unlawful device should not be used to condemn legitimate manufacturers, loyal merchants, or workshops seeking access to modernized markets. She stopped. That is clever. Slip looked offended. It's nonsense. Clever nonsense still bites, Maddie said. Peregrine tapped the page near Sir Percival's name. He is making every honest workshop in London feel accused. If opponents of the bill say dangerous parts should stay restricted, Dane says they are attacking trade, wages, and loyal manufacturers. Tom looked toward the forge room. I'm a loyal manufacturer when someone wants my labor and a dock rat when someone wants my place. Ned turned Malvern's drawing so the agricultural chassis faced the committee statement. The assassin pen wasn't the point. It proved the same trick. Split a thing into respectable parts, move each part through a clean hand, and then pretend no one built the murder. Voss looked at him. Say that again in workshop terms. Ned set a washer on the drawing, then a hinge beside it, then a shock spring. No single piece scares anyone. That is what Dane is using. One device was illegal, so he says the legal parts are innocent. But parts are only innocent until someone builds with them. Livia's pencil stopped above her notes. Then our answer cannot be that the dragonfly was frightening. No, Voss said. Our answer must be that the bill makes frightening things legal. Livia did not answer at once. She pulled the committee statement closer, set Malvern's copied drawing beside it, then opened her own marked version of the bill. Her pencil moved from clause to clause, not writing yet, only touching each place as if she were checking the teeth of a trap before putting her hand inside. Ned watched her face change. Not with surprise, with anger finding the correct shape. They do not need to prove Malvern was wrong, Livia said. Maddie leaned over the counter. Then what do they need? To keep the question narrow, Livia tapped Sir Percival's statement. They say the murder was one illegal device. They say the bill concerns lawful exports. If those remain separate questions, the committee can condemn the murder and still pass the bill. Arthur stared at her. But Malvern was murdered because of the bill. Yes, Livia said. but motive is not classification. Slip made a face. That sounds like law being stupid on purpose. Law is very good at that when clever men steer it, Peregrine said. Ned picked up the washer he had set on Malvern's drawing and turned it between finger and thumb. So the murderers lose a pen, a few cutouts, maybe Sorn if Voss can nail him properly, but they still get the export route. Voss's expression did not change. That is possible. Tom pushed away from the forge door. Then Malvern dies, and the men who paid for it get what they wanted anyway. Livia's pencil stopped. Yes, she looked at the table, not at them, as if looking up would make the truth too personal. If the bill passes in its present form, then exposing the murder is not enough. We punish the hand after it has already opened the door. The shop went quiet around that. Outside, a cart rattled past the windows. Inside, the papers waited under brass weights, neat and lawful and far more dangerous than they looked. Ned set the washer down on the agricultural chassis drawing. Then we have to make the committee see the whole machine. Livia looked up at him. Not tell them, show them. Dane's argument survives words because he can answer words with other words. Peregrine's mouth tightened. A demonstration before the right witnesses would be harder to dismiss. Maddie's eyes narrowed at once. Before which witnesses? In whose room? With whose insurance? And who pays when Ned turns my shop into a parliamentary gun range? Voss placed one hand on the sealed packet. The Crown will arrange authority. Maddie looked at her. Authority doesn't sweep floors or replace windows. Ned almost smiled, but the drawing stopped him. Then we make them pay for that too. Voss did not promise gently. She took Maddie's cleanest order slate, turned it over, and began writing conditions in the blank space with the same calm she used on warrants. Venue: Vale Company, unless a safer Crown room is secured before noon. Purpose: controlled technical demonstration of material consequence under proposed export classifications. Attendance: selected lords, committee representatives, Crown observers, justicier authority, and no commercial petitioners unless formally named. Maddie leaned over the slate. Add compensation for lost business, damaged stock, broken windows, scorched floorboards, spoiled materials, staff overtime, customer delay, and food. Voss paused. Food? If you put lords in my shop, someone will ask for tea, Maddie said. If someone asks for tea, Slip will improvise. If Slip improvises near lords, we're all in danger. Slip looked wounded. I make excellent tea under pressure. Tom grunted. You once boiled screws. They were clean screws. Ned should not have smiled, but he did, briefly and unwillingly, before Malvern's drawing pulled him back. We need the right parts. Not illegal parts. Not Crown war stores. Only what the bill would loosen. Livia was already writing beside him. That matters. If they can say you cheated by using restricted material, Dane survives the demonstration. Peregrine tapped the newspaper, and the witnesses must include men who cannot later pretend they heard only shop talk. A Malvern ally in the Lords, someone from the committee, someone Dane respects enough to fear contradicting in public. Arthur stepped closer to the drawing. And someone military, not to make it dramatic. To say what the thing would do to soldiers. Voss nodded once. I will request an observer from the War Office. Ned looked at her. Request? Summon, if request fails, Voss said. Maddie pointed at the slate again. Write that the shop stays under Vale control. No one walks through the patent room. No one touches drawers. No one orders my staff around unless Ned or I say so. Voss wrote it down. That, more than anything, made the room quiet. Ned looked from Voss's moving pen to Maddie's sharp face and understood that the demonstration had already begun changing the shop. Vale Company was not only being used. It was being protected because it mattered enough to use. Livia sanded her notes and closed the bill. Then we have the answer to Sir Percival's line. Ned set Malvern's drawing flat and placed the washer, hinge, and spring along the chassis where the dangerous shape would begin. Tomorrow, we stop arguing about what the parts might mean. Voss capped her pen. Tomorrow, you show them. 35. Empire Internal Use. The sealed list arrived before breakfast and ruined Ned's appetite more efficiently than Voss ever had. It came in a gray crown pouch carried by a courier who refused tea, refused conversation, and watched slip as if boys who grinned near official packets were already halfway to treason. Maddie signed for it with a pen that scratched hard enough to leave a groove, then slapped the packet onto Ned's main bench. "There," she said, "your imperial shopping list." Ned broke the seal under Voss's eye and spread the contents beside Malvern's drawings. The list was worse than he expected because it looked so dull. Light control housings, civilian balance cages, downgraded shock dampers, pilot assist regulators, tool arm brackets, crystal safe mounts, field repair couplers, agricultural frame reinforcement plates. Each line carried a proposed export classification under the bill and a note from the committee claiming civilian or obsolete character. Tom leaned over Ned's shoulder, wiped his hands on a rag, and scowled. "That lot doesn't look like enough to frighten a cat." "That is the point," Livia said, already copying the classification notes into her book. If it looked frightening, Sir Percival's argument would fail before Ned picked up a tool. Slip squinted at the list. "What's a downgraded shock damper?" "A way to make a rough machine survive harder use than it was sold for," Ned said. Arthur's expression sharpened. "Harder use as in field use?" "Yes," Ned said, and the word sat badly in his mouth. He touched one line, then another, and the build formed too quickly in his head. Not polished, not proper crown work, but enough. A load frame first, maybe, then the scout chassis after. "I can make something dangerous from this." Voss watched him from the end of the bench. "That is why you were asked." "No," Ned said, more sharply than he meant to. "That is why I'm unsettled." The shop quieted around that. Maddie's anger shifted at once from paperwork to him. "How fast?" Ned looked down at the parts list. "Too fast." Peregrine folded his arms. "That answer will matter to the lords." "It matters to me first," Ned said. "If I can do it quickly in a shop with legal parts and not enough sleep, someone with a factory, foreign money, and no conscience can do it better." Voss picked up the list and placed it beside Malvern's final note. "Then we prepare the proof exactly as written. No crown secrets, no illegal parts, no extra help hidden behind authority." Ned nodded once, already reaching for a clean slate. "If I'm going to scare them, I'm going to do it honestly." Maddie turned Vale Company into a temporary theater of imperial truth by treating it like a customer disaster with better uniforms. The front counter became a reception line only after she moved every unpaid invoice into the locked drawer, sent Slip to sweep the yard twice, and made Tom carry the larger runner frame behind the patent room door where no lord could admire it by accident. "No one stands near the patent drawers," Maddie said, pinning a handwritten notice beside the inner door. "No one asks what's in them. No one says, 'How clever,' while putting a hand on anything that isn't theirs." Slip came in from the yard with a broom over one shoulder. "What if a lord says, 'How clever,' from a safe distance?" "Then you smile as if he's paid his bill in advance," Maddie said. Tom dragged a folding screen into place between the main bench and the patent room corridor. "This won't stop a determined fool." "It will slow a polite one," Peregrine said, adjusting the screen by 2 inches. "In noble rooms, that is sometimes the same thing." Ned stood over the cleared demonstration space with Malvern's drawings on one side and the crown parts list on the other. Every ordinary repair had been pushed to labeled trays along the wall. The shop looked larger without its usual clutter and less like itself. That bothered him. Arthur noticed. "It's still your shop. It looks like it's waiting to be inspected." "It is waiting to be inspected," Livia said from the counter, where she was drafting an attendance sheet in careful columns. "The trick is making sure they inspect the bill, not you." Voss, who had been writing her own seal notices, looked up. "They will inspect both." Ned gave her a look. That was not encouraging. It was accurate. Maddie took the attendance sheet from Livia, read it, and added a line of her own. "All visitors to remain in marked areas unless invited by Mr. Vale, Miss Maddie, or Justicier Voss." Livia smiled faintly. "Good." Peregrine leaned on his cane and surveyed the rearranged room. "You realize this will be talked about. Lords entering a common-born maker's shop to be taught what their own bill means. Some will resent the lesson before they hear it." Ned set one hand on the main bench, feeling the old scars in the wood beneath his palm. "Then they can resent it where I can see them." The parts came in 3 waves, and every wave made the shop feel less like a shop and more like a border checkpoint. First came the agricultural mech components in 2 canvas-covered crates on a hired dray, with mud still crusted in one hinge and a faded manufacturer's plate declaring the frame approved for civilian export. Tom pried the first crate open with a crowbar, looked at the joint assembly inside, and gave a sound of disgusted recognition. "That's a plow shoulder," he said. "Heavy, ugly, and honest." Ned crouched beside it, running his fingers over the worn mounting holes without lifting the piece. "Honest until someone gives it a better arm." Arthur knelt opposite him. "Could it carry a field cutter?" "It could carry more than that," Ned said. The second wave arrived under Crown seal. Light alloy struts, control housings, balance fittings, shock dampers, and pilot assist regulators, each tagged with its proposed classification under the bill. Livia checked each tag against her notes before Maddie allowed it onto the bench. If a label said civilian, Livia read the clause aloud. If a label said downgraded, Tom inspected the wear and swore when the part was better than the word made it sound. "Downgraded from what?" Tom asked, holding a damper up to the light. "A battleship?" "From current military issue," Voss said. Tom snorted. "That means last year's murder is this year's bargain." The third wave was the quietest and worst. Small civilian warding stones, crystal safe mounts, field repair couplers, cutter brackets, and a crate of bolts and collars so ordinary that Slip nearly laughed until Ned set 3 of them beside the chassis drawing and showed him where they would go. Slip's grin faded. "Oh, those little things matter?" "Little things always matter," Ned said. "They're how big things get permission." By noon, the demonstration bench had become a line of harmless labels waiting to become an accusation. Ned moved from tray to tray with a slate in hand, marking each part by legal category, not by danger. Export permitted, relaxed control, civilian use, obsolete, downgraded, commercial. Peregrine watched the list grow. That is what the lords need to see. Ned set the slate down beside the plow shoulder. Then they'll see it twice. First as they want to sell it. He picked up the balance cage and placed it over the joint. Then as someone else will use it. By late afternoon, Ned had stopped pretending the first test was only arrangement. The plow shoulder sat bolted to a temporary timber frame, ugly and dull and still wearing farm mud in one seam. Beside it, the balance cage and shock damper waited with clean crown tags swinging from their wires. Ned had meant to mark positions, check fits, and leave proper assembly for the demonstration. His hands did not believe him. Tom saw it before anyone else. "You're building." "I'm checking whether it can be built," Ned said. "That is what building is when you say it like that." Maddie looked up from the cost slate at once. "Ned." "I won't power it," he said, then looked at Voss because the lie had no future in a room with her. "Not fully." Voss's expression did not change. "Tell me what you intend." Ned set the balance cage over the plow joint and slid 2 export-permitted collars through the mounting holes. They fitted after 1 file pass and a harder tap from Tom's mallet. That was the first bad sign. A proper conversion should have fought him. This one accepted the new part like the old frame had been waiting for it. "Limited mechanical movement," Ned said. "No weapon arm, no wardstones active, no cutter bracket. I only want to see whether the joint will carry improved load and recover without shaking itself apart." Arthur came closer, face tight. "That sounds like military advantage already." "It is," Ned said. The room went quiet except for the scrape of his spanner. He set the downgraded shock damper, tightened the bracket, and used a hand crank instead of steam feed. The joint lifted, not smoothly, not elegantly, but strongly. The timber frame creaked. Tom put one hand against it and swore under his breath as the plow shoulder rose higher than it had any business rising. Slip, who had been watching from the counter, lost his grin completely. That was meant to drag a plow. Ned released the crank. The joint dropped, caught, steadied, and returned without the ugly slam he had expected. The damper took the force. The balance cage corrected the wobble. The whole thing settled like a trained limb. Livia stared at the tagged parts. How long did that take? Ned looked at the clock above the shelves. Less than an hour. No one spoke. He stepped back from the frame, feeling no pleasure at all. Malvern was right. These aren't harmless parts. They're waiting for someone with enough nerve to put them together. 36. Before the Lords. The First Lord arrived 10 minutes early, which Maddie took as a personal insult against scheduling. She made him wait on the marked line beside the front counter while Slip checked his name against Livia's attendance sheet, and Tom stood near the patent room screen with the expression of a man prepared to become furniture if furniture could break fingers. Lord Ashcombe came next, pale and formal, with Beatrice at his side looking polished enough to cut glass and unhappy enough that Ned's hands tightened around the spanner he was not using. Behind them came Lord Kettering, 2 committee men, a War Office colonel with a clipped grey mustache, Sir Percival Dane in a faultless coat, and 3 officials whose faces said they had entered smaller, poorer rooms only by Crown order. Voss stood beside the main bench in white and gold. All attendees will remain inside the marked areas unless invited forward. No object is to be touched. No drawer, screen, cabinet, or tool case is to be opened. This is a controlled technical demonstration under Justicier authority. Sir Percival smiled politely. Surely we are not schoolboys on a museum visit, Justicier. No, Matty said from the counter. Schoolboys know better than to touch things after being told. The silence that followed was worth at least 3 broken windows. Ned looked down quickly before his face betrayed him. Peregrine, standing by the side wall with Arthur and Rafik, coughed into one gloved hand in a way that fooled no one. The War Office colonel's mouth twitched once. Clear instructions are welcome. Livia signed the last name, sanded the line, and looked at Voss. All expected witnesses are present except Lord Wetherell. He is delayed, one committeeman said. The committee is sufficiently represented. Peregrine's voice was mild. Lord Wetherell was Malvern's ally on the 3rd return. The man colored. He is delayed. The shop bell rang again. Slip opened the door, and Lady Elizabeth Malvern entered in black, unveiled, with Lord Wetherell beside her. The old lord leaned on a cane, breathing hard from the street, but his eyes were bright and angry. Delayed, Lord Wetherell said, looking straight at the committeeman. Not dead. There is a difference, though some have recently confused the matter. Ned felt the room shift. For the first time since Voss had dragged Parliament into his shop, the powerful men were not looking at him as the oddity. They were looking at one another as if the demonstration had begun before a single part moved. Voss did not give the room time to settle into argument. She stepped aside and let Ned stand where the main bench, the tagged parts, and the half-built plow joint could all be seen at once. The marked legal categories lay in neat rows on Livia's cards, each card written in black ink with the proposed export status beneath the part name. Ned picked up the first card, not the part. That mattered. If he touched metal first, some of them would think in machinery. He needed them to think in law before the metal betrayed the law. Civilian balance cage, he said, setting the card in front of the clean steel ring. Proposed classification, lawful export under agricultural support use. Sir Percival folded his hands over the head of his cane, which is precisely its intended market. Ned did not look up yet. Downgraded shock damper, proposed classification, obsolete military pattern, permitted for export after removal from Crown Service. He placed the second card. Pilot Assist Regulator. Proposed classification. Civilian handling aid for low-grade industrial frames. Tool arm bracket. Proposed classification. Commercial manufacturing aid. Crystal safe mount. Proposed classification. Non-offensive housing component. The War Office colonel moved closer to the marked line but did not cross it. You are not using any current restricted part? No, sir, Ned said. Nothing current. Nothing secret. Nothing taken from Crown War stores. Everything here is either already legal, named as civilian, or relaxed by the amendment as written. Livia lifted the committee copy. I can confirm each classification from the bill and the proposed notes supplied this morning. One committeeman adjusted his cuffs. A part may have more than one use, Miss March. That is hardly a revelation. No, Ned said, and now he looked at him. But it matters who benefits from pretending that's the end of the discussion. Lord Wetherell gave a short sound that might have been approval. Sir Percival's smile remained smooth. Mr. Vale, the Empire cannot govern every bolt by imagining criminal possibilities. Ned picked up an ordinary collar and held it on his palm. No, but it can avoid selling men the exact bolts they need after being warned what those bolts become together. The colonel's gaze sharpened. Lady Elizabeth stood very still in black beside Lord Wetherell. Ned set the collar down, then moved every card into a line from harmless label to fitted position. First, he said, I'll show you the parts as the bill describes them. He put his hand on the plow shoulder. Then I'll show you what the bill is actually selling. Ned did not begin with flourish. He took off his coat, rolled his sleeves, and set the first tool on the bench where everyone could see it. The room seemed to lean toward the sound of brass meeting wood. Men who had entered Vale Company prepared to hear a clever young maker make a point now found themselves watching him measure bolt holes on a muddy plow shoulder. Tom came forward at Ned's nod and braced the frame with both hands. Tell me when. When it starts pretending to be heavier than it is, Ned said. Tom grunted. So immediately. A few faces tightened at the shop humor. Sir Percival's did not. Mr. Vale, must this be theatrical? The committee has already reviewed the written schedules. Yes, Ned said, fitting the first civilian balance cage over the joint. That's the problem. Livia stepped to the side table with her copy of the bill. Civilian balance cage, listed as agricultural support apparatus. No current military restriction under the proposed amendment. The War Office Colonel watched Ned slide the export permitted collars through the mount. Those holes were not made for that cage. No, Ned said, but they're close enough that one file pass fixes it. He picked up the file, drew it twice through the upper hole, then tried the collar again. This time it seated with a clean little tap from Tom's mallet. That matters. If a conversion needs a full workshop, that slows it. If it needs a file and a man who isn't afraid of being wrong, it spreads. Lord Wetherell's hand tightened on his cane. Malvern said as much. Sir Percival looked toward him. Lord Malvern said many things. Lady Elizabeth's voice cut in before Wetherell could answer. And men who wished him silent called them many things. Ned kept working because looking up would only pull him into the room's anger. He fitted the downgraded shock damper next, then held out one hand. Arthur placed the pilot assist regulator into his palm, carefully, as if passing a loaded pistol. Ned set it beside the joint but did not attach the crystal feed. The colonel stepped closer to the marked line. That regulator improves control response. Yes, Ned said. Not enough for a proper Crown machine. More than enough for a bad one. By then, no one was pretending this was a speech. The parts were moving from labels into place, and the law was becoming metal in front of them. Sir Percival's smoothness had not cracked, but Ned saw his eyes follow every bolt. That was something. That was the first useful fear. Ned attached the regulator last, because once the little brass housing touched the joint, the thing stopped feeling like a warning and began feeling like a machine. He checked the linkage twice, tightened the collar, then stepped back and wiped his hands on a rag. The plow shoulder had become a rough load assist frame, still ugly, still bolted to timber, but no longer honest. Hand crank only, Voss said. Yes, Ned said. No steam feed, no crystal drive, no ward stones. Sir Percival lifted one brow. Then we are to be frightened by a farm joint lifting politely? Ned looked at Tom. Load. Tom set a crate of scrap iron onto the bracket they had fixed where a plow arm should have sat. The timber frame groaned under the weight. Arthur moved behind it without being asked, one hand ready near the brace and his eyes on the colonel rather than the lord's. Ned took the crank and turned it slowly. The joint lifted the crate. Not high, not fast, but steadily enough that conversation died around it. The balance cage corrected the wobble. The downgraded damper caught the drop when Ned eased the crank back. The pilot assist regulator, not even fully powered, kept the motion from fighting itself. The War Office Colonel stepped to the very edge of the marked line. How much weight? Tom answered before Ned could. Enough to carry armor plate, ammunition, or a wounded man. More if built properly. This is not built properly? Lord Wetherell asked. Ned shook his head. This is built quickly, in a shop, with no illegal part and no secret method. Properly built, it becomes lighter, stronger, and easier to control. Livia lifted the bill copy. Every added component used here is either named as civilian, marked obsolete, or relaxed by the proposed amendment. Sir Percival's voice sharpened. A load assist frame is not a weapon. No, Ned said, releasing the crank so the joint lowered the crate with a soft, controlled thud. It is what carries the weapon, the armor, the shells, or the soldier who can now move longer than yours can. The colonel's face had gone hard. Not shocked, worse than shocked, recognizing. Ned saw it and hated the relief that followed, because someone serious had finally understood. Lady Elizabeth looked at the lifted frame, then at Sir Percival. James died for that difference. No one answered her. The machine settled in its braces, civilian labels still hanging from every dangerous part. 37. The Light Scout. Ned let the load assist frame rest in its braces while the room tried to decide whether it had seen enough. It had not. The crate of scrap iron had proved a point, but only the small point, the one a careful man could still file smooth with words. A stronger farm joint was useful. A soldier carried farther was worrying. Neither was yet the thing Malvern had drawn in the last pages of his memorandum. He looked at Voss. I need the chassis. The War Office Colonel's head turned. The agricultural chassis? Yes, sir. Sir Percival's expression sharpened. Mr. Vale, I must object to extending this demonstration into theatrical invention. The amendment does not authorize the export of battlefield machines. No, Ned said, crossing to the covered frame Tom had left against the rear wall. It authorizes the export of what builds one. Tom and Arthur pulled the canvas away. The agricultural mech chassis beneath it looked harmless mainly because it looked incomplete. 4 narrow legs folded under a central load frame. The front tool mount still carried mud from some field or yard. Its maker's plate named it as a civilian orchard and rough ground assistant, suitable for hauling crates, cutting brush, and working where a cart could not easily turn. Lord Wetherell drew in a slow breath. That is legally exportable now? Livia checked her card. Yes, my lord, in this configuration. Ned set one hand on the central frame. This is the part everyone agrees is a farm machine. It can walk rough ground, carry tools, follow a simple steering harness, and go places wheels dislike. He pointed to the parts laid beside it. The bill loosens the things around it. Better control, better balance, better shock recovery, safer crystal mounts, tool brackets strong enough for more than tools. The colonel stepped closer to the marked line. How quickly can it be changed? Ned looked at the frame, already seeing the bolts that would come loose first. If I were making it proper, days. If I were proving intent, hours. If I had a factory and drawings, faster each time. Sir Percival's cane tapped once. Intent is not export classification. Ned met his eyes. No, that's why Lord Malvern is dead. Silence took the shop hard enough that even Slip stopped breathing loudly. Then Ned lifted the first bracket, and Tom came to his side without being asked. Tom held the chassis steady while Ned worked the first bracket free from its crate. It should have looked too crude for politics. It was scarred, mud-stained, and heavy in the hand, with old grease caught around the bolt holes. Ned liked that least of all. Dangerous things should have had the decency to look sleek or wicked. This one looked as if it belonged beside a hedgerow. Tool arm hardpoint. Livia read from the card. Commercial manufacturing aid. Proposed export relaxation for civilian workshops, forestry, quarry handling, and agricultural repair use. Ned set the bracket against the chassis front mount. It fits the orchard frame after removing the brush cutter plate. Sir Percival's mouth tightened, because both are designed for tools. Yes, Ned said, that is what makes the argument work. He nodded to Tom. Plate off. Tom put the spanner to the old bolts. One stuck. He leaned his weight into it until the metal shrieked, then broke loose with a snap sharp enough to make one of the committeemen flinch. Slip caught the falling plate before it hit the floor and held it up with exaggerated innocence. Still farm work so far, Slip said. Maddie pointed at the side bench. Tray 3. Label facing out. Do not perform for Parliament. I was being helpful. You were being visible. Ned took the bracket and fitted it where the plate had been. The bolt holes did not match perfectly, but they were close enough. Too close. He used the file twice, then slid the collar through and tightened it by hand before taking the wrench. The colonel watched every movement. A cutter could mount there. A cutter, a shield plate, a signal pack, a light gun frame if someone built the cradle, Ned said. Not with these exact bolts for field service, but enough to prove the path. Lord Wetherell looked toward Sir Percival. Still only tools? Sir Percival's answer came too quickly. A bad actor can misuse any industrial component. Ned reached for the balance regulator. Then stopped helping him choose the useful ones. Voss's gaze flicked to him, warning and approval mixed so tightly he could not separate them. Ned lowered his head and kept working. He attached the regulator without powering it, fixed the damper along the front leg, and felt the chassis change under his hands. It was still unfinished, still clumsy, still officially civilian. But when he stepped back, the orchard machine had begun to stand like something waiting for orders rather than weather. Ned did not power the chassis from the shock crystal. He made that clear before his hand went anywhere near the control mount. This stays on hand drive and low response. If I wake the full feed, it stops being demonstration and starts being a reason for Voss to arrest me in my own shop. I would prefer not to, Voss said. Maddie looked at her. Prefer? Voss did not blink. Strongly prefer. That earned one short laugh from the War Office Colonel and no amusement from Sir Percival. Ned took the crystal safe mount from its tray and held it up with the tag still tied to the wire. It was a dull blackstone and brass cradle, the sort of thing a catalog could call safety equipment without lying. Crystal safe mount. Civilian classification. It keeps a guide bead from cracking under rough motion. Livia read from the bill copy. Permitted for export in agricultural, mining, and industrial handling machines under the proposed amendment. Ned fitted it into the central frame. On a farm machine, it helps the chassis keep balance in mud. On a Scout, it helps the chassis keep balance under load, shock, slope, or recoil. The Colonel's face hardened further. Recoil from what? Ned did not answer at once. He took the light cutter bracket from Arthur, turned it once in his hand, and set it against the front hardpoint. From whatever someone mounts here after calling it a tool. Arthur's mouth tightened. A cutter, officially. Officially, Ned said. Sir Percival stepped half a pace forward before remembering the marked line. You are adding imagination to hardware, Mr. Vale. No, Ned said, tightening the bracket. I'm adding one permitted part to another permitted part in the order Lord Malvern wrote down. Lord Wetherell looked at the chassis as if seeing the dead man's notes become accusation. Proceed. Ned connected the hand drive, checked the regulator, and signaled Tom to move clear. The chassis rose unevenly at first, then steadied as the balance cage took the wobble. Its four legs unfolded in a short, ugly step that carried the frame forward less than a yard. The movement was clumsy, slow, and unfinished. It was also unmistakably more than farm work. Slip whispered from near the counter. That thing could follow a patrol. The Colonel heard him. So did everyone else. Ned stopped the chassis and let it settle. Not well, not yet, but well enough to prove the bill sells the beginning. Sir Percival recovered first, which Ned had expected and disliked. Men who traded in clauses did not retreat merely because a machine took one ugly step across a shop floor. A crude demonstration, Sir Percival said. Interesting, certainly, but Parliament cannot legislate on what a gifted young inventor might force together under unusual pressure. Ned wiped his hands slowly, buying one breath before anger made him stupid. I didn't force it. Tom made a rough sound beside the frame. He barely fought it. Livia lifted her notes. Every modification used parts identified in the proposed amendment. Every fit was achieved with common shock tools. No restricted enchantment, military crystal, or crown-only control method was used. The War Office Colonel looked at Sir Percival, not Ned. In my judgment, this chassis has crossed from industrial aid into field utility. Sir Percival's smile thinned. Field utility is not the same as weaponization, Colonel. Arthur stepped forward before Ned could stop him. It doesn't have to shoot to get men killed. If it carries ammunition over bad ground, pulls a gun cradle, drags a shield plate, or follows a patrol with supplies, it changes a fight. The Colonel's eyes moved to Arthur. Quite. That single word landed harder than praise. Arthur went still, then stepped back as if he had only just remembered who stood in the room. Lord Wetherell turned to the committee men. You have heard enough. One of them looked toward Sir Percival before answering. That tiny glance did more damage than a confession might have done. Lord Wetherell saw it. So did Peregrine. So did Voss, whose expression did not change at all. Lady Elizabeth moved closer to the marked line, black skirts whispering against the floor. My husband wrote that if these parts were treated separately, foolish men would call them trade and clever enemies would call them opportunity. Which word will the committee use now? No one answered her. Ned looked at the light scout, if that was what it had become. It stood crooked, unfinished, and ugly, with mud on one hinge and legal tags still swinging from 3 parts. It was not a war machine. Not yet. That was the point, and the point had finally entered the room with enough weight to make men silent. Voss closed her notebook. The demonstration is recorded. The witness statements will be taken before anyone leaves. Sir Percival turned sharply. Justicier, I object to the implication that this controlled exercise proves criminal intent within the amendment. Voss looked at him. Then your objection will also be recorded. Ned almost smiled at that, but Lady Elizabeth was still looking at the machine as if James Malvern's death had finally found a shape large enough for other people to see. The Scout settled on its 4 legs, harmless by law and dangerous by use, while the lords stared at what they had nearly agreed to sell. 38. The Man Who Said No. The Light Scout stood in the middle of Vale and Company like an accusation with muddy hinges. No one hurried to speak after Voss closed her notebook. The lords, committee men, officials, and witnesses remained inside Maddie's marked lines, but the distance between them and the machine no longer felt safe. Ned could see it in the way the War Office colonel kept measuring the chassis with his eyes, in the way Lord Wetherell's anger had gone quiet, and in the way Sir Percival Dane's hand rested too neatly on his cane. Ned wiped his hands again, though they were already clean enough. The rag came away with old grease and blackened dust, little proof that the law had become metal under his fingers. He looked at the tag parts still hanging from the Scout. Civilian, obsolete, commercial, relaxed. Each word had sounded harmless when Livia read it aloud. Each word looked worse now that the machine had walked. Voss turned slightly toward him. Mr. Vale. He knew what she wanted before she said more. Not another build, not another clever demonstration. The room had seen the parts move. Now someone had to say plainly what had happened. Ned looked at Lady Elizabeth first, because Malvern was hers before he was Parliament's, even if marriage had made that truth hard and ugly. Her face was pale, but she did not look away from the Scout. Then he looked at Lord Wetherell, at the Colonel, at Arthur standing too stiffly near the braces, at Livia with the bill copy still open in her hands, and finally at Sir Percival, who looked ready to turn silence into procedure if no one stopped him. Ned set the rag down. Lord Malvern saw this before we did. Sir Percival's mouth tightened. Lord Malvern speculated. No, Ned said. He understood what happens when parts meet hands. The Colonel's gaze stayed on the Scout. Go on, Mr. Vale. Ned stepped beside the machine, careful not to touch it. I build things. I know what a part says when it's alone and what it becomes when someone gives it neighbors. Lord Malvern knew enough to be afraid of the neighbors. Lord Wetherell's cane tapped once against the floor. He said no. Yes, Ned said, and people hated him for it because no is a hard word to make profitable. Sir Percival drew breath as if he meant to answer profit with dignity, but Ned did not give him the space. He had learned that much from Voss. Some men used silence the way clerks used blotting paper, soaking up danger before anyone could read the words. Lord Malvern was not liked by many, Ned said. I doubt he tried to be. From what I've heard, he was hard, proud, unfaithful, and often cruel. If this room wants a saint, it should look somewhere else. Lady Elizabeth's fingers tightened around the handle of her reticule, but she did not stop him. That took courage too, Ned thought. Not the kind Arthur admired in charges and uniforms, but the kind that stood still while strangers named the dead truthfully. Ned looked from her to the lords. But he was a hero of the Empire all the same. Not the sort with banners and guns. The sort who sits in a chamber and keeps saying no when everyone wants yes. Lord Wetherell's eyes shone, though his face stayed stern. Yes. Sir Percival's voice came cool and quick. A moving sentiment, Mr. Vale, but Parliament must govern by policy, not sentiment. This isn't sentiment, Ned said, and he pointed to the Light Scout without touching it. That is policy with legs. The Colonel gave a low sound of agreement. One of the committee men looked down at his notes as if the paper might rescue him. Ned kept going because stopping now would let richer men rearrange the room. Lord Malvern wasn't afraid of the parts alone. He was afraid of men like me, only working for countries inimical to us, putting them together into machines that will kill our soldiers. Arthur's jaw clenched at that, and Ned saw the words land in him first. Not as argument, as image. Men in mud, supply lines, machines carrying loads through places tired soldiers had to cross on foot. Livia stepped beside the bill copy. The amendment treats each category separately. Lord Malvern's notes identify the combined effect. Mr. Vale has demonstrated that combined effect without using illegal parts. Sir Percival turned toward Voss. This is advocacy. Voss looked at him. It is evidence presented by a warranted technical assistant under my authority. And if I dispute his interpretation? Then say so plainly, Voss said. Do you believe the demonstrated configuration has no strategic value? Sir Percival's mouth closed, and the truth of the room waited with everyone else. Sir Percival did not answer at once. His stillness was not confusion. Ned could see the calculation in it, the careful weighing of words against Voss's truth and the witnesses gathered around the shop. A man could twist meaning in speeches, but a justicier made even clever speech dangerous. Voss waited. Sir Percival looked from the light scout to the colonel, then to the committee man who had suddenly become very interested in not being first. It has strategic value, he said at last. The words landed softly and broke the room anyway. Lord Wetherell's cane struck the floor. Then why was the bill proceeding? Sir Percival's jaw tightened. Because value is not the same as prohibition. Much of imperial industry has strategic value. Engines, lenses, wire, boilers, coal, ships. If we restrict everything that might aid an enemy, trade dies by fear. Livia's pencil moved at once. That is not what Lord Malvern argued. No, Ned said, and he reached for Malvern's marked memorandum. He was not saying stop every export. He was saying stop these exports together, under these clauses, while other permissions already let agricultural mechs leave the country. The colonel held out his hand. May I? Voss looked at Ned, then nodded. Ned passed the memorandum across. The colonel read the marked section, his face growing harder with every line. Compound effect from existing agricultural export permissions, he said. Relaxed classifications complete a light field platform. Review before passage essential. He lowered the paper. This is not vague fear. Lady Elizabeth's voice was steady, though her hand had gone white around her reticule. He sent it back twice and was preparing the third return. Lord Wetherell looked at the committeeman. And now he is dead, the bill moves without him. One committeeman swallowed. The committee can recommend postponement pending review. Sir Percival turned sharply. That would punish loyal manufacturers for an unproven foreign interest. Peregrine spoke from the wall, smooth and cold. A man was murdered. A proxy chain was exposed. A foreign-linked account appears in the evidence. And a War Office observer has just heard you admit strategic value. How much more interest would you like? Voss opened her notebook again. Sir Percival, did you know Lord Malvern had been threatened over his opposition? Sir Percival's face went carefully blank. Ned felt the room tighten. Yes, Sir Percival said, and this time the word did not land softly at all. Voss did not move closer. She did not need to. The whole shop had already leaned toward Sir Percival, and every marked line on Maddie's floor seemed less like chalk than a boundary he had crossed by answering. You knew he had been threatened, Voss said. Did you threaten him? No, Sir Percival said, and the truth held. Did you arrange for others to threaten him? No. Did you know who did? No. Lady Elizabeth's face tightened, but Voss lifted one gloved hand before grief could turn into interruption. Did you continue to press the bill after learning he had been threatened? Sir Percival's throat moved. Yes. Lord Wetherell made a low sound of disgust. You knew James was being bullied and still called him tedious in committee. I believed he was using private difficulty to obstruct necessary reform, Sir Percival said, and for the first time his polish sounded like something he had to hold in place. I did not know he would be killed. Voss watched him. Did you want him removed from the bill process? Sir Percival closed his eyes for one brief second. Yes. The word did not make him a murderer. Ned almost wished it had. Murder was simpler than a room full of men who had wanted the benefit of a dead man's silence without ordering death aloud. The War Office colonel handed Malvern's memorandum back to Voss. My office will recommend immediate suspension of the relevant classifications pending full strategic review. Lord Wetherell turned to the committeeman. And the committee? The first committeeman looked at the light scout, then at Lady Elizabeth, then finally away from Sir Percival. I will support postponement. The second nodded stiffly. Pending review. Sir Percival's hand tightened on his cane. This is panic. No, Ned said, surprising himself by answering before anyone grander could. Panic is selling the parts because stopping feels embarrassing. Matty made a small sound behind the counter, not quite approval, but close enough to warm his back. Lady Elizabeth stepped to the edge of the marked line and looked at the ugly little scout. Then let the record show that James Malvern's third return was made after all. Voss closed her notebook. It will. Ned looked at the machine, at the legal tags, at the men now forced to see what Malvern had seen alone. The bill was not dead. Not yet, but it had been stopped in the doorway, and for the first time since the murder, Lord Malvern had not been the only man in the room saying no. 39. Service Record. By the time the last lord left Vale Company, the shop looked as if Parliament had shed paper and brass all over the floor. Livia's attendance sheet sat under a drying weight on the counter. Matty's marked lines were scuffed by expensive boots. The light scout stood half safe and half accusing in the middle of the room, while Tom and Arthur worked at its braces under Voss's eye, removing the parts that made everyone uncomfortable now that no audience remained to be educated by them. Ned wanted to sit down. He did not. Sitting down felt like admitting the Crown had borrowed more than his shop for the day. Voss stood at the main bench with the Crown Service Warrant unfolded before her. The original paper looked cleaner than Ned felt, which seemed unfair. Mr. Vale, your service under this warrant remains active pending evidence transfer, witness statements, and final Crown review. However, I am entering interim remarks today. Matty's head came up from the cost slate. Interim remarks sound like hooks wearing gloves. They are a record, Voss said. Records become hooks when officials learn where to pull. Ned looked from one woman to the other and decided, wisely, not to stand between them. What sort of remarks? Voss dipped her pen. That you answered lawful summons promptly, provided technical assistance beyond expected scope, identified the mechanism of an impossible murder, assisted in reconstruction of the chain, and demonstrated the strategic danger of the relevant export classifications without use of restricted Crown material. Slip, sitting on a low stool with a broom across his knees, whistled softly. That sounds grand. Matty did not look pleased. That sounds summonable. Voss wrote one line, sanded it, and looked at Ned. It is favorable. That's what worries her, Ned said. It should worry you as well. He heard no threat in it. That made the words worse. Ned looked at the shop, at the tools, at the half-dismantled scout, at Malvern's copied drawings sealed in a folder beside the warrant. He had wanted Vale Company to be known for good work. He had not understood how quickly good work could become a door the Crown knew how to open. Matty set her pencil down. Then your record will also note that Vale Company was disrupted, inspected, used as a demonstration venue, and placed at risk in service to the Crown. Voss's pen paused. Then she nodded once. Yes, it will. Matty took Voss's agreement as permission to become dangerous with arithmetic. She pulled the cost slate closer, drew a hard line beneath the last figure, and turned it toward the Justicier. Lost morning trade, delayed repairs, emergency cleaning, staff overtime, hire cart disturbance, customer appeasement, material wear, floor damage, and one ruined folding screen. Tom looked up from the scout brace. Screen's not ruined. It has Lord Kettering's boot mark on it, Matty said. That is emotional damage. Slip leaned on the broom. I feel emotionally damaged by Lord Kettering's boots too. Voss looked at the slate. Some items will require review. Matty smiled without warmth. So will the next Crown request. Ned rubbed one hand over his face and lowered himself onto the edge of a stool at last. The moment he sat, tiredness came up through the soles of his feet and settled behind his eyes. Matty. No, Matty said, not looking at him. You can be noble when you've slept. I'm being paid now. Livia came in from the front room carrying 3 copied sheets, her expression calm in the way it became when she had already found a problem and sharpened it. There is another matter. The demonstration generated technical drawings, part combinations, and a working conversion sequence inside Vale Company. Ned straightened despite himself. That was Crown evidence. It was also built by you, in your shop, using your methods, Livia said. The record must state that no Crown claim is made over Vale Company's prior automata work, runner designs, control ideas, or future lawful designs inspired by general engineering principles. Voss watched her with something almost like approval. You prepared language. Yes, Livia said, placing the top sheet beside the warrant. Because I have met governments in books. Peregrine, who had been quiet near the window, gave a tired little laugh. Books were kind enough to warn her. Voss read the clause. Reasonable. Ned looked at Livia. You did that while I was making a scout walk? You were busy making Parliament nervous, Livia said. Someone had to make the paperwork nervous. Maddie pointed her pencil at Voss. Add it. Voss added it. Ned watched the ink dry and felt something in his chest ease by half an inch. Service had taken the shop for a day, but his people had not let it swallow the door behind it. Voss finished the ownership clause, sanded the line, and only then opened the narrow black evidence case she had kept beside her since the lords arrived. Ned knew what was inside before the lid lifted. His tiredness changed shape at once, becoming the sharp, foolish attention of a man who saw danger and wanted to understand its hinge. The dragonfly assassin lay under a crystal hood, folded back into its brass and gold body, its wrung little stinger pinned beneath the tail. In the shop light, it looked smaller than the fear it had caused. That made it worse. Small things reached places large things could not. Maddie saw Ned's face and pointed at him with her pencil. No. I have not said anything, Ned said. You looked. Slip leaned over from his stool. He did look very keep-it-ish. Ned ignored him badly. I only need to study it properly. Under supervision. For evidence, for countermeasures, for making sure no one brings another little murder pen through a polite door. Voss watched him over the rim of the case. You may examine it under my authority, at times I specify, with barriers, witnesses, and no unsupervised access. That is not a no, Ned said. It is not a yes to the question you are not yet foolish enough to ask. Tom set down a brace pin with unnecessary force. He wants to keep it. I want to understand it, Ned said. Same mouth, Tom said. Different hat. Livia came closer, not touching the evidence case. If he studies it, the record must distinguish between investigative analysis and invention rights. Nothing derived from the murder mechanism may enter Vale commercial work. Ned looked wounded. I know that. You know it in your honor, Livia said. I want it in writing. Voss nodded once and wrote another line. Approved. Supervised technical study for lawful countermeasure analysis only. No possession, no replication, no commercial adaptation, no removal from Crown evidence custody. Ned stared at the dragonfly through the hood. It was beautiful craft turned vile by purpose, and part of him hated that beauty had survived the vileness. Who gets it after the case? The Crown, Voss said. Forever? Yes. That seems wasteful. Maddie made a choking sound. It is a murder weapon. So are badly written bills, apparently, Slip muttered. Voss closed the hood latch with a soft click. Mr. Vale, your curiosity is useful. It is also dangerous. I am recording both. Voss finished the last entry with a clean stroke, sanded it, and turned the warrant so Ned could see the added remarks. The page now held more than summons and authority. It held compensation notes, ownership limits, evidence conditions, shock protections, and one careful line about future Crown contact being routed through Vale & Company unless immediate danger required otherwise. Maddie read that line twice. Immediate danger is a very flexible phrase. Yes, Voss said. You're not meant to agree when I'm accusing you. I prefer clear accusations. Ned took the pen when Voss offered it. For a moment, his hand hovered above the signature line. He had signed invoices, patent drafts, workshop leases, bank forms, and customer receipts. This felt different, not worse, exactly. He had done good work. Lord Malvern's murderer had a shape now. The bill had been stopped in the doorway, and the shop had stood in front of Lord's without bowing itself flat. But the line waiting for his name did not only close a duty. It proved the Crown knew how useful he was. He signed Edmund Vale, slowly enough that the ink did not blot. Voss took the warrant back, added her own name below his, and sealed the service remark with a small press of white and gold light. Your interim service record is entered. Slip leaned on the broom. Do we clap? No, Maddie said. Good, I'm too tired. Tom fitted the last safe pin into the dismantled scout frame and straightened with a crack of his shoulders. What happens to that thing? Crown storage until review, Voss said. It will not remain in this shop. Ned was more relieved than he expected. Good. Maddie looked at him sharply. He raised both hands. I said good. I heard. I'm checking whether fever has started. Livia gathered her copies into a neat stack. We should make duplicates of our own protection clauses before the Crown takes the warrant. Already doing it, Maddie said, and slid 2 fresh sheets from beneath the cost slate. Voss closed her case. Mr. Vale, rest while you can. That while did more than any warning could have done. Ned watched her leave through the front door, white and gold passing into the evening street, and felt the shop breathe around him after she was gone. It was still Vale & Company. Scuffed, tired, watched now by more powerful eyes than before, but still his. Still theirs. Maddie put a cup of tea beside his elbow. Drink before you invent a reason not to. Ned wrapped both hands around the cup and let the warmth hold him still. Tomorrow we go back to ordinary work. Tom snorted. You remember ordinary? Slip swept 1 strip of chalk from the floor. We can label it if that helps. Ned looked at the scuffed boards, the locked patent door, the sleeping tools, and the people who had kept the Crown from taking more than it was owed. Label it carefully, he said. Apparently, labels matter. 40. Course day. 2 days after the Lords left, Maddie declared that if Vale & Company did not do something cheerful soon, she would begin charging the Crown for mood damage. Ned did not argue. The shop had returned to ordinary repairs in the practical sense, but everyone still glanced at the place where the Light Scout had stood, as if the floorboards might remember dangerous classifications better than the people who wrote them. So the course runners came out. Tom carried the low brass track into the yard behind the shop, while Slip followed with a basket of flags, chalk markers, and 3 little spring-bodied runners whose polished legs clicked softly against one another. Rafik arrived with a folded route board under one arm and immediately began criticizing the course before anyone had set it down. Arthur brought meat pies. Livia brought a ledger. Beatrice arrived last with Peregrine, both dressed for a private showing that had already become less private because Slip had told 2 customers, a delivery boy, and possibly a passing dog. Ned looked at the gathering and pointed at Slip. You were told friends and investors. Slip put a hand to his chest. I consider potential buyers to be future friends. Maddie snorted from the yard gate. You consider coins with faces on them to be family. That is unfair. Some sovereigns are very handsome. Beatrice laughed, and the sound did Ned more good than he expected. She had looked strained when she entered, her smile placed carefully over something tired, but the sight of the little runners made the carefulness crack. Rafik was already kneeling beside the first lane, adjusting flags with the grave authority of a route master. This turn is too kind, Rafik said. No respectable race should reward a machine for having no ambition. Arthur handed Ned a pie. He means make it more likely to crash. I heard him, Ned said, accepting the pie and feeling, for the first time in days, like his hands belonged to something that was not evidence. And I agree. Livia opened her ledger. Before anyone races anything, we record ownership, design status, investor shares, and acceptable wager limits. Peregrine looked at the 3 bright little machines. I see the murder case has left us entirely sober and responsible. One runner chose that moment to twitch in Slip's basket and kick a flag into his chin. Slip blinked, then grinned. Good news, they're eager. The first dispute began before the first race, which made Ned feel that the afternoon had found its proper footing. Rafik insisted the outer lane was too forgiving. Arthur argued that a course built to punish machines would teach nothing except how quickly repair costs accumulated. Slip wanted a water hazard. Maddie told him that if water entered the runners, he could dry every gear with his own shirt and apologize to the accounts ledger. It is not a water hazard, Slip said, crouched beside the track with a chalk nub in one hand. It is a shallow strategic puddle. It is a billable accident, Maddie said. Beatrice leaned over the route board and pointed at a tight corner near the back step. What happens if one takes the turn too quickly? It falls over, Ned said. Excellent. Arthur looked betrayed. You're meant to be the civilized one. I am, Beatrice said. That is why I want the falling over to happen in a marked and orderly fashion. Rafik gave her a solemn nod. At last, someone understands sport. Ned set the first runner on the starting plate. It was his oldest test model, brass-legged and narrow-bodied, with a guide bead set behind the front spring. He had meant to polish the casing before showing it to investors, but the little machine's scratches suddenly seemed honest among friends. He wound the side key 3 turns, checked the rear foot tension, and adjusted the guide bead half a line left. Livia watched his hands. Is that a design improvement or an illegal race advantage? Yes, Ned said. She raised her pencil. It is a minor calibration within maker discretion, he added quickly. Peregrine laughed. He does learn when properly threatened. Tom set the second runner down beside Ned's, heavier through the hips and less graceful, but much harder to knock off course. Mine's ugly, but it'll finish. Slip placed the third runner with far too much ceremony. Its washer face had been repainted with little eyebrows and an expression of criminal optimism. This is Lady Thunderbolt. Maddie closed her eyes briefly. You named an investment prototype Lady Thunderbolt? Respectfully. Beatrice covered her mouth, but not quickly enough to hide the laugh. Ned looked at her and saw the tiredness still there, but thinner now, pushed back by nonsense, brass legs, and people arguing over chalk. It was not a cure. It was a breathing space. For today, that was enough. Ned set his fingers on the release bar. On 3. 1, 2, 3. The runners sprang forward with three very different ideas of dignity. Ned's narrow brass model darted cleanly into the first turn, feet tapping fast enough to sound like pins striking a tin tray. Tom's heavier runner lurched after it, slower but stubborn, taking the corner as if corners were a personal insult. Lady Thunderbolt shot straight ahead, ignored Slip's first chalk mark entirely, clipped the low flag, recovered with criminal grace, and somehow came out ahead by cheating the angle rather than the rules. Rafiq slapped one hand against the root board. That timing gate needs moving. She cut the corner before the marker caught her. She anticipated victory, Slip said proudly. She anticipated fraud, Livia said, writing without looking up, which means we need rule language for lane deviation, obstacle displacement, accidental advantage, deliberate interference, and whatever that was. Peregrine's eyes had changed by the time the runners reached the hoop. You realize people will pay to watch this. Maddie's head turned at once. People will pay to bet on this, which is a different kind of trouble wearing the same hat. Tom watched his squat runner hammer through the hoop and knock it sideways. They'll also pay for repairs. Hips take strain on tight turns. Feet too. If rich fools race them hard, they'll break them hard. Copies, Slip said, crouching as Lady Thunderbolt skidded round the back step. That's what worries me. Give it a week after the first sale and some backroom tinkerer will be making ugly street cousins with boiler wire and stolen beads. Arthur had stopped laughing. His gaze followed the machines with a soldier's grim little calculation. A bigger one could carry messages through smoke. Or a field kit. Or powder. Small enough, it could run where a man would have to crawl. Ned did not answer. He saw it too, and wished he didn't. Beatrice's laugh faded as footsteps sounded beyond the yard gate. A well-dressed young man looked in through the open arch, smiling as if he had every right to admire private amusements. Behind him waited an older gentleman in a pale coat, silver-haired, heavy-jowled, and richly bored. Miss Ashcombe, the young man called. Sir Lionel said your father thought you might enjoy better company this week, but I see you found novelty instead. Beatrice went still enough that Ned's hand tightened on the release bar. Peregrine's voice turned pleasant and dangerous. Then Sir Lionel is mistaken. Miss Ashcombe is among investors. The young man's smile faltered because Peregrine had answered in the language of rooms where servants remembered tone and invitations mattered. Sir Lionel's heavy gaze moved over the yard, from the brass track to the runners, then to Ned's rolled sleeves and Maddie's ledger. He looked amused in the manner of men who expected amusement to count as permission. Investors? Sir Lionel said. How enterprising. I had not realized Miss Ashcombe had taken up trade. Beatrice's color rose, but she stepped forward before Ned could speak. Then you were misinformed, Sir Lionel. I invested in Mr. Vale's company because I considered it sound. Livia closed her ledger with a clean snap, and because the paperwork was properly witnessed. Maddie moved to the yard gate and set one hand on it. Private showing. Named guests only. The younger man glanced at Beatrice. Your father will be concerned to hear you were found in a workshop yard among mechanical toys. They are not toys, Peregrine said, pleasant as a knife in a velvet case. They are patent-pending Vale course runners, currently under investor review. If Sir Lionel wishes to be considered for a future purchase, he may send a card through the front desk like everyone else. Slip leaned toward Tom and whispered loudly enough to be useless, future friend. Tom looked at Sir Lionel's pale coat. Future late payer. Ned nearly laughed, which helped. He crossed to the track, lifted Lady Thunderbolt from where she had stopped with one brass foot hooked triumphantly over the finish ribbon, and set her beside the other runners. The designs are not for public discussion yet. No drawings leave the shop. No handling without permission. No orders before Livia's patent language is finished. Sir Lionel's eyes narrowed slightly. A cautious tradesman. A surviving one, Ned said. Beatrice looked at him then, and gratitude flickered across her face before pride covered it. That worried him more than if she had simply looked afraid. Pride could hold a door for a while, but family pressure had more hands than one unpleasant afternoon. The young man gave a stiff little bow. Miss Ashcombe, your father expects you this evening. I know what my father expects, Beatrice said. Good day. Maddie shut the yard gate before either visitor could decide politeness required another wound. For a moment, no one moved. Then Lady Thunderbolt, left too close to the ribbon, twitched, dragged the finish line over herself, and sat under it like a victorious idiot. Arthur laughed first. Rafik followed, then Beatrice, suddenly and helplessly, one gloved hand pressed to her mouth. Ned looked at the runners, at the locked gate, at Livia already writing stricter protections, and understood that the little machines had become real today. So had the trouble around them. 41. The names that got away. The morning after course day, Vale Company opened with chalk still caught in the yard cracks and Lady Thunderbolt's finish ribbon hanging over the office peg like captured proof of nonsense. Ned had barely finished setting the runners back beneath their covers when the front bell rang with the wrong sort of patience. Not midnight urgency, not customer impatience, official patience, which was worse because it had slept first. Voss entered with a sealed packet under one arm and a thin black folder in her hand. She looked around the shop, noticed the covered runners, Maddie's newly posted private demonstration rules, and the little sign slip had added beneath it reading no strategic puddles without permission. Mr. Vale, Voss said. Miss Maddie, I require the rear table. Maddie shut the account book with no surprise at all. Does the Crown require it, borrow it, rent it, or merely loom over it? Borrow, briefly. That one is cheapest, Maddie said, and cleared 2 invoice stacks with pointed care. Ned followed Voss to the rear table while Tom came in from the yard, wiping his hands, and slip materialized from the front shelves with the guilty speed of someone who had been listening before there was anything to hear. Livia arrived 5 minutes later, summoned by Maddie's boy runner before Voss had finished cutting the packet seal. That worried Ned more than if Voss had objected. Voss laid out 3 papers. The first was a returned warrant, unopened and marked address vacated. The second was a bank notice from the Imperial Adelphi stating the Ivan linked account had been emptied under lawful commercial instruction before seizure. The third was a diplomatic refusal written on thick cream paper with a foreign crest at the top and every line polished until it shone uselessly. Ned read the papers twice. We proved the chain. Yes, Voss said. We proved Sorn arranged access. We proved enough to name him in a Crown brief. But not enough to put hands on him. Voss touched the returned warrant. His rooms were cleared before officers arrived. His forwarding direction is false. 2 servants truthfully state they saw nothing that looked like flight because he left in ordinary dress before breakfast. Slip looked at the empty account notice. And Ivan took the money politely. With paperwork, Livia said, voice flat. Voss nodded. That is often how people steal from empires. Livia drew the diplomatic refusal closer with 2 fingertips, as if the cream paper might leave oil on her hands. This does not deny he exists. No, Voss said. It denies that he is available to British process while attached to a protected commercial mission. Yes. Maddie folded her arms. That sounds like hiding behind curtains and calling it architecture. It is lawful protection, Voss said. Used aggressively. Ned looked at the foreign crest, then at the empty account notice, then at the returned warrant. 3 neat failures, each one stamped, sealed, and polite enough to make anger feel childish. So Ivan leaves with his dignity. Sorn leaves before breakfast, and everyone who actually turned screws or carried notes stays here to be arrested. Some will be charged, Voss said. Rusk, Pell, Gedge, and Latch will face different consequences according to what they knew and did. The law is not blind to degree. Slip's mouth twisted. It just squints at money. Tom grunted approval from the yard door. Voss did not rebuke either of them. That told Ned more than a defense would have. She set one gloved finger on the Ivan notice. Ivan is not cleared. He is out of reach. That is not the same thing. Livia turned the refusal over and checked the seal impression. And Sorn? Voss opened the black folder. Inside lay a narrow sketch copied from a hotel clerk's description. A spare man with tidy hair, unremarkable features, and the kind of face a witness could describe without remembering. Beside it were 3 names, all crossed through. Gabriel Sorn, Mr. Sorn, Mr. Gray. Ned stared at the sketch. That could be half the men in London. That was likely the point, Peregrine said from the front shelves, where he had arrived too quietly for Ned's temper. A memorable villain is a gift to constables. Voss placed a second paper beside the sketch. Sorn left behind one useful mistake. He sent a final instruction after the demonstration, before he knew the bill route had failed. Ned leaned closer. The message was short, written in a clerkly hand. If apparatus door closed, pursue other acquisition. Maddie went still. Other acquisition means theft. Or smuggling, Livia said. Or sabotage, Tom added. Voss looked at Ned. The desire remains, Mr. Vale. Only the legal road has been blocked. Ned looked down at the message, and the shop seemed to grow quieter around the runners under their covers. Then they'll stop asking permission. Voss did not answer Ned at once. She drew one more sheet from the black folder and laid it flat with 2 fingers, smoothing the creases as if bad news became more useful when properly squared. It was not a legal notice this time. It was a route office summary, copied in hard blue ink, with 3 incidents circled in red. Ned bent over it. Portsmouth stores. Attempted purchase of condemned balance cages through a private salvage yard, Voss said. Tom wiped his hands on a rag that was already dirty enough to object. Condemned means broken. Condemned means written off, Ned said, reading the next line. Not always useless. Voss tapped the second circle. A freight clerk in Harwich reported forged papers attached to agricultural mech crates bound for a friendly port. The crates were legal. The added contents were not. Livia's mouth went thin. So the legal cargo becomes cover. Yes, Voss said. Slip leaned closer. All humor gone now. And the third? Ned read it before Voss could speak. Fire at a depot outside Dover. No deaths. 2 storage bays damaged. Inventory unclear. Sabotage? Maddie asked. Not yet proved, Voss said. But the damaged bays held obsolete control housings awaiting disposal. Peregrine's expression cooled by degrees. That is a great deal of interest in rubbish. Useful rubbish, Tom said. Slip pushed off the side bench and went to the front shelves, where he kept a battered notebook beneath a box of mismatched hinge pins. He brought it back, flipped 3 pages, and set one grimy finger beside a line. Man in a green scarf asked Kell's yard 2 days ago who buys broken Crown practice gear. Kell told him to get lost because the man wore new boots and asked old questions badly. Voss looked at him. You did not report this. I did not know it was anything, Slip said. London is full of fools asking where to buy things they shouldn't. Maddie jabbed a pencil at the notebook. From now on, all fools with new boots go on a separate list. Ned looked from Slip's note to Voss's red circles. The shape was not neat, but it was there. Ports, salvage, crates, depots, old housings, written off parts. Not law now. Movement. Arthur was not in the shop, but Ned heard his voice in memory all the same, talking about field kits, powder, patrols, and men crawling where small machines could run. He touched the Dover line without thinking. They're testing every cheap door. Voss folded the route summary back into the file, and some of those doors open outward from Britain. Voss gathered the route summary but did not put it away. Instead, she turned it so Maddie, Livia, Slip, Tom, and Ned could all see the red circles at once. I am not asking Vale and Company to pursue this. You are not constables, agents, or Crown Scouts. If a suspicious buyer comes here, you refuse, record, and send word. You do not follow him. Slip looked wounded. I have never followed anyone. Maddie looked at him. I have rarely followed anyone in a way that can be proved, Slip corrected. Voss's gaze held him until the grin faded. No following. No clever errands. No tests to see whether a man is what he appears to be. If he asks for course runners, automata parts, crystal mounts, control housings, obsolete frames, condemned pieces, or private sketches? The answer is no unless Mr. Vale and Miss Mattie approve the sale and Miss Mach's clauses protect it. Livia reached for a clean sheet. I'll draft a refusal script. Tom leaned against the bench. A what? A way to say no that gives away nothing useful, Livia said. No explanation. No alternate supplier. No hint which part sounded wrong. Ned looked at the covered runners. The cloth over Lady Thunderbolt had a small lump where one brass foot had not folded properly. Yesterday that had been funny. Today it looked like a secret that might grow legs without asking. We should number every prototype. Marks inside, not only on the shell. If a copy turns up, we need to know whether it came from us, from sight, or from theft. Mattie's pencil moved at once. Inventory tonight. Slip groaned. I hate when danger becomes counting. That is how it becomes survivable, Voss said. Peregrine picked up the sketch of Sorn without touching the ink. And the men who got away. They have names in Crown files now, Voss said. False names, likely, but names enough to catch on other paper. Ports will be warned. Salvage yards watched. Diplomatic shields tested where they can be tested. Ned heard what she did not say. Not enough. Not finished. Not justice yet. He looked at the returned warrant, the emptied account, and Sorn's clerkly message. Lord Malvern stopped the bill, but not the appetite. No, Voss said. He made the appetite show itself. Mattie folded the new refusal sheet and pinned it beside the private demonstration rules. Then we locked the cupboards and stopped feeding it. Voss closed the black folder. For now, that may be enough. Ned watched the folder disappear under her arm and knew enough to dislike for now. Outside the front windows, London moved on with carts, bells, customers, and smoke, ordinary and full of doors. Somewhere beyond it, Sorn and Ivan had gone through theirs. 42. The next knock. By the end of the week, Vale Company had returned to ordinary work in the same way a man returned to walking after a badly twisted ankle. It moved, it functioned, and anyone passing the front window might have mistaken the shop for healthy. Inside, though, every system had acquired a second shadow. The order board held carriage latches, nursery glow buttons, inspection gauges, and 3 new inquiries about Vale course runners, but beneath the ordinary cards sat Mattie's new red-marked column for suspicious questions. Ned stood behind the front counter with a sealed runner hip joint in one hand and a customer letter in the other. The customer had used the words charming mechanical novelty, which Livia had already underlined twice in disapproval. Charming meant careless, novelty meant copyable, mechanical meant some fool would try to pry open the casing with a dessert knife and claim the warranty-covered curiosity. Mattie leaned over the counter and tapped the letter with her pencil. No open sale, no delivery without inspection rights, no customer handling beyond demonstration, no export, no resale abroad, no private disassembly, no sketches, no guest demonstrations, and no betting arrangement conducted under Vale Company's name. Slip, perched on the lower step with an errand satchel across his knees, looked wounded. Not even tasteful betting? Especially not tasteful betting, Mattie said. Tasteful betting is how rich people pretend trouble has manners. Tom came through from the yard carrying a crate of polished brass feet, each one stamped inside with Ned's maker's mark and a hidden serial notch. Mark the lot. If one wanders off, it'll have to work hard to pretend it wasn't born here. Ned set the hip joint down beside the feet and felt a strange, quiet pride despite the worry. Good. They should look finished, not frightened. They can be both, Tom said. That's how most apprentices survive. The bell over the door rang, and every head lifted too quickly. It was only Mrs. Cale from the laundry with a cracked heat valve wrapped in cloth, but she noticed the reaction and raised her eyebrows. Good gracious, I only brought a broken valve, not a foreign invasion. Ned smiled because the shop needed him to. We're accepting ordinary disasters today, Mrs. Cale. Foreign invasions need an appointment. She laughed. Mattie made a note. Slip checked the street through the window anyway, and Ned took the valve into his hands. Ordinary had come back, but it no longer arrived alone. Mrs. Cale's valve proved mercifully honest. Its casing had split at the seam because the laundry boiler ran too hot and the spring was older than the apprentice who had last tightened it. Ned cleaned the threads, replaced the spring, filed the burr from the brass seat, and let Tom hold the lamp while he reset the little heat bead. There was no hidden curse, no foreign buyer, and no clever claws hiding a weapon in respectable paper. There was only a tired valve that needed patient hands and a customer who would pay in coins, gossip, and possibly clean towels if Maddie smiled at the right moment. Tom watched the repaired beads settle into a steady amber glow. There, ordinary disaster answered. Ned turned the valve in his hands and checked the seam one last time. I missed ordinary disasters. You complained about them every day before the murder, Tom said. That was before I knew they were restful. Slip leaned his elbows on the counter. I can arrange more restful disasters. There's a boy in Limehouse who can break anything with wheels for tuppence. Maddie looked up from the receipt book. Do not outsource damage. Fine, we remain artisanal. Mrs. Cale left laughing, the repaired valve wrapped properly and Maddie's bill tucked inside the cloth. When the front door closed behind her, the bell gave its small, bright note, and for once no one flinched. Ned stood still and listened to the shop settle around him. Tom sorting feet into trays, Slip sweeping the front boards badly enough to be corrected, Maddie scratching figures into the book, the rear lamp ticking over covered runners, and the muffled street beyond the glass. Maddie noticed him noticing. What? Nothing, Ned said. That was not a nothing face. He looked toward the brass plate on the door, visible backward from inside the shop. Vale Company, practical apparatus, repairs, fine mechanisms, crystal fittings. It had survived Crown boots, lords, murder evidence, military interest, and Slip's marketing instincts. More importantly, it had survived because people kept standing inside it and saying no in useful places. Ned set Mrs. Cale's duplicate receipt in the finished tray. I was thinking this still feels like mine. Maddie's expression softened only a fraction, which was how she kept kindness from becoming indulgence. Ours. Tom grunted. Better word. Slip lifted the broom like a salute. More accurate for blame as well. Ned smiled and looked at the door again, at the name bright against the street. Ours, then. The second bell came an hour after Mrs. Cale left, and this one did not sound like laundry, valves, or coins wrapped in cloth. It was the rear bell, low and patient through the workroom wall. Tom stopped sorting brass feet. Slip stopped sweeping badly. Maddie's pencil halted over the receipt book. Ned looked at the yard door and felt the old midnight shape of his life try to put itself back together. Tom wiped his hands once and crossed to the viewing plate. Messenger. Uniform? Maddie asked. Not white and gold. Tom paused. War Office gray. Slip muttered, that is not much better. Ned set the repaired heat bead in its tray and went to the door himself. The messenger beyond the gate was a young corporal with rain-darkened shoulders, a leather dispatch case, and the stiff expression of a man who had been told the paper mattered more than the person receiving it. Tom opened after Ned nodded, and the corporal stepped inside just far enough to keep the yard mud from coming with him. Mr. Edmund Vale? The corporal asked. Yes. The corporal held out a sealed envelope. By order of Colonel Merrick, War Office Apparatus Review Section. Receipt required. Maddie appeared at Ned's elbow as if summoned by the word receipt. What kind of order? The corporal looked relieved to have an answer prepared. Written inquiry, miss, not a summons. Yet, Slip said from behind the counter. Ned took the envelope and signed the receipt board. The seal was gray wax stamped with a crown, crossed tools, and a small marching lion. Not Voss, not Justicier authority, military machinery dressed in paper. He broke the seal with his thumbnail and unfolded the sheet while Maddie read over one shoulder without pretending not to. The letter was short. Colonel Merrick requested Ned's preliminary technical opinion on several recovered component combinations from Portsmouth, Harwich, and Dover, with particular attention to whether civilian salvage could be adapted into field apparatus without restricted parts. A second page listed balance cages, control housings, cutter brackets, shock dampers, and 3 items Ned had seen named in Malvern's notes. Tom swore softly. They're building the question after all. Or asking how to stop someone else building it, Maddie said. Ned read the final line twice. Further consultation may be required if border and port evidence continues to develop. Slip peered at the page. That sounds like a knock learning where the door is. Ned folded the letter carefully, but the paper still felt open in his hand. Yes, he said, and this time it came in daylight. Maddie took the War Office letter from Ned's hand, not because he offered it, but because she believed some papers became less dangerous once held by a woman with a pencil. She read it once, then again, and set it flat on the counter beside the runner hip joints. Preliminary opinion, written response, fee schedule attached by us, not guessed by them. The corporal blinked. Colonel Merrick did not mention a fee schedule. Colonel Merrick sent a question to a professional shop, Maddie said. That was thoughtful of him. Ned looked at the component list again. Portsmouth, Harwich, Dover. The same red circles from Voss's folder, now translated into military ink. We answer what's asked, nothing more. No drawings, no full assembly sequence, no clever helpful sketch that teaches someone how to do it better. Livia would have approved, which was worrying and comforting at once. Tom picked up one stamped runner foot and turned it over in his broad fingers. And the runners? They keep growing, Ned said. Carefully. Slip leaned over the counter. That means I can still say patent pending in a mysterious voice. It means you can say nothing to strangers without Maddie listening, Ned said. Slip sighed. My gifts are chained. Your gifts need supervision, Maddie said, then pointed her pencil at the corporal. You'll tell Colonel Merrick Mr. Vale will reply in writing after review, and that any further consultation comes with terms, records, and named scope. The corporal's mouth twitched as if he wanted to smile and had orders against it. Yes, miss. When he left, the shop did not quite relax. It did something better. Tom went back to the trays. Slip copied the corporal's description into the suspicious questions column with unnecessary flair. Maddie wrote War Office Inquiry, Daylight, not summons, and underlined not summons twice. Ned carried the letter to the rear bench and set it beside the covered runners. Lady Thunderbolt's hidden foot still made a lump under the cloth. The little machine had no idea that men in offices were already thinking about what moving things could carry across smoke, ports, and borders. Ned did. Lord Malvern had known before them all, and paid for knowing. The bill had been stopped. Vale Company still stood. The runners had begun as joy and now had rules, marks, ledgers, and a future. Ned rested one hand on the bench. All right, he said quietly. We build better doors. Maddie looked up from the counter. And better locks. Outside, the street bell rang with ordinary traffic, but Ned heard another sound beneath it, not crystal, not fault, not war yet. Only the Empire drawing breath before the next knock. End of Book 4.